Marx's method. Socialist. Construction. And Marxist. Theory. Philip Corrigan, Harvie Ramsa, and Derek Sayer. Socialist society covers a very long historical period. Classes and class struggle continue to exist in this society, and the struggle still goes on between the road of socialism and the road of capitalism. The socialist revolution on the economic front, in the ownership of the means of production, is insufficient by itself and cannot be consolidated. There must also be a thorough socialist revolution on the political and ideological fronts. Here a very long period of time is needed to decide who will win in the struggle between socialism and capitalism. Several decades won't do it, success requires anywhere from 1 to several centuries. On the question of duration, it is better to prepare for a longer rather than a shorter period of time. On the question of effort, it is better to regard the task as difficult rather than easy. It will be more advantageous and less harmful to think and act in this way. Anyone who fails to see this or to appreciate it fully will make tremendous mistakes. During the historical period of socialism, it is necessary to maintain the dictatorship of the proletariat and carry the socialist revolution through to the end if the restoration of capitalism is to be prevented, socialist construction carried forward and the conditions created for the transition to communism. Mao Zedong 15 Theses on Socialist Construction. This book is a collective production. Not only does it result from the combined efforts of its 3 accredited authors, it also owes much to many others. Its roots lie in our participation in the political economy group which Gavin Williams founded in Durham in 1973. It was in discussions there that we first became aware of the mutual relevance of our apparently quite disparate individual researches, and gained the impetus to write a first draft of this book during 1974. We circulated that draft, both within and outside this group, and the comment and criticism we received helped us immensely in writing the revised text which follows. The result, we believe, is a better book. At the same time, our revision has involved a good deal of distillation and some excision. Chapter I, for instance, represents a summary of arguments which were originally developed over 150 pages. We attempt to make good such losses in other writings, some of them already published, others still in preparation. In particular, we are writing a volume which will be in many ways a sequel to this, extending our assessment of the theoretical contribution to Marxism made by Mao Zedong, for Mao, Essays in Historical Materialism, Macmillan, forthcoming. In this connection, we would like to make clear that our discussion in the present volume deals only with the period preceding Mao's death, though we believe that the analysis we offer provides the resources for comprehending the struggles in China which have followed. Finally, we wish to express our particular thanks to Val Gillespie, Sheila Ramsey, Teeter Shannon, Tsekakwe, and Gavin Williams, for their invaluable encouragement, assistance, and criticism throughout. Derek Sayer would like to acknowledge the help of the Social Science Research Council, whose award of a postdoctoral research fellowship has enabled him to work on this project full-time during the last year. January 1977. Philip Corrigan. Harvie Ramsa. Derek Sayer. At 10:00 a.m. on November 7, 1917, before attending the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets at the Smolny Institute in what was then called Petrograd, Lenin, on behalf of the Petrograd Military Revolutionary Committee, issued an appeal to the citizens of Russia, Okapkin, 1970, Document 1, this, the first text of Soviet power, records that the cause for which the people have fought, namely, the immediate offer of a democratic peace, the abolition of landed proprietorship, workers' control over production, and the establishment of Soviet power, this cause has been secured. Long live the revolution of workers, soldiers, and peasants. The first session of that Congress of Soviets stretched from 10:40 p.m. on November 7 until after 5:00 a.m. of the next day. Shortly after 3:00 a.m. on the morning of the 8th, news was received of the storming of the Winter Palace, and the Congress issued an appeal to workers, soldiers, and peasants, Ibid, Document 2. During its second session, which began at 9:00 a.m. on the same day, decrees on peace and land were adopted, at 10:00 p.m. on the 8th and 2:00 a.m. on the 9th respectively, ibid. Documents 3 and 4. On November 27 the All Russia Central Executive Committee elected by that same Congress promulgated instructions on workers' control, ibid. Document 10. This book is concerned with the struggles which make such actions possible and meaningful. It is as well to recall, right at the start, of whose struggles we are talking. Much in these actions, including the textual content of the decrees, was a descriptive rather than a prescriptive commentary on political events. The workers, soldiers, and peasants who were creating the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics had already established the material situation, regarding peace, land, and workers' control that these political decrees and appeals registered, summarized, and attempted to carry forward to a new generalization. This is no mere aside, a dramaturgical obeisance to the fact that the world, objective and subjective, was changed at the time that these 12 decrees were issued and those congresses were taking place. It is a central constituent of the reasons why we have written this book and, in part, a description of how we were enabled to do so. Hundreds of thousands of texts exist recording and commenting upon the world transformed by the Great October Socialist Revolution and extended through the longer struggles in China which culminated in the declaration of the People's Republic of China on October 1, 1949. But very few indeed appreciate just how Soviet power was made possible. This is, in large measure, because of two major distortions. The first is to remain at the level of appearances. This is true in two different ways. Visitors and commentators emphasize the phenomena that present themselves for inspection. It is noteworthy how many who claim to offer a Marxist account concentrate upon queues, uniformity or shortages within the USSR or the PRC. One wonders what arena of capitalist experience they inhabit that is so queue-less, full of choices and marvelously diverse. It can only be that of the bourgeoisie with their direct telephone line to shop servants, luxurious freedom of choice and all the miracles of fashion and instant conjuring. But, secondly, and relatedly, the level of appearances is sustained through adopting a perspective, vocabulary, and appreciation essentially informed by the values and orientations of capitalism, however much this may be occluded by being considered the normal, everyday, and obvious. Through this mesh the reality of socialist experience is constantly translated into equivalents of our institutions, words, symbols, and activities. The two go together very frequently in seeking a bourgeois explanation of why the bourgeoisie have had rather a miserable time of it in the socialist social formations. Equally important, however, is the second distortion. Both theory and historical experience are misconstrued. This is very much a central part of what we try to argue through this book as a whole, but a prefatory word here is in order. Theory is frequently considered to relate to a body of ideas which guide, in the manner that orders relate to, for example, an army, social practice, above all that of a revolutionary party, and through that party understood as a vanguard, that of the revolutionary class. This theory, moreover, can clearly not be generated within the practice of the class, but has to be injected from outside. It is therefore generated, so the argument runs, by a particular kind of person, different, clearly from ordinary members of the class, generally assumed to be an intellectual. We think it impossible to understand what is central to how, and therefore what, theoretical revolutions were accomplished by Marx, Lenin, or Mao with this deformed notion of theory. For us, as Stalin phrased it, theory is the experience of the working class movement in all countries taken in its general aspect. Stalin. 13-19-24a, 15. We therefore agree with Marx, when he wrote in a pamphlet, widely circulated within England, which tried to generalize the historical experience of the Paris Commune of 1871, that the working class know that in order to work out their own emancipation, they will have to pass through long struggles, through a series of historical processes, transforming circumstances and men. They have no ideals to realize, but to set free the elements of a new society. Marx, 1871 c. 73. Armed with the knowledge he wrote about in his civil war in France, moreover, Marx, along with Engels, urged a major correction of the text of their 1848 Manifesto of the Communist Party. Theory is generated and sustained by social practice, revolutionary theory is generated and sustained by revolutionary social practice. Social practice considered cumulatively over time is historical experience, which, we emphasize, is not something, which we have or not, but it is some way, that we are. Historical experience is not a property of an object, the label attached to this or that thing. It is the social relations through and within which a human collectivity has its very being. In this book we try to draw to theoretical attention the historical experiences and social practices of the people of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics and the People's Republic of China, in order to make possible a fuller comprehension of the relevance of the 60 years since 1917 to present-day reality. We are arguing strongly here that Marxism is not a dogma. Like Lenin, we do not claim that Marx or the Marxists know the road to socialism in every concrete detail. That would be nonsense. We know the direction of the road, we know what class forces are following the road, but the concrete and practical details will be learned only from the experiences of the millions when they begin to take action. Lenin, 1917 285. After all, as Stalin remarked to the 18th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolshevik, in 1939, on the eve of that great patriotic war which was to cause the death of over 20 million Soviet people and to be won through the siege of Leningrad and the Battle of Stalingrad. It would be ridiculous to expect that the classical Marxist writers should have elaborated for our benefit ready-made solutions for each and every theoretical problem that might arise in any particular XLV country 50 or 100 years afterwards, so that we, the descendants of the classical Marxist writers, might calmly doze at the fireside and munch ready-made solutions. Stalin, 1939, 659. 4. As Mao Zedong phrased the same point in the middle of the prolonged war during the border region years in the making of New China, if we merely read the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, but do not proceed to study the reality of China's history and revolution in the light of their theory, or do not make any effort to think through China's revolutionary practice carefully in terms of theory, the general conclusion drawn from historical and revolutionary reality is how Mao had just defined this theory: we should not be so presumptuous as to call ourselves Marxist theorists. Mao, 1942 37. That is to say, it is necessary to master Marxist theory and apply it, master it for the sole purpose of applying it. Ibid, 38. Some years ago, Paul Feyerabend suggested that one way of grasping what a theory if knowledge was involved in analogy with the new production of a well-known play, Feyerabend, 1969, 228 FN. The Great October Socialist Revolution has become, in this analogy, such a well-known play that many historians and commentators do not attend to its production at all, but debate the validity of competing reviews or the memoirs of major actors. In this procedure there is very little attention to the relevance or not of Marx's work for comprehending the production of socialist revolutions, their genesis and development. Indeed, there is very little trouble taken to attend to the specificity of the theoretical resources, and their historical contexts, at the inauguration of the era of 1917. What we have attempted in this book is to demonstrate the relevance of Marx's theoretical generalizations concerning production, above all the capitalist mode of production, to understanding the genesis and actualization of, and the subsequent paths taken after, the Great October Socialist Revolution. This involves an interpretation of Marx in the light of historical experience, and armed with a whole range of texts not available to Lenin, which concentrates on how he illuminates production forms. We develop this interpretation, in general terms, in our first chapter. Bulletin T. The bulk of our book concerns socialist construction, Bolshevism and its critique. Long before 1917, socialist construction, a sustained 15 working class achievement as Marx has made clear, 1854, 1864, 1871a, b, c, was engaged in the crucial muscle building that made 1917 and its world possible. 1917 relit the beacon which had flared briefly but clearly in Paris in 1871. 1917 created a space, productive, political, cultural, and epistemological for the carrying forward of the socialist construction that made possible new collective, egalitarian, conscious transformations of circumstances and people. 1917 creates the possibility of a socialist world. There is, then, a progression to be studied. That progression was and is informed by a body of theories and practices, what we have called a social problematic, Bolshevism. Bolshevism presents itself and is represented as the, or at least a dominant, theory of social formations in transition from capitalism to communism. Bolshevism was understood by Lenin and others to have been formed, through revolutionary historical experience, around 1903 and to have been extended and structured through the world-shaking upheavals of 1905 and February 1917 and beyond. It is to make visible that Bolshevism that we devote the bulk of our book. To do so we have used, to repeat, those two inseparable resources, Marxist theory and historical experience, in order to go beyond the obvious phenomena of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics to try to discover the conditions that sustain them. What we have found is a struggle at the very heart of the social problematic of Bolshevism itself. We establish this in our second chapter and then discuss its detailed configurations in the work of the Bolsheviks Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin in our third. Since we believe that the only sustained, if largely implicit, critique of Bolshevism has been achieved through the theory and practice of the Communist Party of China and the transformations accomplished by the workers and peasants of China, we try to indicate the outline of this in our fourth chapter and return to the same points in subsequent discussions. Our work concludes with an emphasis upon how far the socialism that exists within the USSR and elsewhere is guaranteed and simultaneously restricted by Bolshevism. We show these twin continuities within the Soviet Union and China in our final two chapters. Bolshevism guaranteed a massive and qualitative break from capitalism. It fractured totally the hegemony of the capitalist laws of world economy and created a surface on the earth where men and women were not units of labor power and where surplus value making was not the dominating motor of production. But that break, that space, was understood by all the Bolsheviks in a particular way. Bolshevik theory and practice centers around a contradiction which pervades the work of Lenin as much as any other Bolshevik. The Marxism of the Bolsheviks broke decisively with the Marxism of the Second International. Lenin would have no truck with those who saw 16. The Russian people as too backward to make a socialist revolution. Writing at a time when events are moving at a speed that at times makes your head spin, Institute, 1958, 47, Lenin, against the strike-breaking of Kamina and Zinoviev, celebrated that the only way was to go forward with the revolutionary workers, Ibid, 119. This is the only way to make the Workers' Party healthy again, to purge ourselves of a dozen or so spineless intellectuals and, having united the ranks of the revolutionaries, go on. Ibid. From the workers and peasants will come the defeat of Tsarism, on that Lenin was admirably clear. After all, as Lenin wrote in Can the Bolsheviks retain state power? 1917 k. 120. What a painful thing is this extremely complicated situation created by the revolution, that's how the bourgeois intellectual thinks and feels. We squeezed them a bit, they won't dare to lord it over us as they did before. We'll squeeze again, and chuck them out altogether, that's how the worker thinks and feels. But the break concerning political and cultural relations was a complice ned without challenging a particular reading of Marx's general social theory which above all involved understanding base and superstructure relations in a particularly restricted form and simultaneously sustaining a very narrow conception of production. The contradictions at the heart of Bolshevism are in fact the basis for the long, protracted, fierce and sustained class struggles that persist throughout the whole era of transition from capitalism to communism. We agree here with Mao, who has argued consistently that it will take 1 or 2 centuries before socialism, let alone communism, will be secure. Central to Bolshevism is a struggle between 2 roads and 2 lines. Socialist construction was hampered insofar as certain clearly capitalist techniques and relations, i.e. forces, were considered necessary to create the material basis for socialism. Socialist construction was liberated and accelerated insofar as its resources were coherently and consistently recognized to be particular productive collectivities, i.e. relations, that is to say, when socialist construction was seen to turn on the simultaneous conscious, collective, and thus egalitarian transformation of circumstances and people. Only that continuous and extremely complicated struggle will enable the complete victory over capitalist ideas, habits, assumptions, images, symbols, and so on, and enable socialism to be secured. We stress this at some length because it is extremely difficult to sustain this constant representation. 17 of struggle, contradiction, movement, tension throughout our text. As soon as only one side is taken as representing the whole life of Bolshevism, we lose sight of what is distinctive and peculiar to all socialist construction. As soon as we elect one Bolshevik, usually Lenin, to stand as judge over the erring others, Trotsky, Stalin, we do the same violence to historical experience. We are not in an either/or world, we are in a world in which socialism and capitalism are struggling for mastery, and their struggle rages over its entirety. It is as well to conclude this with some indication of possible misunderstandings of our project. We are aware that there are 2 areas of our presentation that require amplification. First, we need to sustain our interpretation of Marx through a more extended presentation and a critique of alternatives. In part, we have tried to make these materials available elsewhere and they will be added to shortly. Secondly, we need similarly to sustain our argument concerning the critique of Bolshevism that has been accomplished within the People's Republic of China. We are at work upon and will shortly produce a book devoted precisely to this theme, for Mao, Essays in Historical Materialism, Macmillan, 1978. But, we stress, the relevant materials have been available in English for some 20 or more years. This book is a work of theory. It is not a historical study, although we stress its basis within historical experience. There is no substitute, however, in that direction, for a study of such works as those of E. H. Carr, whose value we wish to acknowledge. But as a work of theory, in the sense that Feyerabend intends in his remark we have quoted, our text may operate as prolegomena for subsequent historical work, above all a sensitive provision of context for many of those texts of Bolshevism which are still ripped from their situation and treated as dogma. Finally, this is not a geopolitical exercise in which one country, China, is seen to be better than another, USSR. Neither is it hagiography, placing Mao above Lenin in the heavens. At a time when many friends of China adopt such a superficial and geopolitical analysis, it is necessary to emphasize this with some vigor. Contemporary events in China demonstrate, as they have since the 1920s, that a similar struggle between 2 roads and 2 lines is as ever present in China and the CPC as in the Soviet Union and the CPSU. This book, then, is offered as an initial analysis to further socialist construction. It celebrates the giant strides taken by the people of the socialist formations and sees their collective achievements as demonstrating just how extensively can necessity be transformed into freedom, just how what are taken within capitalism to be natural constraints can become ingredients for construction of a better, fuller, more secure life. 18 for all. 4. Let us also be clear on this. Socialism offers a better life for all social formations that are transitional between capitalism and communism, that is, that are socialist, are the site of extensive class struggles to ensure that everyone as of right has enough to eat, is well clothed and housed. That is to say that people can have more only by being more. If we are critical of Bolshevik achievements, it is only because we are conscious that our world is full of potential and actual emancipation of labor because of the achievements of 1917. We are also very aware, as are the people of China, of how far subsequent socialist revolutions and construction have been possible because of Bolshevism. But if theory is to be alive to what has taken place, then we must be able to learn from error as much as celebrating correctness. Indeed, we must admit the need to make mistakes and learn from them. For our part, this book is provisional in the sense that we hope that it will be used by being superseded, by being transformed into what was clearly a preliminary formulation of a range of problems. For we have tried to produce a book that will encourage certain questions, to which, it is thought, we all know the answers, and discourage certain all too available obvious interpretations. These questions and those answers, finally, have as much to say about England now, as they have about those events in November 1917 in Petrograd. I. Marx. There are certain fundamentals that no Marxist would ever dispute. Amongst them is the German ideology's claim that the first premise of all human existence and, therefore, of all history is the premise that men must be in a position to live in order to be able to make history too, with its implication that the production of material life itself is a fundamental condition of all history, and one which in any interpretation of history one has first of all to observe in all its significance and all its implications, and to accord it its due importance. Marx and Engels, 1846a, 39. But if Marxists would agree to accord production its due importance, they would be less than unanimous in their views of what observing it in all its significance and all its implications actually entails for their theory and method. For this reason, we think it essential to make our own understanding of the fundamentals of historical materialism explicit before proceeding further. Production. For Marx, it is reasonable to speak of production in general and to construct concepts which refer to features universal to production. We can do this because all epochs of production have certain common traits, common characteristics. Marx, 1857, 85, by virtue of there being such things as general preconditions of all production, conditions without which production is not possible. Ibid, 86. The concepts through which we grasp these general preconditions, it follows, are concepts without which no production will be thinkable. Ibid, 85. They are therefore trans-historical, applicable to all modes of social production. We will begin by defining the major such concepts in Marx's work. Production always involves a relation between producers and nature, which Marx terms the labor process. Regarded independently of the particular form it assumes under given social conditions, Marx, 1867a, 177, this process in every case combines 1. The personal activity of 2. Man, i.e. work itself, 2. The subject of that work, and 3. Its instruments. Ibid, 178, labor, raw materials, and technology of some sort or another. Marx refers to the subjects and instruments of labor as means of production. Ibid, 181. In addition to relations between people and nature, production also involves relations between people themselves, or social relations of production. That production is social as well as material, and irreducibly so, is a point on which Marx is emphatic. In production, men not only act on nature but also on one another. They produce only by cooperating in a certain way and mutually exchanging their activities. In order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations with one another, and only within these social connections and relations does their action on nature, does production, take place. Marx, 1847b, 28. The claim, we should note, is not that production causes but that it involves social relations. For Marx, there can be no material production without them. Material and social dimensions of production are related internally. Point 3. Unlike many of Marx's followers, we take social here in the broadest possible sense, to mean, as Marx and Engels put it in the German ideology, the cooperation of several individuals, no matter under what conditions, in what manner, and to what end, Marx and Engels, 1846a, 41. By social relations of production we therefore understand all the social relations within which individuals produce, Marx, 1847b, 28, in the sense of all those relations necessary to any given mode of production. The nature of such relations cannot be specified a priori for production in general, but remains in each case an empirical question. Production, then, is both a material and a social process, an activity whereby people transform both their circumstances and themselves. Each of its facets, in Marx's view, conditions and constrains the other. He writes both that social relations vary according to the character of the means of production, ibid, and of social relations and the level of development of the means of labor corresponding to them, Marx, 1866, 1056. Means and relations of production can be equally salient in their productive consequences, and equally constitute productive forces. By this latter notion we mean, very simply, any force through which people enhance the productiveness of their labor, and, as with relations of production, we make no attempt to specify the nature of such forces concretely in advance of empirical inquiry. Here we again part company with many Marxists, though not, we shall argue, with Marx. Marx 3. 2. The social forces of production. Conventionally, the concept of productive forces is understood technologically, as a virtual synonym for the means of production, and Marx does indeed on occasion use the notion thus. For his employment of it elsewhere, however, is sufficiently broad to include what Capital refers to as all new developments of the universal labor of the human spirit and their social application through combined labor, Marx, L. 865a, 104. He makes clear, in particular, that amongst such developments must be numbered those in men's social relations. We find, for instance, that technology is only one out of a long list of productive forces beginning cooperation, division of labor within the workshop. Marx, 1866, 1024, the rationale of which Marx makes quite explicit elsewhere. The production of life appears as a double relationship, on the one hand as a natural, on the other as a social relationship. It follows from this that a certain mode of production, or industrial stage, is always combined with a certain mode of cooperation, or social stage, and this mode of cooperation is itself a productive force. Marx and Engels, L. 846a, 41, 5. This recognition of social relations as productive forces is equally evident throughout Marx's substantive work, as in, for example, the Grundriss, where he remarks of the primitive commune that the community itself appears as the first great force of production, Marx, L. 858a, 495, or as in Capital's seminal account of the transition from feudalism to capitalism, where Marx insists not only that the combination of producers brought about by their formal subordination to capital as wage laborers constitutes a productive power, Marx, L. 867a, 326 etseq, in its own right, but also that this formal subordination precedes and creates the conditions for their real subordination in a form of labor process which technologically requires such combination, ibid. 510, Marx, 1866, 1025 and Passim, point 6. This last example also instantiates a corollary of our reading of Marx's concept of productive forces which it is worth our bringing up at this stage. Marx, it is well known, explained transition from one mode of production to another by the conflict of incipient forces and moribund relations of production, and on one famous occasion went so far as to assert that no social order is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, Marx, L. 859a, 21. On the orthodox view of productive forces, we have no alternative but to interpret such claims as professions of technological 4. Determinism. professions which manifestly cannot be reconciled with Marx's own prognosis for revolution in such backward social formations as mid-19th century Germany or Tsarist Russia. On our interpretation, the dilemma is a false one. There need be no inconsistency between the generalizations of the 1859 preface and, say, Marx's opinion that given the cooperative aspects of the relations implicit in its peasant commune, Russia could advance to socialism without undergoing all the fatal vicissitudes of the capitalist regime. Marx, 1877, 292. One has only to recognize the social relations of the Objektina as a productive force fettered by existing production relations, as our definition allows, and as does Marx himself when he writes that in the wake of a revolution the rural community will soon become the regenerating element of Russian society, and the factor giving it superiority over the countries enslaved by the capitalist system. Marx, 1881a, 226. The superiority Marx has in mind is a productive one. With Marx, we perhaps need constantly to remember that we are dealing with a man for whom even theory becomes a material force as soon as it has gripped the masses. Marx, L844a, 182. To define the concept of a productive force in a way that can provide for such possibilities is not to descend into idealism, but merely to follow through the logic of Marx's conception of production in general. Having asserted that production is indissolubly both material and social, it would make no sense to define the forces through which it is effected in a manner that excluded phenomena of either kind. Marx makes this abundantly clear in a passage whose authorship many of his disciples might be hard put to recognize. Man himself is the basis of his material production, as of any other production that he carries on. All circumstances, therefore, which affect man, the subject of production, more or less modify all his functions and activities, and therefore too his functions and activities as the creator of material wealth. In this respect it can in fact be shown that all human relations and functions, however and in whatever form they may appear, influence material production and have a more or less decisive influence upon it. Marx, L863a, 288. 3. The social relations of production. That all human relations and functions may have a more or less decisive influence on material production is a conclusion equally germane to our formulation of Marx's concept of production relations. For here too Marxism has suffered from unduly restrictive definitions. Traditionally, Marxists have divided people's social relations into two. Marx's 5 categories, those belonging to the economic base of society, and those comprising its superstructure. The base is usually held to consist of relations technically entailed in the labor process and relations of de facto property in the means of production, the superstructure, of all other social relations, including, specifically, ones of a legal, political, or ideological character. Only the former are classed as production relations. The justification for this restriction of the category lies in the substantive claim that base determines superstructure. Superstructural relations, by implication, are secondary, not essential, to production. This inference is not affected by Engels' 8 much-cited qualification of the determination as ultimate. For such a causal claim to be meaningful at all, the ability of the base to subsist independently of its superstructure must logically be presupposed. The base/superstructure metaphor is Marx's own, and passages can undoubtedly be found in his work which when taken in isolation appear to support the classical interpretation of it we have outlined. The 1859 preface is a paradigm case. But, as we have argued in detail elsewhere, this conception cannot be reconciled either with the conclusions of many of Marx's empirical analyses or with their methodology. First, let us consider his conclusions. 2 examples will suffice to indicate the readiness with which Marx identifies as conditions of production social relations which should, according to the orthodox view, be unambiguously superstructural and thus mere epiphenomena of a base capable of existing without them. We shall see shortly, when discussing the concept of the state, that these are far from being the only illustrations we could have chosen. The first is taken from that section of the Grundrisse quoted above concerning the primitive commune. This clan community, Marx asserts, is the first presupposition, the communality of blood, language, customs, for the appropriation rip the objective conditions of the producer's life, and of their life's reproducing and objectifying activity, activity as herdsmen, hunters, tillers, etc. The real appropriation through the labor process happens under these presuppositions. Marx, 1858a, 472. The second comes from Marx's discussion of feudal labor rent in Capital 3. This form of compelling surplus labor, he argues, one basic to feudal society, is dependent upon other than economic pressure of a decidedly political kind. Conditions of personal dependence are requisite, a lack of personal freedom, no matter to what extent, and being tied to the 6. Soil as its accessory, bondage in the true sense of the word. Marx, L. 865a, 791. In neither instance does the base subsist independently of, far less determine, its superstructure, as these terms are conventionally understood. On the contrary, in the first case communality of blood, language, customs, in the second a direct relationship of lordship and servitude, Ibid. 790, classically superstructural relations, are diagnosed by Marx as internal to production. Insofar as it remains appropriate to talk of economic bases at all, these supposedly non-economic relations must be numbered among their constituents. For they are, quite simply, social relations within which individuals produce and without which they could not produce in these particular ways. As such, they are clearly in substance as much social relations of production as those which have traditionally merited the appellation. It would be perverse, not to say misleading, to refuse to broaden the category accordingly. What specifically justifies the empirically open-ended definition proposed above, however, is the methodology behind both these analyses and the rest of Marx's substantive work. The German ideology expresses the relevant point succinctly. Definite individuals who are productively active in a definite way enter into these definite social and political relations. Empirical observation must in each separate instance bring out empirically, and without any mystification and speculation, the connection of the social and political structure with production. Marx and Engels, L. 846a, 36, 10. On this premise, Marxism could sustain no general theory of the connection of the social and political structure with production comparable to the classical base/superstructure conception. For any such theory must involve either a priori or inductive generalization, and Marx rules out the first when he requires that we ascertain this connection empirically, and the second when he enjoins us to do so for each separate instance. Only such a theory, however, could justify a decision to term certain of the social relations within which individuals produce bona fide relations of production while excluding others from the category. Without it, the boundary becomes completely arbitrary. Any but the open-ended definition of the social relations of production that we have advanced, in short, must be based either upon the abandonment of a key tenet of Marx's methodology or in sheer caprice. Marx 7. For class and the state. The German ideology argues, of class societies, that the conditions under which definite productive forces can be applied, are the conditions of the rule of a definite class of society, whose social power, deriving from its property, has its practical idealistic expression in each case in the form of the state. Marx and Engels, 1846a, 86-7. Classical base/superstructure reasoning would incline us to interpret such a proposition somewhat as follows. Forces of production refers here to means of production, property to their ownership. Property in the means of production is the economic basis of a ruling class's social power because it confers the power to determine the conditions under which the direct producers will be allowed to employ these means to produce the wherewithal for their own subsistence. These conditions will ordinarily include the performance of surplus labor on behalf of the owners, and it is this that renders them conditions of class rule. The social power of the ruling class is thus essentially economic in nature and origin. The state, the political expression of this power, is part of society's superstructure, that is to say, a distinctive, but not unrelated, and secondary, but not unimportant, formation. Superstructures in general have a relative autonomy and corresponding capacity to react back upon their economic bases, and the state is no exception. It may therefore exert considerable economic influence. But its relation to production remains external, the state intervenes in, but is not in any sense part of, the economy. The same holds for politics in general. Marx and Engels left us a confused, and sometimes a contradictory, legacy in their writings on the state. We intend to present only what, in the light both of the evolution of Marx's own ideas, and of subsequent historical experience, we see as the most enduring and fruitful aspects of that legacy. Our argument, briefly, is that the state should not be viewed as a superstructure at all but as a set of relations of production. For, to return to our foregoing quotation, Marx understood by property not just a relation of people to things but a social relation between people, as the same work defines it, the power of disposing of the labor power of others, Ibid. 44. This is the power Marx refers to as the ruling class's social power. The Poverty of Philosophy, a text of the next year, draws the obvious enough inference that to define any particular form of property hence entails elaborating all the social relations through which this power is constituted. 12 Marx frequently 8 Socialist construction and Marxist theory and emphatically after the Paris Commune au Flow 871, makes it clear that the social relations whose totality comprise the state fall precisely among these latter. The state, in sum, is a conditio sine qua non of all forms of social production predicated upon the command of alien labor. In what follows, we shall first develop a concept of the state consistent with this perspective. We shall then say a little on what this means for a Marxist understanding of the state as an instrument of class oppression. Finally, we will spell out what we see as the political implications of our thesis. Engels, in a celebrated passage in Anti-Düring, clarifies exactly what the state is, and how it is, internally, related to production. He defines it thus: an organization of the exploiting class at each period for the maintenance of its external conditions of production, that is, therefore, for the forcible holding down of the exploited class in the conditions of oppression, slavery, villanage, or serfdom, wage labor, determined by the existing mode of production. Engels, 1894a, 306, 13 Note, first, that Engels defines the state not, as is normal amongst Marxists, by a coercive but by a productive function, and, second, that he infers the former from the latter. It is, he says, because the state is an organization for maintaining a class society's conditions of production that it is therefore an apparatus for enforcing conditions of oppression. It clearly must be, for reasons which should by this stage of our argument be apparent. Production always presupposes social relations. These relations vary with each mode. A class society is one whose production is premised on relations of exploitation, social relations, that is, within which surplus labor is compelled and its product appropriated by a non-productive minority. It follows that to maintain the conditions of production of a class society is ipso facto to enforce conditions of oppression, for the latter are a part of the former. Once this has been grasped, the internality of the state to production becomes clear. Whatever the social formation, for reproduction to take place the conditions of production, including its social relations, must be secured. 14 Some organization to ensure this is therefore universally necessary, and the relations which constitute it essential to production itself relations of production, on our definition. In class societies, Engels tells us, that organization is the state. The social relations whose ensemble is the state must in consequence be regarded as relations of production. We propose to take the passage we have quoted from Engels as specifying a Marxist concept of the state. The state is thus, for us, the entire repertoire of activities by means of which a ruling class endeavors to secure its collective conditions of production. This concept, like those of the productive forces and relations of production developed above, is an empirically open-ended one. What defines the state is not any set of concrete institutions. These in fact vary historically, state forms being constructed and reconstructed continuously in the course of class struggle. The state is defined by a productive function. It is this, and this alone, that enables us empirically to identify in any particular context a particular institutional arrangement as the state. From here, we can move directly to an important confusion in Marxist thought concerning the sense in which we can speak of the state as nothing but a machine for the oppression of one class by another. Engels, 1891 c. 17. The class character of the state, both as a product of class antagonisms and an instrument of class rule, are implicit in the concept we have proposed. We have already explained why, in a class society, any apparatus for maintaining conditions of production is inherently an apparatus of class rule. Conversely, were there no classes, there could be no state, in the sense in which Marx and Engels understood the term. If, as they contend, political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another, then clearly in a classless society the public power will lose its political character. Marx and Engels, 1848a, 76. The legitimate functions, Marx, 1871a, 69, of maintaining conditions of production would remain, but their performance would no longer be carried out by repressive organs, ibid, because the social relations of production would no longer be relations of exploitation. The public power, in short, would no longer be a state. As the anti-Düring passage from which we commenced this discussion concludes, the government of persons is replaced by the administration of things and the direction of the processes of production. The state is not abolished, it withers away. Engels, 1894a, 307. Marxists are therefore quite correct to stress the class nature of the state. But to do so is not at all the same as to identify the state with the visible machinery of governmental oppression, and define its concept accordingly. This is, unfortunately, exactly what many Marxists have tended to do. Even The State and Revolution, one of the finest texts on this topic we have, straightforwardly equates the state with special bodies of armed men, prisons, etc. Lenin, 191 7b, 393, a practice, of course, thoroughly consonant with the superstructural conception, within which the political must have its own institutional embodiment. 10. But, in terms of the preceding argument, first, the state is much more than its manifest apparatuses of coercion, and second, its repressiveness derives not from any intrinsic qualities of these apparatuses themselves, like the capacity of armies to kill, but from the very function that defines it as a state. The state is all the activities employed by a ruling class to secure its collective conditions of production. Some of these, like Lenin's standing armies, are overtly oppressive, others, like the provision of public libraries 15 or old age pensions, are seemingly innocuous. But what makes them all intrinsically repressive is precisely what makes them part of the machinery of state, the end they serve. From this point of view, planning agreements are just as repressive as baton charges. For, as we have seen, to maintain the conditions of production in a class society is itself to perpetuate the oppression of class rule. Thus, the state is indeed, for a Marxist, nothing but a machine for the oppression of one class by another. But it is a machine. We shall see that this image can be misleading, far more extensive, subtle, and pervasive than the one singled out by Lenin. Marx was once moved to comment thus on capitalist production. What a convenient arrangement it is that makes a factory girl sweat 12 hours in a factory, so that the factory proprietor, with a part of her unpaid labor, can take into his personal service her sister as maid, her brother as groom, and her cousin as soldier or policeman. Marx, 1863a, 201. If we have suggested that we are talking about the state long before we reach the words soldier or policeman, we will have begun to suggest the right questions. The state is that convenient arrangement. Now to the political implications of our thesis. Socialist strategies towards the state have historically been dominated by two radically opposed orientations, which we will term the capture and smash views. We referred above to contradictions in Marx's and Engels's writings on the state. Both views, though this is truer of the latter than the former, can claim some basis in Marx. The capture thesis is most clearly expressed in the program of revolutionary measures which closes the second section of the Communist Manifesto, which hinges on centralization, in the hands of the state and the subsequent use of the state as a means of entirely revolutionizing the mode of production. Marx and Engels, 1848a, 75, 74. It is also, ambiguously, 16 present in various of Marx's remarks on the possibilities that might be open were universal suffrage to be achieved in Britain. The smash view is most explicitly articulated in response to the 1871 Commune, in the Civil War in France, and, notably, its drafts, the critique of the Gotha program, and the preface to the German 1872 edition of the Manifesto, in which the Civil War's conclusion that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery, and wield it for its own purposes, is advanced as an overt criticism of the political program of the Manifesto itself. Marx and Engels, 1872a, 8. This is not to say simply that the experience of 1871 made Marx change his mind. Rather, the actions of the Paris working class brought home to him, in practice, positions he had long before reached theoretically in the studies that led up to the German ideology, especially the 1843 critique of Hegel's philosophy if right, and enabled him to develop their strategic implications. 17. It is, incidentally, of no small importance that the bulk of these early works, within which the state is a central issue, were unavailable both to the Marxists of the Second International and to Lenin and the early Bolsheviks. The capture strategy rests on a conception of the state as a relatively autonomous superstructure, and thus supposes an appropriately economistic notion of production. The state is viewed purely as an apparatus of political coercion which relates only externally to production. Its class character is not, therefore, as for us, understood as inherent in its productive role, but viewed simply as a consequence of the fact that the ruling class, by dint of its economic power, controls it. The state as such is thus politically neutral, not in the sense of being above classes, but in the sense of changing its political complexion with the class controlling it. It is, precisely, a machine. Hence, to capture this machine becomes the focal point of a socialist strategy, and the seizure of power thus construed the moment of the revolution. By the same reasoning, the state can be used, after the revolution, to transform the social relations of production. Was it not Marx, after all, who wrote of the methods of another, the bourgeois, revolution, that they all employ the power of the state, the concentrated and organized force of society, to hasten, hothouse fashion, the process of transformation of the feudal mode of production into the capitalist mode, and to shorten the transition. Force is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic power. Marx, 1867a, 751. We believe this passage, and the superlative historical analysis from which it derives, indicate something altogether different, what Capital III describes as the simultaneous construction, in the course of one and the same class struggle, of a mode of production and the corresponding specific form of the state. Marx, 1865a, 791. We take it, in other words, as supporting exactly the relational concept of the state argued. 12. Above. The smash strategy is the only one that is consistent with this perspective. If, as we have contended, the state is a nexus of social relations internal to a mode of production, it cannot be seen as a machine to be captured and used. On the contrary, its very form will be one appropriate to the defense of the conditions of production the socialist revolution seeks to uproot. The capitalist state is, specifically, wrought after the plan of a systematic and hierarchic division of labor, Marx, 1871a, 64, within which administration and political governing were mysteries, transcendent functions only to be trusted to the hands of a trained caste, Marx, L87LH, 169, a division of labor Marx indicted as the most fundamental relation of all commodity production 18 and thus the most basic and enduring of capital's fetters upon socialism 19 a system of production in which the producers themselves collectively determine the use of their labor and its products. Hence, for the Marx of 1871, the political instrument of the workers' enslavement cannot serve as the political instrument of their emancipation, Marx, L87LC, 228. It cannot, because that instrument is itself an integral part of precisely the production relations which block that emancipation. It must, accordingly, be destroyed with them. From here, a number of other points follow. The seizure of power must be envisaged very differently than it is within the capture thesis. There is no such thing as a unitary state power to be captured and used, because state power is not a thing, but one dimension of the relations whose ensemble adds up to the ruling class's property and social power. It is a question, rather, of constructing new forms of power, as appropriate to the emancipation of labor as is the state to its suppression. The Commune, the Soviet, the Councils of Action, whether in the Italy of 1920, the Britain of 1926 or the France of 1968, are such forms, organizations not of the ruling class but the producers themselves, through which they can begin to revolutionize their social relations of production from below. Not the seizure, but the destruction of state power is the condition for the flowering of organizations like these. There is no paradox in Marx's assertion that the first condition for the holding of political power is to transform working machinery and destroy it, an instrument of class rule, Ibid. 227, because the Communist Revolution 20 is not a struggle for control of the same political edifice but a struggle to replace one form of power, exploitative and oppressive, by another, popular and emancipatory. The same internal relations, in short, obtain between popular political forms and socialist production as hold between state forms and production grounded in appropriation of other people's labor. This has an important corollary. If the emancipation of labor demands the creation of popular forms of power, it is equally the case that making that power solid requires acceleration of that emancipation. Both conclusions follow from the internality of the politics/production relation. We cannot, therefore, continue to conceive the revolution as an event. It is an ongoing practice, a continuing dialectic of self-emancipation, or in Marx's phrase, a permanent revolution, 21 which, we shall see, turns not on suppressing but on unleashing class struggle and extending its fronts. At the heart of that dialectic is the spiral of political and productive liberation which so impressed Marx in the Commune. It was a thoroughly expansive political form, while all previous forms of government had been emphatically repressive. Its true secret was this. It was essentially a working-class government, the produce of the struggle of the producing against the appropriating class, the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economic emancipation of labor. Except on this last condition, the communal constitution would have been an impossibility and a delusion. The political rule of the producer cannot coexist with his social slavery. The commune was therefore to serve as a lever for uprooting the economical foundations upon which rests the existence of classes, and therefore of class rule. With labor emancipated, every man becomes a working man, and productive labor ceases to be a class attribute. Marx, 187 Law, 72. 5. Marx's critique. We have several times insisted on the empirical nature of Marx's project. For this reason we have offered open-ended definitions of the basic general concepts of historical materialism, and polemicized against those interpretations that seek to draw from Marx trans-historical models of the connection of production with the social and political structure. In Marx's view, what can validly be asserted of production in general is extremely limited. 22 Production in general, he writes, is an abstraction, Marx, 1857, 85, and all the concepts through which we grasp its general preconditions, forces and relations of production, etc., are in themselves merely abstract moments with which no real historical stage of production can be grasped. Ibid. 88. These concepts specify classes of phenomena present in all material production, but not the phenomena as such. Empirically, we never confront production in general but always some determinate mode of production, or way in which men produce their means of subsistence. Marx and Engels, 1846a, 31. To grasp a real historical stage of production is to apprehend such a mode, or more. 14. Frequently, a combination of modes. To construct an adequate concept of a mode of production, for Marx, involves describing the particular nexus of forces and relations of production, in his expression, the essential relations, necessary to it. Now, we clearly cannot derive these historical concepts, as we shall term them, by permutation of the concepts of the preconditions of production in general. To attempt to do so would entail the absurdity of trying to infer what differentiates members of a class from the concept of the class itself, i.e. from precisely what they share. Nor, as we have seen, will Marx allow us to elaborate historical concepts a priori or by induction. They must, on the contrary, emerge out of empirical analysis. To say this, however, does not at all mean that essential relations can be straightforwardly observed. Marx was very far from being an empiricist. He held, specifically, that the phenomenal forms of essential relations, that is, the forms in which these relations empirically represent themselves to observation and experience, Marx, L867a, 537, can often obscure their true nature. In his view, the outward appearance and the essence of things need not directly coincide. Marx, L865a, 817. His claim, we should stress, is not that people perceive these forms wrongly but that the forms may themselves be misleading. As Godlier puts it, it is not the subject who deceives himself, but reality which deceives him. Godlier, 1964a, 337. The mechanism, like that of a mirage, is an objective one. Marx does not assume that such deception will always occur. He comments frequently, for instance, on the relative transparency of feudal as compared with capitalist exploitation 24 and envisages a communist society being one in which the practical relations of everyday life offer to man none but perfectly intelligible and reasonable relations with regard to his fellow men and to nature. Marx, L867a, 79. Whether or not their phenomenal forms mislead is a function of, and must be explained by, the particular relations concerned. But clearly, where phenomenal forms are deceptive, merely to describe them will not yield adequate concepts of the essential relations at issue. For here, categories grounded in observation alone will reproduce precisely the misleading features of the forms they describe. We shall see that this is, for Marx, exactly how ideology arises. We must, therefore, go beyond observation. To resolve the visible, merely external movement into the true intrinsic movement, as Marx put it, is a work of science. Marx, L865a, 313. Central to Marx's science is a definite form of analysis, which he persistently referred to as a critique. The Kantian connotations of the concept are not irrelevant to consideration of what it meant for Marx. Kant was very careful to make clear that for him a critique was more than merely a criticism of books and systems, it was, specifically, an analysis of the conditions of possibility or impossibility, and thereby of the extent and limits of its object. Kant, 1781, 3. It goes without saying that Marx was no Kantian. but in its form, his critique is strikingly similar to that of his idealist predecessor. The object of Marx's critique is the phenomenal, or, as he calls them elsewhere, social or determinate economic forms of the phenomena of material production. Marx, 1858a, 881, 185 GB, 28. These phenomena assume different forms within different modes of production. The product of labor, for instance, is a phenomenon common to production in general, but only within the relations of very definite modes of production, respectively, simple commodity production and capitalist commodity production. Will it display the attributes which stamp it as commodity or capital? These latter are particular social forms of the product of labor. All other productive phenomena will likewise take distinctive social forms, depending upon the mode of production. Such variations indicate, on the empirical or phenomenal plane, differences between the essential relations of these modes. But, as we have seen, for Marx phenomenal forms may well obscure the relations of which they are the empirical manifestations. A price, for example, phenomenally defines the commodity form of the product, a capacity to realize profit on sale its capital form. But it is by no means apparent from simple observation of these forms themselves that the first is a manifestation of production founded upon a spontaneous division of social labor, and the second an expression of production premised in the exploitation of labor by capital. These characteristics appear, rather, to derive from inherent, natural qualities of the product as such, like its utility. Essential relations, therefore, have to be inferred from their phenomenal forms. A critique, understood in the Kantian sense, is the kind of analysis which is most appropriate to this project. For just as in general production supposes forces and relations, so each particular set of social forms has its conditions in the essential relations specific to the mode, or modes, of production in which these forms occur. An analysis of the conditions of possibility or impossibility of these forms, that is, precisely a critique, will therefore furnish Marx with the essential relations he is seeking. At the same time, of course, these relations, qua conditions of possibility, will further constitute the extent and limits within which the phenomena under analysis can take the forms in which we observe them. The critique thus establishes the historicity of the phenomenal forms it analyses. This has an important corollary. Marx held a materialist view of the world, central to which is the denial of the independence of consciousness from experience. Language, in the words of the German ideology, is practical consciousness. Marx and Engels, 1846a, 42, linguistic designation simply expresses as an image what repeated confirmation. 16. Has made an experience, Marx, 1880, 46. Economic categories are no exception to this rule. They are, so far as Marx is concerned, only the theoretical expressions, the abstractions, of the social relations of productiori. Marx, 1847a, 109. As capital clarifies, and logically enough, if experience is the foundation of consciousness, the categories ordinarily grasp these relations in their phenomenal forms, which appear directly and spontaneously as current modes of thought. Marx, 1867a, 542. It follows that Marx's critique, in establishing the conditions of existence of these forms, at the same time defines the extent and limits within which the categories which apprehend them can validly be applied. Hence, Marx is now in a position to criticize the illegitimate extension of economic categories beyond their proper historical bounds, attribution, for example, of the category, and, by implication, the characteristics, of the commodity to products of circumstances where labor is not spontaneously divided. This is, we will see, central to his criticism of fetishism and ideology. Before we come to that, one or two points of elaboration are called for. They concern the sense in which Marx's critique is an empirical, and a historical, analysis. In his draft general to the Grundrisse, Marx toyed with the idea of beginning his critique of the economic categories. Marx, 1858b, not with the real and the concrete, Marx, 1857, 100, but, like the classical economists before him, with abstract universal categories. But as Martin Nicholas, 1973, Part 3, has shown, this was a methodological strategy he was soon to reject. 2 years later he explained his omission of this from the 1859 Critique, a twice-revised version of the Grundriss's famous chapter on money, on the grounds that the reader who really wishes to follow me will have to decide to advance from the particular to the general, Marx, 1859a, 19. Both the Critique and Capital, in the event, begin with the analysis of the very real and concrete category of the commodity, a clearly historical economic form. That this is more than a matter of Marx's method of presentation is made plain in an important, and neglected, text, his 1880 marginal notes to Wagner's Lehrbuch der politischen Ökonomie. Talking of the analytic procedures of capital, Marx is adamant that, de prime abord I do not start from concepts. What I start from is the simplest social form in which the labor product is represented in contemporary society, and this is the commodity. I analyze this, and, indeed, first in the form in which it appears. Marx, 1880, 50, we could hardly wish for a clearer statement of the empirical basis of Marx's critique. The concepts of real historical stages of production. Marx 17r, he makes clear, emphatically a posteriori constructs, end products, not precast tools of analysis. It should not be necessary to labor this point, but, as a glance at any Althusserian treatise will confirm, the state of contemporary views of Marxist epistemology is such that it cannot be emphasized too strongly or too often. 25 Marx's critique, then, begins with the empirical. But thereafter, we have argued, Marx goes beyond what is phenomenally evident in an endeavor to infer its conditions. He seeks to ascertain what set of forces and relations of production must exist if productive phenomena are to assume the social forms in which we observe them. Now, as we have seen already, these essential relations need not, for Marx, themselves be immediately observable. Their discovery is hence essentially a matter of advancing hypotheses. Marx in fact posits mechanisms which, were they to exist, would give the set of phenomena with which the critique commences their observed forms. The prerequisites for the operation of these mechanisms are then taken as the conditions of existence of these forms, i.e. as essential relations of the mode, or modes, of production in which such forms occur. Profit, for instance, is in no way visibly connected with the worker's surplus labor. We cannot observe exploitation as we might in the corvée, for the worker's necessary and surplus labor are not phenomenally distinct. Capital postulates a set of putative, invisible, mechanisms via which surplus labor is enabled to take the phenomenal form of profit on capital, and argues that only if these mechanisms exist is this form possible or explicable. The key requisite for the functioning of these mechanisms, the severance of the conditions of production, on the one hand, from the producers, on the other, henceforth, for Marx, forms the conception of capital, Marx, 1865a, 246. Elsewhere, Sayer, 1975b, 170-83, we have shown that the explanatory hypotheses derived thus are susceptible to independent empirical tests of validity. Their details need not be rehearsed here. It is, however, important to grasp that for Marx the initial proposal of explanatory hypotheses is governed by strict criteria of empirical adequacy, as is perhaps most clearly evident from his criticisms of his classical predecessors in Theories if Surplus Value 26 and elsewhere. Marx praised the classicals for their attempts to grasp the inner connection in contrast to the multiplicity of outward forms, Marx, 1863 c. 500. But at the same time, he castigated their penchant for what he stigmatized as violent, Marx, 1867a, 307, or formal, and therefore incomplete, Marx, 1863b, 106, abstraction. To abstract violently is to hypothesis explanatory mechanisms which leave an unexplained residuum at the empirical level. It involves, in Marx's words, attempting to rescue the law, i.e. the explanatory hypotheses, from collision with contradictory phenomena. Marx, 1867a, 307, by the simple expedient. 18. Of abstracting from these phenomena in the sense of effectively ignoring them. Such abstraction is obviously incomplete inasmuch as the irksome phenomena remain unaccounted for. The technicalities of Marx's criteria of adequacy need detain us no further here. 27. It suffices to stress only one point. We have seen that Marx regards it as imperative to penetrate behind the phenomenal forms which make up our everyday experience, in order to establish what conditions make them possible. Doing so is a task for the force of abstraction. Marx, 1867b, 8. But this force, Marx insists, must be carefully controlled. What controls its exercise, crucially, are the forms under analysis themselves, for so long as violent abstraction is eschewed, it is always they that define the limits of permissible theorizing. In this important sense, Marx's critique remains an empirically grounded enterprise throughout. This latter point bears directly upon the issue to which we will now turn, that of the sense in which Marx's project can validly be described as historical. For many, whether disciples or critics of Marx, his work is predicated on a general theory of history, even a historicism. Central to this alleged theory are many of the substantive propositions attacked above, including, inter alia, a technologically motivated account of social change and a base/superstructure model of social organization. In recent years, a strong challenge to historicist interpretations of Marx has been mounted by Althusser and his followers. Its outcome, however, has too frequently been the denial of any relation of Marxism and history. Neither of these extremes in our view grasps Marx's own position. It should be evident from all we have argued so far that Marx could not consistently advance any general theory of history, teleological or otherwise. For the critique is a method of analysis that reasons from phenomena to their conditions. The corollary is that whatever explanatory propositions this method yields are valid only within the domain of the phenomena from which they are inferred. A famous text of Marx's, his letter of November 1877 to the editors of Otechestvenyi Zapiski, makes this point very clearly. Repudiating Mikhailovsky's attempt at transforming my historical sketch of the genesis of capitalism in Western Europe in capital I, Part 8 28 into an historico-philosophical theory of the general path of development prescribed by fate to all nations, he writes. Events strikingly analogous but taking place in different historical surroundings led to totally different results. By studying each of these forms of evolution separately and then comparing them, one can easily find the clue to this phenomenon, but one will never arrive there by using as one's master key a general historico-philosophical. Marx 19 theory, the supreme virtue of which consists 3 being suprahistorical. Marx, 1877. We have argued elsewhere that Marx's work is as free from historicism in substance as it is in protestation, Sayer, 1975a, 800-6. But to say this is not to embrace that current position which asserts the study of history to be not only scientifically but also politically valueless. Hindus and Hurst, 1975, 312.29. On the contrary, Marx's critique does not presume, and cannot produce, a general historico-philosophical theory. It remains, for all that, a radically historical form of analysis, for what it does is to establish precisely the historicity of the phenomena with which it deals. It shows their existence to depend on relations which are themselves historical products, as capital, for example, supposes a class relation which has no natural basis, neither is its social basis one that is common to all historical periods. It is clearly the result of a past historical development. Marx, 1867a, 169, the central feature of which is a decomposition of the original union existing between the laboring man and his instruments of labor. Marx, 1865b, 45. To be sure, the critique itself cannot tell us how this original expropriation, ibid, came about, but, as the Grundriss makes clear, it is a necessary preliminary to the kind of analysis which can, for, without it, we could not know that in seeking the origins of capital we are in fact searching for the origins not of a thing, but of a definite social production relation, belonging to a definite historical formation of society, which is manifested in a thing and lends this thing a specific social character. Marx, 1865a, 814. Our method indicates the points where historical investigation must enter in. In order to develop the laws of bourgeois economy, it is not necessary to write the real history of the relations of production. But the correct observation and deduction of these laws always leads to primary equations, which point towards a past lying behind the system. These indications then also offer the key to the understanding of the past, a work in its own right. Marx, 1858a, 460-1. Even worse than the suggestion that to study history is scientifically valueless is the incredible claim that it is politically valueless. For to show that a set of phenomena are historical is to show that they are constructed by human beings and thus capable of being changed, while to show what conditions are historically required for their existence, as does Marx, is to show exactly what socialists need to change. His epigones notwithstanding, Marx, at least, had no doubts as to the 20. Political value of the denial of history to capital and its discovery to labor. From the moment that the bourgeois mode of production and the conditions of production and distribution which correspond to it are recognized as historical, the delusion of regarding them as natural laws of production vanishes and the prospect opens up of a new society, a new economic social formation, to which capitalism is only the transition. Marx, 1863c, 429, 30. 6. Bourgeois ideology and working class consciousness. For Marx and Engels, the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas. Marx and Engels, 1846a, 61. Lenin was to build the political program of what is to be done. On an extreme statement of this thesis, contending, in passages his contemporary followers too often rip from their context and dogmatize, that the spontaneous development of the working class movement leads to its subordination to bourgeois ideology, he concluded that class political consciousness can be brought to the workers only from without. Lenin, 1902, 384, 422. Such formulae, we shall see, are dangerously one-sided. The spontaneous consciousness of the working class is not just ideological but contradictory. 31 And workers are more than the passive recipients of theory donated them by revolutionary intellectuals. Their experience, as this book will repeatedly confirm, is on the contrary the touchstone from whose basis it is possible to see, and overcome, the perversion of Marxist theory itself by the ideology of capital. This ideology nonetheless is a threat to the workers' movement, and not just to its spontaneously developed forms. How great a threat, it is part of the aims of this book to reveal. We may begin from Marx's analysis of the nature and roots of bourgeois ideology, as developed, above all, in Capital. 32 There are various Marxist views of bourgeois ideology, the crudest being that which takes Marx's observation that the class which has the means of material production at its disposal, has control at the same time over the means of mental production. Marx and Engels, 1846a, 61, 33 as sufficient explanation of its dominance. Ideology thus becomes more or less conscious ruling class propaganda. We do not wish to deny the existence of such deliberate attempts to manipulate working class consciousness, but using them to explain the dominance of ruling class ideology is problematic. Marx, we have seen, holds experience to be the base of all consciousness. On this supposition, we could accept the foregoing explanation only if working class experience was itself mainly confined to exposure to the propaganda of the ruling class, which it manifestly is not. The alternative to this flagrant breach with empirical fact is to break equally decisively with the fundamental premise of historical materialism, viz. Marx's assumption of the dependence of men's consciousness on their practical experience. Conversely, a truly Marxist theory of ideology must be able to explain the dominance of the ideas of the ruling class in terms of the experience of the subordinate class itself. It is precisely such a paradigm of explanation that Capital offers. Marx argues, and attempts systematically to demonstrate, 34 that the roots of ideology are to be found not in men's inaccurate perceptions of the world, manipulated or otherwise, but in their accurate perceptions of the world as it represents itself to experience. Ideology derives specifically from the phenomenal forms of essential relations. It is in consequence a result, or, more precisely, a facet, of these relations themselves. Phenomenal forms, we have seen, can for Marx be misleading. If experience is the foundation of consciousness, as Marx contends, then where they are misleading, experience itself becomes the major means of ideological production. We do not, in other words, have to presume conscious deception on the part of the ruling class. On the contrary, we explain the success, and the limits, of any such ruling class endeavors by their compatibility with the totality of the working class life experience upon which they attempt to impose an interpretation. Empirically, it is thus the susceptibility of much working class experience to bourgeois interpretation which accounts for the dominance of bourgeois ideology. And it is the radical inassimilability of other elements of working class experience to bourgeois views of the world which explains the typically contradictory character of working class consciousness. We may briefly exemplify these propositions with respect to Marx's, now celebrated, 35 analysis of the ideological dimensions of the wage contract. The wage, for Marx, is not a payment for work done, but for the commodity workers sell to capitalists, the temporary use of their labor power. Wage levels are therefore a function of the value of labor power. The value of labor power, like that of any commodity, is determined by the labor socially necessary for its production, i.e. here, by the labor required to manufacture the laborer's means of subsistence. 36 Thus, the value of labor power, and the value produced when the capitalist consumes this commodity by setting it to work may be two completely different magnitudes. And insofar as the capitalist makes the worker work longer than the time required to reproduce the value of his labor power, i.e. his wage, he will appropriate a surplus value for which no equivalent has been given. The wage contract, in sum, conceals a relation of exploitation. But this relation, 22, itself is by no means phenomenally apparent. On the contrary, it all happens, on the surface of bourgeois society, Marx, 1867a, 535, as if the wage were recompense for work performed. Marx details the, very real, appearances which sustain this illusion. They include, inter alia, the fact that the laborer is paid after his work is done, ostensibly for that work, that from his own point of view, it is a particular kind of useful labor he has supplied, and was contracted to supply, that it is his labor, and only his labor, that yields him his wage, and that the forms in which wages are paid, by the piece or by the hour, are such that remuneration is, apparently, a direct correlate of work done. 37 Working class experience of capitalist social forms in this instance gives powerful support to a view of the world, a fair day's wage for a fair day's work, which objectively serves the bourgeoisie. For the wage form not only hides, but positively presents as its opposite, as the exchange of equivalents, the class relation upon which the entire edifice of capitalist production rests. Hopefully, the general principles of Marx's analysis of ideology will by now be reasonably clear. It remains to explicate the concept of what Marx saw as the central mechanism of specifically bourgeois ideology, fetishism. Fetishism, for Marx, consists in regarding economic categories, such as being a commodity or productive labor, as qualities inherent in the material incarnations of these formal determinations or categories. Marx, 1866, 1046, it metamorphoses the social, economic character impressed on things in the process of social production into a natural character stemming from the material nature of those things. Marx, 1878, 229. Let us elaborate. We saw above that various phenomena were common to production in general, but took different social forms in different modes of production. What distinguishes these forms are attributes which the phenomena in question do not share with their counterparts elsewhere, as, for example, a price distinguishes the commodity form of the product of labor, and a capacity to realize a profit its capital form. Such singular attributes are entirely consequential upon the essential relations of the modes of production in which these forms occur. They do not, in other words, derive from their material side, which equivalent phenomena of the most disparate epochs of production may have in common. Marx, 1858a, 881. Now, a fetishist discourse ascribes these eminently social characteristics just this material origin. The value form of the commodity, say, a form products assume under the conditions of commodity production alone, is explained by its use value, a characteristic of products of labor per se. A twofold reduction results. Not only is the social collapsed into the material, the historical is assimilated to the natural. For to see properties certain members of a given class of phenomena acquire only by virtue of standing in a specific network of social relations, as inherent in phenomena of that class as such, is ipso facto to universalize those properties. The specifically ideological implication should be obvious enough. Natural laws cannot be changed by human agency. The political economy Marx analyzed in Capital is not the only form of bourgeois ideology, but it may be taken as paradigmatic. Bourgeois ideology in general is powerful. It is powerful precisely because of its firm phenomenal foundation. Through it, people can make some sense of much of their life experience, most of the time. Its hold, as we have indicated above, and will substantiate below, has often extended to Marxist theory itself. It is seriously worth considering, for example, the phenomenal roots of certain of the Marxist dogmas criticized, on a theoretical level, in this chapter. Does not a technologistic conception of productive forces and their role in historical change betray an understanding of the productive forces, as a world for themselves, quite independent of and divorced from the individuals, alongside the individuals, whose forces they are? Marx and Engels, I 846a, 83, an understanding which the German ideology identifies as an effect of the division of labor, and theories of surplus value 38 denounces as fetishistic? And does not the classical base/superstructure model, with its hermetic economy and polity, owe something to the apparent independence of these spheres in the enchanted, perverted, topsy-turvy world which Monsieur i.e. Capital rules? 39 Bourgeois ideology is powerful. So powerful, in its incontrovertible obviousness, that it usually goes up challenged because undetected. But it is not invincible. For there are experiences which it cannot frame or understand, experiences which threaten to make manifest what the obvious conceals, and provide the basis for blowing the world of capital to the winds. It is to these that we will now turn, armed, we hope, with a Marxism capable of learning. 2. In 1936 Jason wrote to André Gide suggesting that the time is opportune for criticism to be directed against the USSR. Amongst his reasons was one we share. A communist cannot refuse to examine realities, for that would be the negation of Marxism. Communists have not the right, on the pretext of not discouraging the proletariat, to conceal from it the errors of a revolutionary experiment. On the contrary, their duty, their task is to examine the path followed by the Russian Revolution. Cit Gide, 1937, 141-2. Today, the obligation extends to examining the paths of all those other revolutions which have colored 1/3 of the world's map red. For, as Bruss restated more than 3 decades later, It is neither right nor acceptable that the enemies of socialism should have the monopoly of criticizing the socialist world. A critical but communist analysis of the experiences of socialism, the renunciation of those analyses which seek only to flatter, is essential not only for the international communist movement, but also for the future of world socialism. Bruss, 1971, 113. It is this very practical concern that motivates the reflections which follow. That Bruss's prescription should come from an essay which bears the title Contradictions and Ways to Resolve Them is singularly germane to their theme. 1917. 1917 was, and remains, epochal in its significance. Put most simply, and in terms the Financial Times understands, the October Revolution snapped the hitherto unbroken chain of imperialism. It meant that the labor power of the former subjects of the Tsar of all the Russias ceased. 25. To be the commodity it had been, while their products would no longer be numbered among the assets of international capital. The supreme achievement of 1917, Soviet power, instead heralded a new era in the great contest, as Marx called it, between the blind rule of the supply and demand laws which form the political economy of the middle class, and social production controlled by social foresight, which forms the political economy of the working class. Marx, 1864, 346. As Lenin stresses, Soviet power is not a miracle working talisman, but it does pave the way to socialism. It gives those who were formerly oppressed the chance to straighten their backs and to an ever-increasing degree to take the whole government of the country, the whole administration of the economy, the whole management of production, into their own hands. Lenin, 19L9A, 249. Lenin was equally to stress, as did Marx before him and Mao after him, that workers' power could not immediately be equated with, and did not automatically entail, the victory of socialism. It inaugurates an epoch of transition whose successful outcome is not pre-given, but depends upon a long, difficult, and stubborn class struggle, which, after the overthrow of capitalist rule, after the destruction of the bourgeois state, after the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, does not disappear, but merely changes its forms and in many respects becomes fiercer. Lenin, 19L9B, 389. 1917 achieved this change of forms in the class struggle, a change which simultaneously marked a massive shift in the respective power of its combatants. That shift, as we will argue in detail below, has not been reversed. Capital has yet to recover what it lost with the Winter Palace, as it has also to make good its losses since 191-7, and in large part because of 1917, in the rest of that growing red third of the world. It is this revolutionary liberation from the yoke of capital, and the socialist advances, both inside and outside of the USSR, it has made possible, which fully justifies our description of the Great October Socialist Revolution as epoch-making. To say this is of course to acknowledge the immensity of the debt socialism owes to the Bolsheviks, and thus above all to Lenin. For October was a Bolshevik revolution, and Bolshevism preeminently Lenin's creation. But we spoke above of the need for a critical but communist analysis of the epoch 1917 inaugurated. Here, we enter a terrain mapped out by long-standing communist polemics, the debates between Trotsky and Stalin, within the Trotskyist movement, and 26. Latterly, between the communist parties of China and the Soviet Union being only the most celebrated. 2. In all cases something is alleged to be rotten in what the CPSU now calls the state of the whole people. 3. Diagnoses of what kind of rot it is: state capitalism, bureaucratic collectivism, a fascist state of the Hitler type, degenerate workers' state, of when it set in, 1923, 1953, 1963, and of why very widely. But there are, nonetheless, congruences between the major critical but communist positions, and a massive lacuna common to virtually all of them. For central to most is the charge of betrayal on the part of the leaders of the CPSU, following the seizure, by the alleged traitors, of state power. It is felt necessary to explain the possibility of such coups occurring in the first place. Soviet backwardness and isolation are held unproblematic ally to account for the dominance of the social strata which sustain them. CPC, and CPC-inspired, analyses would unsurprisingly demur from this latter judgment, which is best exemplified in Trotskyist work of all persuasions. They share, however, the lacuna. Bolshevism as such is rarely invoked, anywhere on the left, in the explanation of the alleged Soviet malaise. It figures solely and monotonously as that which was betrayed. This myopia is, to say the least, curious. The Bolsheviks themselves had no difficulty in identifying as Bolshevik a coherent ensemble of theories and practices. Lenin himself did so on several notable occasions. 1917, as we are the first to acknowledge, was supremely a Bolshevik achievement. The present-day state of the whole people has been constructed under unbroken CPSU-B tutelage. Prima facie, then, if we are to understand it, we must look amongst other things at Bolshevism itself. It is facile simply to claim that the party has changed color, that the Stalin gang or Khrushchev clique has usurped state power. As we argued in Chapter 1, the conditions of such phenomena need to be elucidated, and these in turn require situating in terms of their historical genesis. We should be asking what kind of state is thus amenable to seizure, and how did it come to be so constructed? Here, an assessment of Bolshevism as a possible causal factor becomes unavoidable. It is at this point, in those analyses which at least attempt to penetrate behind the phenomenal forms which are held to mark the betrayal of 1917, that the familiar figures of backwardness and isolation, the latter, we shall argue, so salient only because of the importance accorded to backwardness itself, appear on the stage. But Bolshevism can no more be sidestepped here, for its theory informed judgments on the significance of such factors, and these judgments were embodied in its practices towards them. The circumstances of socialist construction in the USSR, in other words, were always mediated, and in part constituted, by what we shall term the social problematic of Bolshevism itself. 27. Before going any further, let us clarify this latter concept and its place in our argument. Our usage of the term problematic owes something to the Althusserian tradition, 6 in that we employ it to focus attention on what we regard as a definite matrix in which all variants of Bolshevism, their important differences notwithstanding, are rooted, a taken for granted and implicit common framework for debate, within whose confines their confrontations are articulated. But we qualify this problematic as social, and this point cannot be overemphasized, because Bolshevism is not just a set of ideas but a body of practices. Its problematic is not only categorical, it is institutional. Unless this point is taken, our thesis is likely to be gravely misunderstood. When we attribute a causal status to the Bolshevik problematic, we are not pleading the historical decisiveness of idea simpliciter. Any such disembodied conception of ideas, as we have indicated in Chapter 1, is anathema to Marxism. Nor are we simple-mindedly denying the pertinence of the objective circumstances so central to other accounts. We simply seek to comprehend these circumstances in the ways in which they were historically pertinent, namely, within the frameworks offered by definite social practices. To approach the matter otherwise would be to fall into the errors of the so-called objective historiography, whose penchant for treating the historical conditions independent of activity Marx castigated in the German ideology, Marx and Engels, 1846a, 52 fn. The importance of these points will become graphically clear when we see, for instance, what backwardness signified within the very different social problematic evident in much of the CPC strategy for socialist construction. But enough of preliminaries. In what follows, we will attempt to show exactly how critical is the lacuna to which we have pointed here. For, we shall argue, the historical experience of socialist construction, within and outside the USSR, cannot be understood without reference to the hegemony Bolshevism has exercised over it. In this chapter, we will set out our argument in relatively general terms. Subsequent chapters will expand upon, exemplify, and document its major theses. We will begin by outlining the Bolshevik problematic itself, its initial formation, its nodal features, above all its contradictions. 2. Bolshevism. Bolshevism did not emerge ex nihilo. And whilst, as we have already stated, we cannot provide a history here, it is as well to provide brief sketches, and they are, we stress, no more than that, of two important features of the environment of its construction, the Marxism initially 28 available to its founders, and the singular social formation that was Tsarist Russia. Lukács, Goldman, and Coletti, amongst others, offer us valuable commentaries upon the Marxism of the Second International. This Marxism was formed, we should note, although this point should not be fetishized, in ignorance of many of Marx's own writings, amongst them the bulk of his early work, the German ideology, and the Grundrisse. 8. What without doubt was decisive for it was Engels' so-called testament, his later texts, with anti-Dühring, in particular, having at least as much influence within it as Marx's Capital. 9. A further formative factor was the bourgeois thought of the time, against which it struggled, but much of whose dominant positivism and scientism it arguably imbibed nonetheless. This twofold inheritance finds its reflection in the following features. Most generally, the theorists of the Second International sought to elaborate Marxism as a Weltanschauung articulating universally valid laws of both nature and society. Central to this was the development of what eventually became known as dialectical materialism, a category utterly foreign to Marx, low conceived as providing a consistent philosophic underpinning for the Marxian system. This was presaged in Engels' 11 whom, revealingly, Max Adler, Cit Coletti, 1968, 62 FN, praised for liberating Marxism from the special economic social form it assumes in Marx's own work. The materialism here, for all its dialectical pretensions, which amounted to little more than the a priori superimposition of Hegel's schema of development through a contradiction onto a materialist ontology, was of a mechanistic variety, owing a lot more to the philosophical materialism criticized by Marx in those early writings unknown to the Second International 12 than to anything in his own work. Plekhanov, for instance, rooted Marx's epistemology in that of Helvetius and Holbach, and added, for good measure, that Marx and Engels, after the materialist turn in their development, never abandoned the standpoint of Spinoza, Cit Coletti, 1968, 71. Marxist materialism was Spinozism disencumbered of its theological setting, Ibid, 72 FN, for Spinoza's mystical single category of substance, with its attributes of thought and extension. Plekhanov saw Marx as substituting the, for him, less theological, but no less unitary category of matter. 13. This sustained a complex series of reductions, brilliantly analyzed by Coletti. The centrality to Marx's work of people's social practice, and therewith, their consciousness, was largely lost. In its stead, the theoreticians of the Second International developed a naturalistic conception of a social world whose laws were strictly analogous to those of nature, and thus capable of formulation in terms of classically mechanical paradigms of causation. 14. Parallel to Plekhanov's reduction of Marx to Spinoza is Koskai's analogy of Marx. 29. And Darwin, Marx being hailed as the discoverer of the laws of evolution of human society. 15. This crude scientism, finally, concealed what was perhaps the most radical departure from Marx of all. Science was itself in the end divorced from social practice and historical experience. Whereas, as such texts as the Civil War in France eloquently testify, for Marx workers' struggles form the foundation for developing revolutionary theory, for Koskai, unambiguously. The vehicles of science are not the proletariat, but the bourgeois intelligentsia. Thus, socialist consciousness is something introduced into the proletarian class struggle from without. Cit Lenin, 1902, 383-4, with approval. 16. The substantive theories of the Second International Marxists were congruent with these general philosophical tenets. They share two features in particular which we wish to highlight here. First, Marx's base/superstructure metaphor, a dubious legacy, as we have argued above, is understood as expressing a universal social law. Integral to the model that eventuates is what Coletti, 1968-63, justly refers to as a vulgar and naive conception of the economy, the key points of which he summarizes thus. The so-called economic sphere, which in Marx had embraced both the production of things and the production, objectification, of ideas, production and intersubjective communication, material production and the production of social relations, for Marx, the relation between man and nature was also a relationship between man, and vice versa, was now seen as one isolated factor, separated from the other moments and thereby emptied of any effective socio-historical content. Representing, on the contrary, an antecedent sphere, prior to any human mediation. Social production is thus transformed into production techniques, the object of political economy becomes the object of technology. Ibid, 65. In a footnote to the same passage, Coletti notes how Engels's famous caveats, in his 1890b, 1890c, and 1894f, on the errors of naked economic determinism if anything reinforced the vulgarity of this conception. For he preserved what was fundamental to it, and, as we have argued in Chapter 1, alien to Marx's separation of the economic from other spheres of social life, and an assumption of external, causal relations between them. This impoverished conception of the economic is basic to the second aspect of Second International theory to which we wish to attend, a body of related propositions dubbed by Lenin, and subsequently the 30. CPC, the theory of productive forces. This theory postulates a series of invariant stages, communal, slave, feudal, capitalist, socialist, through which all social formations must necessarily pass, explaining transition between them by the development of the productive forces. The latter, as we might expect, are conceived technologically. The theory asserts, crucially, that social revolution cannot successfully anticipate its technical requisites, thus the bourgeois revolution must invariably precede the proletarian, whose sine qua non is a mature capitalism. Socialist revolution is therefore impossible in such backward social formations as Tsarist Russia. The role of the proletariat, in such a situation, is to support the progressive wing of the nascent bourgeoisie. It is here, on the more obviously objectionable political implications of the theory, that criticism, not least B91 criticism, has tended to focus. I7 We wish, however, to point to various implicit assumptions which lie behind the theory's overt propositions. For these, as we will see, may survive intact long after the theory itself has ostensibly been repudiated. We should emphasize at the outset that we have no quarrel whatsoever with Marx's dictum that socialism demands maximal development of mankind's productive forces. Indeed, we see having enough to eat, being decently clothed and housed, as a defining feature of socialism, and thus expanding the production of daily necessities as absolutely basic to its construction. What is at issue is what the productive forces are, and what is entailed in developing them. Consistently with their evolutionism and that picture of the economic sphere we have outlined, the theorists of the Second International had unitary answers for both questions. Productive forces were unambiguously technical, and to develop them meant to follow the trail blazed by capital. Specifically, the only adequate material basis for socialism was the large-scale machine industry characteristic of advanced capitalism, while creating this basis required a process of capital accumulation, paradigmatically exhibited in England's Industrial Revolution. This process was held always and necessarily to involve radical changes in relations between rural agricultural and urban industrial sectors, the former yielding up the resources for the initial capitalization of the latter, and a parallel shift in the balance of population, rural peasants becoming urban proletarians in order to provide industry with its labor force and its market. Socialism, in short, becomes theoretically and practically subordinated to the presumed exigencies of a historically unexceptionable path of modernization, basic to which is the extension of the division of labor in all its forms. At the same time, its distinction from capitalism comes to be understood primarily as a matter of control of an otherwise invariant technical economic infrastructure, a perspective not unrelated to the reformism and statism into 31, which the politics of the Second International ultimately degenerated. We shall have more to say on the errors and the consequences of this notion of development in due course. For the moment it will suffice to recall 2 points argued in Chapter I. First, Marx's own concept of productive forces was very much broader than the one we have just encountered. It embraced social relations of production, in the fullest sense. And second, Marx explicitly disavowed any attempt to legislate a general path of development prescribed by fate to all nations. Significantly, he sharply focused both points in his prognosis for socialism in Tsarist Russia, Marx, 1877, 1881a. We will now turn to the latter social formation, once more we stress, what can be no more than the barest sketch. 19 In the decades immediately preceding the October Revolution, Tsarist Russia was a social formation of peculiar complexity. Capitalist production was developing rapidly within it, but its dominance was doubly attenuated, in that first, it enjoyed no secure internal bases of power, and second, the majority of Russia's producers, and much of Russia's production, remained outside its ambit. Both features reflect the fact that capitalist development was imposed on Tsarism from outside and in the context of an extant world market. Russia, in sum, was in no sense straightforwardly capitalist, it was rather, to employ a formulation Ma 021 used with reference to the China of the 1920s, a semi-feudal, semi-colonial formation. In the years of which we are speaking, Russia remained an overwhelmingly agrarian society. The vast mass of its people worked the land, and they worked it, for the most part, within social relationships of a pre-capitalist kind. 22 feudal forms of compelling surplus labor proved tenacious, the 1861 emancipation of the serfs notwithstanding, so too did the village commune, the mir, or obshchina, much to the chagrin of those Tsarist modernizers who sought to build a kulak class of capitalist farmers out of its disintegration. 23 The ruling class was a landowning aristocracy, its Tsarist state a feudal absolutism without the slightest veneer of bourgeois democracy. But for all this Russia was in certain respects extensively developed, it boasted, for instance, an industrial sector whose volume trebled in the 2 decades before the First World War, to stand 5th in the world rankings in 1914, Anderson, 1974b, 353. Tsarist development, however, was by no means a simple phenomenon. It was emphatically a semi-colonial development, and internal to it was the systematic reproduction of much of Russia's feudal legacy. The expression semi-feudal, semi-colonial, in short, refers not to a dualism but an articulated, if contradictory, combination, in which the semi-feudalism reinforced the semi-colonialism and vice versa. 32. Importantly, Russia was never a colony, in the sense that it never fell under the yoke of any one national fraction of the international bourgeoisie. It was, rather, the prey of competing imperialisms. But imperialist it was, and to an extent that often goes unrealized. In 1914, for example, 47% of the capital of Russian industry was held outside the country, 33% of this in France, 23% in Britain, 20% in Belgium, and just under 20% in Germany. Point 24 Further, Tsarism's own program of modernization, itself largely financed via foreign loans, was precipitated by the pressures of this imperialist environment, its immediate stimulus being the Crimean debacle, and its continuing condition the military threat of the capitalist states. The development that eventuated exhibited a classically combined and uneven profile. Capitalist production was overwhelmingly the creation of foreign investment under state auspices or of the state itself. It remained, economically, socially, and geographically, an enclave in a largely untransformed semi-feudal hinterland. In agriculture, market-oriented cash crop production was confined to enclaves in a predominantly pre-capitalist milieu, and industry itself formed an enclave in its wider agrarian surrounds. Industrial production bore the typical stigmata of such enclave development, being preponderantly large-scale 25 with a few giant, and often state-owned, enterprises dominating each sector. Their key managerial and technical personnel were frequently foreign or foreign-trained. The obverse of this was equally archetypal of semi-colonial development, that process of underdevelopment which many Marxists still comprehend as a simple state of backwardness. The contradictions of the Tsarist industrialization program are well known. 26. Briefly, the Tsarist state serviced the foreign loans which provided the initial capital for its industries by taxing the peasantry. But this level of taxation simultaneously deprived industry of the market it needed in order to become self-financing, and agriculture of resources which might otherwise be employed to improve production sufficiently to sustain such a market. The net effect was to reproduce on the one hand the dependence of industry upon the state and the state on foreign capital, and on the other the poverty, oppression, and stagnation of agrarian production. This rapine, to underline once again the connectedness of Russia's semi-colonialism and semi-feudalism, was not an arbitrary depredation, the last decadent fling of an archaic Oriental despotism. The massive capital inputs it financed were those which contemporary levels of capitalist progress demanded of any would-be capitalist state. The hidden hand was that of the world market. These contradictions were to erupt, explosively, in 1905 and again in 1917. We will confine ourselves to describing the principal actors in the drama, and registering some notable absences. Overshadowing all. 33. Was a Tsarist state whose social basis lay in a class anachronistic to its own modernization program, the feudal aristocracy. 27. State and aristocracy both ruthlessly exploited the rural masses, the aristocracy often by feudal means. These rural masses formed the vast majority of the population. Most were peasants rather than pure wage laborers, and although a kulak stratum was emerging, communal relations, and as 1917 would testify, collective anti-landlord and anti-kulak class sentiments, were still strong. There was no indigenous bourgeoisie able, or willing, to challenge Tsarism, where industry was not directly in the hands of the state. It depended upon the state for its orders, and, we might add, for disciplining its increasingly recalcitrant workforce. Nor, given the enclave character of Tsarist development, was there an urban petty bourgeoisie of any significance. There was, however, a proletariat, small in numbers, 3 to 4 million in 1914, compared to over 100 million peasants, poor in conditions, but organized and concentrated, by the logic of Tsarist development itself, in the nerve centers of industrial Russia. It was these workers who were to bring down the edifice of Tsarism in a week. In 1922, Lenin dated Bolshevism as a stream of political thought and as a political party from 1903, cit Car, 1950, 19.28. But Bolshevism's genesis stretches back beyond the Second Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, at which the Mensheviks and Bolsheviks first openly split, beyond even Iskra. There had already been a series of struggles within the ranks of the Russian revolutionary movement which went some considerable way towards defining Bolshevism's initial contours. 29. First and foremost there was the secular, revolutionary variation of the great debate between so-called Westerners and Slavophiles, in which Plekhanov ranged his émigré groupuscule, the liberation of labor, against the Narodniks. The latter 30 envisaged a specifically Russian road to socialism through peasant revolution and the reconstruction of society on the basis of the Obshchina, thereby avoiding a capitalist stage. Against this Plekhanov's group maintained second international orthodoxy respecting the dependence of socialism on prior capitalist development. Lenin in his early writings, especially his seminal development of capitalism in Russia, took up and extended Plekhanov's critique. Importantly, however, Lenin was equally adamant in his refusal of what many took to be a clear political implication of this thesis. Both the legal Marxists and the economists inferred the necessity for Russian socialists to throw their weight behind bourgeois opposition, such as it was, to Tsarist absolutism, for the former socialists had to eschew heaven-storming and learn in the school of capitalism, while for the latter there was only one way out, to support the economic struggle of the proletariat. 34. And to participate in liberal opposition activity, cit. Car, 1950, 21, 22. Lenin denounced both tendencies in no uncertain terms in his What is to be Done? Much of the future was anticipated in these formative battles. Lenin later lost few opportunities to point to the doctrinal debts which the Mensheviks owed to their legal Marxist and economist forebears. Also prefigured, however, was something else. A certain tension can be detected in Lenin's position. Basic to his critique of Narodnism is the thoroughly orthodox Second International subordination of socialism to previous capitalist development. Rejection of what would seem politically to follow from this, though, is equally fundamental to his polemic against the legal Marxists and economists. In fact, as we shall shortly see, this rejection was well grounded in a superlative empirical analysis of the Tsarist social formation and its potentialities, informed by the historical experience of its class struggles, but this in no way, of itself, erases the tension. That tension, we shall argue, was eventually to develop into a raging contradiction at the very heart of Bolshevism. After 1903, Lenin further indicates, Bolshevism underwent 15 years of practical history, unequaled anywhere in the world in its wealth of experience. Lenin, 1920b, 26. We unfortunately cannot detail that history, or Bolshevism's part in it or responses to it, here. Important as to do so would be to any adequate account of Bolshevism's formation. 31. Suffice it to recall that amongst the historical experiences to which Lenin refers were, centrally, the 1905 revolution and its sequel, and the Great Imperialist War, the latter wreaking equal havoc in the international socialist movement as it did in the Russia of the Tsars. The shape of the Bolshevism of 1917 owes as much to this practical history as it does to the prehistory we have sketched. We shall confine ourselves, however, to a discussion of what resulted. Let us begin by registering some achievements without which the October Revolution would not have been made. Bolshevism broke, substantially, with that Marxism of the Second International we have outlined above. It did so, in large part, on the basis of an acute analysis of the contradictions of Tsarist Russia, contradictions which the revolution of 1905, in particular, insistently placed on the socialist agenda. Trotsky 32 captured well the spirit of Bolshevism's break in two critical comments on the Menshevik Tcherwanin, whom he accused of replacing any materialist analysis of social relations by formalist deduction rather than confronting the question of the class dynamics of the Russian Revolution, not the permanent revolution, not the socialist revolution, but the one that is going on in Russia at the present time. Trotsky, 1908, 303, 1909a, 317. In place of, to quote Trotsky again, that spurious. 35. Marxism, which nourishes itself on historical clichés and formal analogies and transforms historical epochs into a logical succession of inflexible social categories. Trotsky, 1922a, 345-6. Bolshevism recovered Marx's own commitment to historical specificity in analysis. Relatedly, and just as importantly, where the Second International Marxists had grounded their logical succession of inflexible social categories upon a theory of productive forces, the Bolsheviks reasserted class struggle as the motor of historical progress and social change. Bolshevism analyzed Tsarist Russia not merely as a backward society, but with the fullest appreciation of the complexity we have sought to indicate. It was understood not as one isolated country to be mechanically located on a pre-given and unilinear scale of development, but as an integral part of the world capitalist system, a part whose internal pattern of development could not properly be comprehended except with reference to the vicissitudes of that system. Lenin was among the first to explore the workings of imperialism, and to identify Russia as the weakest link in its chain of dependence. Trotsky, for his part, provided a masterly expose of just what sort of development such dependence induces. This grasp of the peculiarities of Russian historical development, as Trotsky phrased it, in turn sustained a sharp and realistic assessment of the balance of class forces in the Tsarist formation. The weakness of Russia's indigenous bourgeoisie, together with its economic and political dependence upon Tsarism, and the revolutionary potential of the young, strategically concentrated, and militant working class were recognized early. So too, especially after the wave upon wave of Jacqueries in 1905-6, was the revolutionary potential of the peasants, although here, as we shall see, Bolshevism's break with Second International positions was hesitant and ambivalent, remaining a partial one. This class analysis eventuated in a vision of, and strategy for, the revolution that is going on in Russia at the present time, which deviated sharply from the academic projections of Second International theory. Not the national bourgeoisie, but the proletariat, backed up by the peasant masses, was to be its protagonist. Such a perspective, of course, threatened one of the most hallowed tenets of Second International dogma, the conceptual and historical separation of bourgeois and proletarian revolutions, and therewith the stages theory which underlies it. In fact, the Bolsheviks were always careful to preserve a theoretical distinction between these stages, but in practice, their separation was rapidly being eroded. As early as 1898, Lenin argued that though the political revolution in Russia, i.e. the bourgeois democratic revolution, must precede the socialist revolution, the two are indissolubly linked. Cit. Carr, 1950, 25-6. For the Bolsheviks, the class struggles of 1905 hardened this link. Lenin envisaged the next 36. Russian Revolution yielding a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. Trotsky went still further, and posited an immediate post-revolutionary transition from bourgeois tasks to socialist. If before the war Lenin polemicized against Trotsky's conception, by 1917 he had clearly accepted its substance. His April 1917 letters on tactics declare, whoever, today, speaks only of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry is behind the times, has, by this fact, gone over, in practice, to the petty bourgeoisie, and deserves to be relegated to the museum of pre-revolutionary Bolshevik curiosities. Lenin, 1917 J. 45. Lenin's target was Kamina, who had found the program of his April theses unacceptable in that it starts from the assumption that the bourgeois democratic revolution has ended and counts upon an immediate transformation of this revolution into a socialist one. Pravda editorial, April 8, 1917, Cit. Lowy, 1976, 5, and who had accordingly denounced him, not unreasonably, as a Trotskyist. Lenin's Trotskyism, and Trotsky's signal contribution to Bolshevism, were destined to receive ample confirmation a few short months later. Lenin began his first public speech following the insurrection in Petrograd with the unambiguous declaration, "We shall now proceed to construct the socialist order." Cit. Reid, 1919, 129. Implicit in this political break with Second International perspectives, and basic to the materialist analysis of social relations which sustained it, is a wider philosophical critique. Paiskovsky, Lenin's philosophical notebooks inveigh against making the concept of law absolute, against simplifying it, against making a fetish of it. According to Lenin, laws, all laws, are narrow, incomplete, approximate. Lenin, 1916b, 151. This rejection of mechanistic determinism is grounded in a rediscovery of what was most fundamental to Marx's materialism, and lacking in that of Helvetius or Halbach. Pace Plekhanov, the same text celebrates intelligent idealism as superior to metaphysical, undeveloped, dead, Crude Materialism, Ibid. 179, by virtue of its apprehension, albeit in mystified form, of the active side, the coincidence of the changing of circumstances and of human activity or self-change, Marx, 1845. Which Marx's theses on Feuerbach identify as revolutionary practice. There is a parallel shift in epistemology, well exemplified in Lenin's insistence, in the third of his 1917 letters from afar, that we would be committing a great mistake if we attempted to force the complex, urgent, rapidly developing practical tasks of the revolution into the Procrustean bed of cut and dry theory. Lenin, 1917 I, 33. Theory, pace in this case both Koskai and the Lenin who quoted him so enthusiastically in 1902, is recognized to have a dialectical dependence on the social practice it seeks to inform. Importantly, as Lowy, 1976, has noted, this philosophical critique 37 has the character of a post festum theoretical reprise of discoveries contained, in the practical state, in those empirical analyses upon which we have already commented. In this sense, it instantiates its own major epistemological contention. Lenin's 1908 Materialism and Empiria Criticism, for example, a work which postdates much of Bolshevism's empirical challenge to Second International orthodoxy, defends a materialism which differs little from Plekhanov's. What is to be done? Likewise, as we have several times indicated, embraces Koskai's epistemology, a point, we would think, not irrelevant to the evaluation of the mere theory of organization which many on the left are prone to abstract from this work. In fact, Lowy argues, the break at the level of philosophy was only explicitly accomplished after 1914, in Lenin's philosophical notebooks. His point is not merely a scholastic one. As the violence of the old Bolshevik response to Lenin's April theses testified, there were a number of fairly drastic shifts between Lenin's pre- and post-war positions on the nature and course of the Russian Revolution. We have already seen that he had moved closer to Trotsky's avowal of the immediate transition from bourgeois to socialist revolution. Equally importantly, during 1917 Lenin radically revised his opinion of the Paris Commune, which he had castigated in 1905 for being unable to distinguish between the elements of a democratic revolution and a socialist revolution. Lenin, 1905b, 80-1, as a paradigm of proletarian dictatorship, cf. his 191-7b, Chapter 3, and therewith went a fuller appreciation of the significance of specifically Soviet power. Lowy stresses, rightly, that these shifts were in no sense deduced from Hegel's logic, they resulted from what constitutes the very essence of the Leninist method, concrete analysis of a concrete situation. Lowy, 1976, 15. Where, in Lowy's view, Lenin's September 1914 reading of Hegel was relevant, however, was in enabling him finally to free himself from an abstract, cut and dry theory that was an obstacle to this concrete analysis. Ibid. We would place equal, if not greater emphasis on the historical experience which informed Lenin's reading of Hegel, but the road to the Finland station was a long one and we cannot dwell further on its details here. Of one thing, however, we may be confident. By 1917 Lenin was philosophically equipped to learn from the struggles of the Russian masses, as his Second International forebears never had been. It was this that enabled him ultimately to lead them. For the theoretical, methodological, and philosophical advances we have sought to register here were severely practical in their implications. It was, as Lenin makes clear, 33 as an instrument attuned to precisely the historical peculiarities the Bolsheviks had so acutely analyzed that their party was first created. That party's tactical flexibility and responsiveness to mass initiatives, most devastatingly 38. Exhibited during the revolutions of 1917, are renowned. Such pragmatism, as it is often simple-mindedly portrayed, had its presuppositions. Not the least among them was an epistemology which predicated theory upon historical experience. But the Bolshevik problematic also has its darker aspect. To elaborate this, one or two more general prefatory remarks are called for. Workers' power, as we have indicated previously, must not be equated with socialism. It inaugurates an era of transition. Further, as Charles Bettelheim has reminded us, the successful socialist outcome of the transition is not assured by the simple fact of revolution. Transition is a two-way corridor, and regress to capitalism is as real a possibility as progress to socialism. The outcome depends upon further struggle, the struggle to build the socialist mode of production, socialist construction, which, as Marx, Lenin, and Mao unite in insisting, 34 is necessarily a class struggle. This latter notion embraces more than the mere suppression of any physical resistance to the revolution. Rather, as Marx put it in his critique of the Gotha program, what we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but, on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. Marx, 1875, 15, 35. We stress the words, in every respect. Revolution subordinates the former ruling classes to the dictatorship of the proletariat. But the extensive productive, moral, cultural, and habitual bases of their power which Marx draws attention to are not therewith automatically suppressed. It is against these white bases, all of them bastions of capital, that class struggles must continue to be directed. As the German ideology notes, a mode of production must not be considered simply as being the reproduction of the physical existence of individuals. Rather it is, a definite mode of life. Marx and Engels, 1846a, 32. The struggle for socialism is appropriately extensive. And it unites, inextricably, productive and political transformations, just how inextricably we will see in due course. This defines a post-revolutionary social formation as one in which elements of both capitalism and socialism exist, in struggle. The struggle has a different physiognomy than in capitalism itself, insofar as the capitalist class has been deprived of its monopoly of the means of production and labor power has ceased to be a commodity. This marks a fundamental shift in the balance of forces. But it remains the case. 39. That to socialize the means of production does not ipso facto do away with all the social relations upon which capitalism rests. Its divisions of labor, for example, may well remain intact. And, crucially, to the extent that such relations are not equally challenged, the emancipation of labor is hampered and the advance to socialism both slowed and weakened. Now, it is in the light of this consideration that the following comments, and in particular those that talk of Bolshevism replicating certain relations and experiences akin to those of capitalist production, must be read. Let us state once and for all that we believe this claim to be both a valid and an important one because of its implications for socialism, but it does not amount to a claim either that the USSR is capitalist, or that Bolshevism is a program or vehicle for capitalist restoration. Many capitalist relations, we shall argue, survive in the USSR, and they do so, amongst other reasons, because Bolshevism, not recognizing them for what they are, has fostered them. But no capitalist class controls the means of production in the USSR, and Soviet workers are not commodities. To that extent, and it is, as we shall argue in Chapter 6, a very considerable extent if measured, as it should be, in terms of the material experience of the Soviet people, the USSR remains socialist. And that it does so is supremely a Bolshevik achievement, that is to say, an accomplishment of the Soviet people which the CPSU has protected, and continues to protect. Having said this, we can move towards our criticisms. We do not deny that the Bolsheviks realized the necessity for continuing the class struggle after the revolution. Indeed, we have quoted Lenin to this effect previously. What is at issue is the way in which, within the Bolshevik problematic, the linkage of the political and the productive within this struggle was conceived. We shall argue that the Bolsheviks continued to adhere to that impoverished notion of what production is, and what is entailed in developing it, which we met in the Second International's theory of productive forces, and that this in turn eventuated in the separation of politics from production, and thus an effective fracturing of the spiral of productive and political liberation fundamental to a socialist program. But these are, as yet, rather abstract terms. Let us be more specific. Tedershinin has recently argued that the conception of the basic dynamics of a peasant society accepted by Russian policymakers, and, indeed, by the majority of educated Russians at the beginning of this century can be outlined in a few sentences. It was believed that in the process of inevitable economic advance, every human society necessarily headed towards an increasing division of labor, the establishment of market relations. 40. The accumulation of capital, and social diversification. It was also believed that these processes were centered in towns but inevitably spread into the countryside. In this process, peasant farms differentiated into rich farmers who employed labor and landless agricultural laborers and ex-rural urban workers. A small middle peasantry gradually disappeared. This general picture of the dynamics of a peasant society was firmly established as a piece of self-evident knowledge. It had become part of the prevailing ideology, not only in the normative but also in the cognitive sense. Shinin, 1972, 1-2, amongst those educated Russians, and future Russian policy makers, who shared this cognitive, and, we stress, normative, orientation were the Bolsheviks. In E. H. Carr's words, every Russian Marxist believed in the economic superiority of Western capitalist society and in the backwardness of the primitive peasant Russian economy. Every Russian Marxist reacted against the Slavophil myth. Carr, 1958, 158, he adds, revealingly, but Trotsky showed particular zest in dwelling on the nullity of the Russian contribution to civilization. 36 But if Trotsky excelled himself, he did so as primus inter pares. The conception of the process of inevitable economic advance that Shinin summits was espoused by virtually all Russian Marxists, both Menshevik and Bolshevik. It is, of course, a conception we have met before, precisely as the underpinning of the Second International's theory of productive forces. Contrary to Menshevik pedantry, there was no inconsistency between Bolshevism's simultaneous rejection of this theory, and partial adherence to the model of development upon which it is predicated. The Bolsheviks merely needed to argue that, in Trotsky's words, the conditions for the arising of a dictatorship of the proletariat and the conditions for the creation of socialism are not identical, not of like nature, in certain respects even antagonistic. Trotsky, 1930, 368, revolution, they held, depended on the conjunctures of class struggle, whose determination was by no means uniquely reducible to the level of development of the productive forces. But to assert this in no way entailed denying the dependence of socialism on such development. To put it another way, but still to use Trotsky's words, revolution was merely a part of the superstructure, Trotsky, 1930, 30, whose relative autonomy allowed, in certain historic circumstances, anticipations. But superstructures are ultimately subject to the laws of 41. World economy, IBID, and socialism is in the last instance accordingly conditional upon building an, appropriately modern, material basis, consonant with these laws. We are concerned less with the consistency of the Bolshevik position, however, than with its consequences. The language should alert us. Evidently, the Bolshevik critique of the Second International's politics did not extend to its economics. Capitalist modernization remained the paradigm for development of the productive forces as such, and socialism continued to be subordinated to the imperatives of development thus conceived. What we indicated above to be the essential substratum of the theory of productive forces, in other words, survived intact in Bolshevism itself. Also untouched, as the images of base and superstructure testify, was something else, that conception of material production, and of its connection with the social and political structure, upon which this model of development is premised. This conception, we have seen, is an impoverished one, central to which is precisely a separation of production from its social, political, and cultural relations. It was these relics of Second International orthodoxy, in our view, that through their practical embodiments were to fetter the spiral of political and productive emancipation we spoke of above. For the cognitive orientation they sustained was programmatic in its consequences, just as decisively as those advances which we enumerated earlier. It helped mold the social problematic through which the Bolsheviks thought about, and organized for, the future. It is in terms of this orientation, as opposed to what is normally taken to be their unproblematic facticity, that the salience of backwardness and isolation for the Bolsheviks, and mutatis mutandis within Bolshevik-inspired explanations of the USSR's alleged degeneration, need to be understood. For, clearly, if it is once assumed that socialism cannot be built except on the foundation of levels and paths of development comparable to those enforced by capitalism, Russia in 1917 presents a dismal prospect of a crippling backwardness whose obstacles isolation could only compound. But, it must be stressed, this conclusion follows if and only if we adhere to the initial assumption, and to do so is not mandatory, or, we shall argue, desirable. What matters here, however, is that for the Bolsheviks both premise and conclusion enjoyed equal, and equally self-evident, facticity. Russia's backwardness was therefore for them the key problem. Isolation, it is worth noting, must itself be understood as a dimension of this problem. As we shall see in detail below in connection with Trotsky, the most ardent of internationalists, and the most vehement of critics of socialism in one country, Bolshevik internationalism was by no means merely a question of moral or political principle. Before Stalin mutated the problematic 37-42, Bolsheviks predicated the success of their revolution upon its international counterpart for reasons of an emphatically productive nature. The material basis of socialism, they assumed, could only be constructed internationally, employing the technical resources of what they were apt to describe as the advanced countries. In short, as with backwardness, isolation derives the particular significance it had for the Bolsheviks from their comprehension of the laws of world economy. This comprehension also informed Bolshevism's perceptions of the way forward. Central to all Bolshevik strategies for socialist construction from 1917 to the present day has been the assumption that modernization must come before socialism. Behind this lies the Second International dictum that as regards the base, if not the superstructure, with its much vaunted relative autonomy, technical must precede and premise meaningful social change. And stemming from it is a further series of equally rigid priorities. Since we have dealt with these in general terms already, and document them at length in later chapters, they may be stated with extreme and polemical brevity: mechanization before cooperation, industry before agriculture, and heavy before light industry, accumulation before daily necessities, expertise before readiness. Together, these prescriptions define a program which entails the accelerated reproduction of many of what are in fact fundamental social relations of capitalist production, above all its divisions of labor. The Bolsheviks, of course, saw things differently, but for reasons which are themselves germane to our argument. Basic to that impoverished conception of production they inherited from the Second International was a restriction of the category of social relations of production to property relations alone. It was this that enabled Trotsky unproblematically to label state industry the socialist sector, or Stalin to declare the USSR in 1936 a socialist country, notwithstanding the fact, very well known to both, that what was being created, under the aegis of the Soviet state, was a set of productive forms certain of whose social relations bore a strong resemblance to those within which capital's workers produce. We will exemplify below. For the moment it should suffice to mention that amongst the latter were the production relations pioneered by Frederick Taylor, a man for whose scientific achievements in the field of analyzing mechanical motions during work 38 Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin all expressed the greatest admiration. That such an irreducibly capitalist social, economic, political, moral, and cultural complex as Taylorism should not merit the appellation of production relations is of course precisely the corollary of that technicism we first noted in respect of Bolshevism's forebears. For the Bolsheviks, such relations were in essence neither capitalist nor socialist, but formed part of that socially neutral, because technical. 43. Infrastructure they saw as necessary to both modes of production. The reductions of production to technique and its social relations to those of ownership alone are condition and consequence of one another. A further corollary of this technicism, likewise remarked above, was also in part at least carried over into Bolshevism. The foregoing line of reasoning, we have seen, eventuates in comprehending the distinction between capitalism and socialism as above all one of the control of this essentially common infrastructure, and thence, in practice, as supremely a question of whose hands wield the machinery of state. Bolshevism, as we shall have plenty of opportunity to see, did in fact go far towards endorsing this variant of the capture thesis, the state and revolution notwithstanding. Moreover, we shall argue, a form of this thesis is just as much a feature of Trotsky's, or Lenin's, criticisms of bureaucracy as it is of the policies of Stalin or his successors. Nor should a renascent capture thesis surprise us, it is, after all, firmly rooted in precisely that conception of production the Bolsheviks made their own. All Bolshevik strategies for socialist construction, from Lenin to Brezhnev, have in our view partaken of the approach to production, and thereby to politics, we have just outlined. Put rather more succinctly, they combine an economistic view of production and a voluntaristic view of politics, and this combination is a recurrent one. The economism inheres in the notion of production as a set of necessary techniques governed by ineluctable laws of development, the voluntarism in the truncation of politics to matters of state, this original expunging of the political from the productive entails. Of course, this couple leaves ample room for disputes within Bolshevism and, as we shall see, its dominance has never been unchallenged, but, we believe, it nonetheless provides the dominant common frame of reference in terms of which permissible options are formulated. This is not the point to document this claim, later chapters do so at length. Some preliminary indications of what is to follow might nonetheless be pertinent, if only because those issues which were not in contention are conventionally overlooked by a left in large part divided by the historical schisms of the CPSU, whereas we believe Bolshevism's convergence cannot be stressed too heavily. In Chapter 3, we focus on Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin. All three, we show, were united, as were Bukharin, Preobrazhensky, and other Bolshevik luminaries 39, in their acceptance of the priority of modernization and all it entailed. Of particular importance were the implications for their understanding of the worker-peasant smykha or bond on which Soviet power was based, for, to repeat a simple fact labored above, over 80% of Russia's citizens fell into the latter category. 44. The congruence of views here would be striking, were these views not normally taken to be unremarkable statements of self-evident truths. At best the peasants were seen as unripe for socialism, at worst, and frequently, they were perceived as a sea of enemies. The reasoning behind this was eminently economistic. Mechanization must precede cooperation, while in the meantime, in Lenin's words, small production engenders capitalism and the bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously, and on a mass scale. Lenin, 1920b, 24. At the same time, it was equally axiomatic that agricultural production was to provide the funds and the labor force for the industrial infrastructure which was to enable its eventual mechanization. Thus from the start socialism was something to be donated, from above and at some point in the unspecified future, to the vast mass of the Soviet people, and in the interim, they were condemned to suffer something which in at least some, non-trivial, respects replicated the experience of capitalism. This was not the only instance of such reproduction. We have remarked Lenin's, Trotsky's, and Stalin's unanimous admiration for Taylorism. This was symptomatic of the more general fascination with things American which permeates their discourse. All three, for example, were likewise enamored of one-man management, material incentives and the extensive employment of, often reactionary, experts in all branches of production. Such policies were hardly unconnected with the systematic erosion of workers' power, in trade unions, factory committees, and Soviets, which characterized the first years of the Bolshevik regime. Kronstadt symbolized one sort of consequence, the rise of the kulak and the N-Ipman another. But here, Lenin, Trotsky and Stalin had recourse to Bolshevik voluntarism. The state, they believed, was well able to keep such challenges at bay. More generally, our state was considered by all three, and explicitly theorized by Stalin, as the major agency of socialist construction, in both its productive and its political facets. It was both the motor of construction and the instrument of class struggle, developing the forces and revolutionizing the relations of production, as Bolshevism understood them, through its fiscal and planning machinery, whilst securing the political conditions for this stratagem through its repressive and ideological apparatuses. In this vision, we believe, much of Stalinism is augured. 4.0 In Chapter 5, we turn to Bolshevism after Stalin. No caesura, we argue, separates Khrushchev or Brezhnev from the fundamentals of their Bolshevik heritage, merely the context has changed. Now, it is not the industrial but the scientific-technical revolution which exercises Bolshevik minds. Now, it is not the experience of capital's genesis, but that of its maturity Bolshevism seeks to replicate. The debates concern. 45. The use of market mechanisms as an aid to optimal resource allocation, of profit as a spur to efficiency of enterprise performance, such techniques too being checked, and where necessary, as in Czechoslovakia in 1968, curtailed by the long arm of the state of the whole people. Stalin's machinery is more and more perceived as cumbersome, outmoded and, the term is a frequent, and in its apparent innocence an ominous one. 41, irrational. But this perception is solidly grounded in the problematic modern Bolshevism shares with its classical progenitor. The economism and the voluntarism are with us still, it is only their forms which have altered. We have argued, then, that central to Bolshevik strategies from Lenin to Brezhnev and inclusive of oppositions both left and right has been a conception of what the productive forces are, and what it means to develop them, which has occasioned a systematic replication of certain essential relations of capitalist production. We have already made it clear that this does not amount to claiming that capitalism as such, state or otherwise, has been restored in the Soviet Union. But we do consider that such practices have gravely, and needlessly, shackled Soviet socialism. Indeed, it is in our view precisely they which are largely responsible for those distortions so many Marxists habitually analyze as products of Bolshevism's betrayal. For the fundamental conditions of the latter are to be found neither in a post-revolutionary coup by reactionary forces nor in the supposedly immutable constraints attending backwardness and isolation. To argue thus is to resuscitate the Bolsheviks' own combination of voluntarism and economism. The limitations of Soviet socialism, as well as, it should be stressed, its achievements 42, are more readily comprehensible as effects of the mode of production 60 years of Bolshevik policies have created, a profoundly contradictory mode, which uneasily combines capitalist with socialist elements. Here, in particular, lie the roots of Soviet statism. It should by now be evident that, to return to the notions with which we introduced this discussion, Bolshevik development programs will tend to sunder the political from the productive facets of socialist construction, and thus reproduce the phenomenal separations of economy and polity that legitimate Bolshevism's own ideology of base and superstructure. For, as we have seen, pending sufficient modernization, the emancipation of labor within production was never contemplated by the Bolsheviks. Their programs, on the contrary, without exception enforced various relations, and experiences, of production reminiscent of the dictatorship of capital, experiences that replicated capital's divisions off labor, capital's hierarchies of technical and managerial expertise, capital's divisive incentives, Capitals. 46. Inequalities, and, by no means least, capital's coercion of surplus labor and appropriation of its product to fuel an incessant and insatiable accumulation. This is of course not, as we shall see in Chapter 6, the whole story. But no particular acumen is needed to appreciate just how utopian were Lenin's injunctions to workers to take into your hands all affairs of the state or Stalin's appeals for mass criticism from below under such a productive regime. The simple fact is that to the extent that they persist, capitalist relations of production systematically erode the possibility of there being any genuine control, or transformation, from below. And to expand them has a clear consequence, which Bolshevism's entire history tragically confirms. The state becomes the major bastion of an eventual socialism, and expands exponentially. The program of modernization requires this expansion, both directly and by virtue of its enforced depoliticization of the mass of direct producers. Administering modernization involves the creation of a massive fiscal and planning apparatus, whilst to secure its political conditions increasingly calls for just as monstrous a machinery of repression. In turn, class struggles become restricted in scope and attenuated in form. Politics henceforth centers on who is in command of state machine, while the mobilization from above, the purge, and the show trial, become its typical and passable manifestations. In short, and unsurprisingly, to foster capitalist forms of productive activity eventuates in the reproduction of various defining relations of the bourgeois state form that is their condition and consequence. The Bolshevik state remains the supernaturalist abortion of society denounced in Marx's Civil War. Bolshevism preserves that division of labor which constitutes the political as a distinct realm, apparently, separate of and independent from society, and sustains the delusion as if administration and political governing were mysteries, transcendent functions only to be trusted to the hands of a trained caste. Marx, 1871b, 167, 169. Here, we believe, lies the source of Bolshevism's central and most brutal contradiction. In the absence of the emancipation of labor through collective production, whose possibility, for the backward amongst us, is denied a priori by Bolshevik theory and suppressed by Bolshevik practice, the state cannot wither away. On the contrary, failing that emancipation, the defense of 1917's gains will continue to depend, as it has during the last 60 years, upon the bloody and brutal state machine of Bolshevism remaining intact and vigilant. This contradiction has its own depressing dynamic, which we shall trace in subsequent chapters, one in which the increased use of capitalist techniques occasions greater state expansion, whose ensuing fetters on the producers, and thus on production, are remedied by the introduction of further capitalist techniques, and so on ad nauseam. 47. This argument could readily be extended to other areas of Bolshevik theory and practice. We could, for example, link the practical judgments of what is objective, as opposed to ideal, utopian and subjective, embedded in Bolshevik productive programs to the dominance of the ontology of materialism and empirio-criticism rather than Lenin's philosophical notebooks in Soviet Diamad, and we might likewise link the premium on expertise and the preeminence of the state inscribed in such programs to the fact that what is to be done? Rather than the April theses has in the main continued to provide Bolshevism with its epistemological apparatus for thinking party/people relations. Were we thus to extend our analysis, we would find, just as we did with Bolshevik perceptions of the state, that to embrace the Second International's conception of production is perforce to rehabilitate much else that was central to its atrophied Marxism. For, as we have stressed throughout, we are precisely not talking of contingent connections, base/superstructure fashion. We are pointing to a set of internal relations. But it would be churlish and in an important sense misleading to conclude our discussion of the Bolshevik problematic on this note. Our argument is not that Bolshevism is merely a refurbished Trotskyism. We have been describing tendencies, dangers. Certainly, these tendencies are deeply etched in the Bolshevik problematic. Insofar as they are anchored in its concept of production, they are absolutely basic to it. But equally central to Bolshevism, as we spent a long time demonstrating earlier, are many emancipatory qualities. This reminder is not prompted by a residual apologetics, it is crucial to even beginning to understand Bolshevism's history, which is in large measure the history of the struggle of classes, ads and lines that rages within it. If our discussion is taken as a whole, what emerges most forcefully is that Bolshevism is neither, as Stalin grandiloquently claimed, the theory and tactics of the proletarian revolution in general, nor simply a program for taking the capitalist road. It is a deeply contradictory body of theory and practice. By now, this should hardly surprise us. For Bolshevism is no quiet academic doctrine, polished and consistent. It is a product of class struggle, and a product, moreover, bearing the hallmarks of just that emergent communism Marx wrote of in his critique of the Gotha program. Its roots lie in the working class, but like that class, it is in every respect branded with the scars of the capitalism which nurtured it. 3. Socialist construction. In his inaugural address to the First International, Marx speaks of three great facts. The first, which he documents at some length in both its 48 particulars, is the great fact that the misery of the working masses has not diminished from 1848 to 1864, and yet this period is unrivaled for the development of its industry and the growth of its commerce. Marx, 1864, 340. The second and third great facts are of a somewhat different order. They are the passage of the 10 Hours Bill, and the cooperative movement. Now it is, perhaps, difficult at first sight to see why Marx might grant so elevated a status to what are, from one viewpoint, a limited reform and a utopian experiment. But it is just Marx's reasons which interest us. Regarding the 10 Hours Bill, he first hails, as would any middle-class reformer, the immense physical, moral, and intellectual benefits hence accruing to the factory operatives, Ibid. 346. These, as he remarks, are chronicled in the reports of the factory inspectors for all to see. But not so another benefit, to which Marx immediately draws our attention. Besides its practical import, there was something else to exalt the marvelous success of this working men's measure. It was the first time that in broad daylight the political economy of the middle class succumbed to the political economy of the working class. Ibid. It is in similar terms that Marx celebrates cooperatives as a still greater victory of the political economy of labor over the political economy of property. Ibid. Notwithstanding his own awareness of the limitations of the cooperative movement as such. Now we interject these observations of Marx's because they superbly illustrate a point of crucial relevance to any adequate perspective on socialist construction. Marx argues it explicitly in The Poverty of Philosophy. Against those socialists who look for science and merely make systems, and who see in poverty nothing but poverty, without seeing in it the revolutionary, subversive side, which will overthrow the old society, he insists that, in the measure that history moves forward, and with it the struggle of the proletariat assumes clearer outlines, they, the theoreticians of the proletarian class, no longer need to seek science in their minds. They have only to take note of what is happening before their eyes and become its mouthpiece. Marx, 1847a, 125-6. Marx's point is two-edged. On the one hand, against those who see in poverty nothing but poverty, or, mutatis mutandis, in backwardness nothing but backwardness, he is identifying the resources of socialist construction. It is in this light that the struggle for the 10 Hours Bill and the cooperative movement are adjudged great facts. On the other hand, he is making a methodological statement. Such great facts, he is saying, are the basis on which Marxist science advances, in Stalin's 49 words theory is the experience of the working class movement in all countries taken in its general aspect, Stalin, 1924a, 15. Great facts of working class historical experience likewise prompt the observations which follow, the great facts, specifically, of the socialist achievements of a quarter of humanity, the workers and peasants of People's China. Like Marx, we are concerned not only with the practical but also with the theoretical significance of these accomplishments. In particular, we shall argue, they show, as did the cooperative movement of Marx's day by deed, instead of by argument, Marx, 1864, 346, where lie socialism's true resources, and in showing this, they at the same time illuminate the shackles inseparable from Bolshevism. As in our discussion of Bolshevism itself, we will merely outline our argument in general terms here, leaving its substantiation to later chapters. A few preliminary clarifications, however, are essential if we are not to be seriously misunderstood. We are emphatically not engaged upon a geopolitical exercise whereby, socialist, China is simplistically counterposed to, capitalist or revisionist, USSR, of the kind recently indulged in by the CPC itself and its friends overseas. 43.4. First, the lessons we seek to draw from China are congruent with, and can be validated by, historical experience elsewhere, the kinds of experience grasped in Marx's inaugural address, or civil war in France, and similarly if fitfully and in hamstrung fashion apprehended by Bolshevism. And, second, we have already made it clear that so far as we are concerned the USSR is not capitalist nor the CPSU in any simple sense revisionist. No more do we consider China the socialist Mecca. Both formations are for us in transition, and characterized by, as Lenin has it, in many respects, fiercer class struggles than rage within capitalism itself. Neither are we engaged upon a straightforward eulogy of the CPC's theory and practice. Our concern is with the transformations of themselves and their circumstances accomplished by China's direct producers. Certain CPC strategies in our view foster such transformations where Bolshevism would have derided their possibility in theory, and actively suppressed it in practice. And Mao and the CPC have gone beyond Bolshevism in theorizing the conditions of socialist construction. But for all that the struggle of classes, roads, and lines is far from absent from the CPC, and, we should add, it must be grasped not only as a struggle between Maoists and capitalist roaders. It is equally a struggle internal to Maoism itself, a struggle that is reflected in the hesitations and inadequacies of that generally superior theorization of transition the CPC offers. In particular, its critique of Bolshevism remains tacit rather than overt, and the survival of various undesirable facets of the Bolshevik legacy within the PRC is a clear consequence. 50. These qualifications, as we have said, are crucial to our thesis, and we will develop them at greater length in chapters 5 and 6. For the moment, however, we may lay them on one side. Our object here is not to provide an adequate overall analysis of PRC or CPC. At this stage in our argument, and similarly, we might mention, in chapter 4, we seek only to highlight certain of those respects in which the experience of the Chinese people does add up to a practical critique of Bolshevism. We will begin with the key question of socialist construction and the one to which we found the Bolsheviks answer the most crippling: what is production, and how is it to be increased? First, we may note a rejection, within the CPC, of the supposedly inescapable logic of modernization outlined above. This rejection is expressed most clearly in such key texts of Mao's as his celebrated speeches, both directed at what might be termed the Bolshevik wing of the CPC, on the question of agricultural cooperation, 1955, and on the 10 Great Relationships, 1956b, and is embodied in the policy of walking on two legs. Jack Gray's innovative studies have set out the economics of this strategy in detail. Two central axioms of Bolshevik and bourgeois modernization theory are effectively reversed. The socialist transformation of agriculture is seen as the prerequisite of industrial construction, while within this transformation revolution of the social relations of production, in the very broadest sense, precedes and premises technological change. Briefly, the Maoist strategy may be schematized thus. Agricultural cooperation, at first of a relatively elementary kind, enables labor, including labor which would otherwise be unused during slack phases in the agricultural cycle, to be employed more effectively than under conditions of individual peasant farming. Routine tasks can be performed more economically, and new construction projects beyond the resources of the single household, in, say, irrigation or land reclamation, become viable. The ensuing rise in agricultural output and peasant living standards supports a market for light industrial products. These allow a gradual mechanization of agriculture, which further raises output and living standards and frees more labor for larger construction projects. Cooperation is extended pari passu, in China from mutual aid team, to APC, to People's Commune, to provide a framework within which the latter can be undertaken, and these projects in their turn permit still further increases in output and living standards and savings of labor, ultimately, increases and savings capable of sustaining heavy industry without, crucially, diverting vital resources away from agriculture or pauperizing peasant producers. We do not instance this program in order to set up some new model of development to replace the old, indeed one of the lessons we 51. Draw from China is precisely that such models are per se to be rejected, as fetters on people's productive potentialities. We cite it rather in order to give substance to a point which is more fundamental and which cannot be conveyed by an abstracted account of the economics of socialist construction in the PRC, an account for example which reduces what is involved to a mere substitution of labor for capital. To the slogan "Take agriculture as the foundation and industry as the leading factor," Mao adds the important rider "and never forget class struggle." This does not bespeak an old man's outdated fondness for the revolutionary days of his youth, when the real task now is the sober one of development, as some within the CPC, and without, have insinuated. Nor is it in any sense a separate injunction. It refers, quite simply, to the means through which a program of socialist construction can alone be accomplished. To express the same point rather differently, what matters in the above program is what it fosters, the collective and conscious and thus egalitarian self-emancipation of the direct producers, through their own transformation of the social relations within which they produce. For, simply, only on condition of that emancipation can it actually work. Voluntary cooperation, and not imposed technology, is its major productive force, and mutual benefit, the producer's own experience of the material upshot of their cooperation, is the foundation for the gradual extensions of cooperative production which give the strategy its dynamic. It is for this reason that class struggle is central. Emancipation of labor is a struggle, not a donation, and cooperation is always an accomplishment, a struggle against in the first instance the capitalist and the landlord, but as much a struggle, fiercer as socialism progresses, against the division QF labor that supports the fetish of expert and cadre, and against the moral ethos and cultural eidos which buttress the dictatorship of capital, an accomplishment, by the direct producers, of liberation from all the muck of ages. Marx and Engels, L846a, 87, with which they are burdened. And this is likewise why politics must be in command, and why to see in this prescription an opposition of politics and production, as do not only bourgeois commentators, but also, regrettably, many of Mao's supporters in the West and, we suspect, in China 44, would be fundamentally mistaken. Mao is totally orthodox, and thoroughly correct, in his insistence that, in the last analysis, the impact, good or bad, great or small, of the policy and practice of any Chinese political party upon the people depends on whether and how much it helps to develop their productive forces, and on whether it fetters or liberates these forces. Mao, 1945 d. 301. 52. The point is that a socialist development of the productive forces is the task of the people whose forces they are. A party can help liberate those forces only to the extent that it can help the people liberate themselves, otherwise, it becomes a fetter on both producers and production. Class struggle is the means of their liberation, so keeping proletarian politics in command, a profoundly productive requirement of socialist construction. Other facets of CPC theory and policy, notably, for example, a political epistemology which builds on and extends the discoveries we noted equally in Lenin's notebooks, and in the practices of 1917, and a mass line theory of politics which embodies this epistemology, are congruent with what we have so far sought to indicate. These will be amplified in later chapters. For the moment, we have said enough to make clear where we believe the historical experience of the workers and peasants of China offers its deepest challenge to Bolshevism. Production is conceived, and practiced, as an integrally social, moral, cultural, and above all political activity. And to develop it, in a socialist fashion, is accordingly conceived and practiced as necessarily being a class struggle, between the producers and the entire repertoire of vestiges from capitalism which marked the transition to socialism. The CPC has, at least in part, recognized this in its theory and many of its policies, though, as we will see in chapters 5 and 6, this judgment has to be qualified, and severely so at times. But far more importantly, the people of China, both in what they have achieved and how they have achieved it, ground and validate the perspectives we have sketched in the last few pages. Their class struggles likewise ground and validate our earlier criticism of Bolshevism. For it is their experience, rather than any theoretical acumen on our or anybody else's part, that has shown that it is people, collectively and consciously transforming themselves and their circumstances, that are the key productive force of socialism, and that it is capitalism not backwardness that is its major obstacle. In showing this they have also shown just where Bolshevism needs to be transcended, in precisely those areas where it fetters the emancipation of the people by failing to appreciate just how tenacious, pervasive, and deep-rooted the stranglehold of the political economy of capital is. 3. Lenin. We have commented on the invisibility of the social problematic of Bolshevism for most Marxists. Central to their blindness is, we believe, their imprisonment within the boundaries of the Bolsheviks' own debates of the 1920s and 1930s, particularly that between Leon Trotsky and Joseph Stalin. Those debates have also left another legacy, which is of particular concern to us here. The works of Lenin, both practical and theoretical, are conventionally treated, by all major protagonists and their ideological heirs, merely as a resource for proving the legitimacy of their respective positions. The corollary of this elevation of Lenin's work into an authoritative body of canon law is one crucial to our central theme: the struggles within Lenin's work, far from being examined, are suppressed in favor of an imposed and thoroughly artificial consistency. But, we shall argue, if Lenin's work is taken as a whole, that contradiction we have sketched for Bolshevism as such will be seen thoroughly to permeate it. The famous slogan concerning Soviets plus electrification expresses it sharply, particularly when we know that the electrification program involved acceleration of certain nodal features of capitalism, and displayed all the qualities of a state donation from above, while concurrently the Soviets were systematically drained of proletarian influence, and even of party majority, where, that is, they continued to exist at all. What follows attempts to exemplify this struggle. In January 1917, Lenin gave a lecture on the 1905 revolution to which affirms his faith in the possibility of socialist revolution in Tsarist Russia. He criticizes the liberal Struve, who had written 2 days before Bloody Sunday 1905 that there was not yet a revolutionary people in Russia. The idea that an illiterate peasant country could produce a revolutionary people seemed utterly absurd to this highly educated 54. Supercilious and extremely stupid leader of the bourgeois reformists. 1917 c. 238. Later, Lenin provides an account of 1905 to allow us to assess a piece of professorial wisdom of the cowardly bourgeoisie. For instance, in German so-called scientific literature, Herr Professor Max Weber, in his lengthy survey of Russia's political development, refers to the Moscow uprising as a putsch. The Lenin Group, says this highly learned Herr Professor, and a section of the socialist revolutionaries had long prepared for this senseless uprising. Lenin, 1917 c. 251. For Lenin then, here as in many similar writings, the political power of the illiterate peasantry is emphasized. This is most evident, perhaps, in the address, at the very moment of the Great October Socialist Revolution itself, to the people, 1917d, or in his Peasants and Workers, 1917a. We would argue with reference to such texts as these that what Lenin's struggles should teach us is neither a dogmatic notion of party building nor a doctrine of socialist efficiency and organization, but, simply, that it is people, not parties, that transform the world, and that, therefore, putting proletarian politics in command means the ending of the crucial separation of the political from the economic, which is a necessary feature of capitalist commodity production. On the other hand, Lenin's economic policy, and it is instructive that the term was so salient in his writings, was dominated by notions first elaborated in his Development of Capitalism in Russia III concerning what he called in 1917 a complete material preparation for socialism. In that year he saw, as he quoted himself in response to his left critics in 1918, state capitalist monopoly as the threshold of socialism. The key text here is his The Immediate Tasks of the Soviet Government, for in which he argues, by creating a new, Soviet type of state, we solved only a small part of this difficult problem. The principal difficulty lies in the economic sphere, namely, the introduction of the strictest and universal accounting and control of the production and distribution of goods, raising the productivity of labor and socializing production in practice. Lenin, 1918b, 241. In response to his left critics, Lenin described the path of transition from petty bourgeois capitalism thus. It is one and the same road that leads from it to both large-scale capitalism and to socialism, through one and the same intermediary. 55. Station called national accounting and control of production and distribution. Those who fail to understand this are committing an unpardonable error in economics. Lenin, 1918 c. 340. He also argued in 1918 that this program required the use of bourgeois expertise. Without the guidance of experts in the various fields of knowledge, technology, and experience, the transition to socialism will be impossible and be, as Lenin might have interjected, the word used is impossible because socialism calls for a conscious mass advance to greater productivity of labor compared with capitalism and on the basis achieved by capitalism. Socialism must achieve this advance in its own way. By Soviet methods. And the specialists are, in the main, inevitably bourgeois. Lenin, 1918b, 248, 5. The contradictory nature of this passage is part of the struggle within Lenin's work. The basis achieved by capitalism denies the very possibility of conscious mass advance toward greater production. A few pages further on, Lenin himself denies the possibility, at that stage, of a conscious mass advance other than one which follows coercion by the party state, and direction by experts. The Russian is a bad worker compared with people in advanced countries. It could not be otherwise under the Tsarist regime and in view of the persistence of the hangover from serfdom. The task that the Soviet government must set the people in all its scope is, learn to work. Lenin, 1918b, 259. Even thus far there is still the possibility of various formulations. Lenin chooses one way, one line. The Taylor system, the last word of capitalism in this respect, like all capitalist progress, is a combination of the refined brutality of bourgeois exploitation and a number of the greatest scientific achievements in the field of analyzing mechanical motions during work. The possibility of building socialism depends exactly upon our success in combining the Soviet power and the Soviet organization of administration with up-to-date achievements of capitalism. We must organize in Russia the study and teaching of the Taylor system and systematically try it out and adapt it to our ends. Ibid. This illustrates the separation of the Soviet government and the people and the conception of combining Soviet state forms with 56. Capitalist production forms. The combination of Taylorism and the use of experts reproduces very swiftly an instability in the nature of the politics that are in command through the coercive party-state apparatus. We say reproduces because the same instability, in fact an inability to control, is present in all capitalist state forms. What is really going on is a class struggle over who is to win, the bourgeoisie or the proletariat. Capitalist techniques cannot be copied neutrally. To follow them is to reproduce the appropriate ideological, cultural, political, and production relations which sustain them. The above general schema can be illustrated from 1918 onwards, whether we examine Bolshevik policy toward agrarian production, the trades unions in the factories, or the Soviets. In all cases there is an attempt to marry socialist political forms to certain capitalist production necessities. There are, to begin with, two invalid myths which we should dispense with. First, the fashionable notion that had Lenin lived, all would have been well, is doubly false. The struggle, often held to be present in Lenin's last years, was there from the beginning, and, in any case, what kind of Marxist analysis is it that makes the path of a whole social formation depend on one individual? Second, the way in which the new economic policy is usually counterposed to war communism ignores the continuity between them. But we should note in passing that the NEP has a double external reference which is not normally associated with Lenin's Bolshevism, which reveals much about both the Bolshevik problematic and Lenin's adherence to it. First, as an indication of the way in which Bolshevism continues to donate the terms within which socialist construction is thought, we quote the 1969 editorial note affixed to Lenin's October 21, 1921 report on NEP. As a sum total of economic measures employed by the proletarian state, NEP is, in one or another form, a necessary policy for any state effecting the transition from capitalism to socialism. 6. What Lenin called capitalism in moderation, 192 LC, 49, was part of a program which he saw as defending socialism by, for example, leasing natural resources to foreign capitalists. The relevant 1921 and 1922 discussions, focused on meetings at Cannes, Genoa, and Rapallo, reveal the Bolshevik subordination to certain capitalist paradigms of production in great detail. They also make the détente proposals of the 1970s seem quite trivial. It was after all the author of Imperialism who argued just before the Genoa meeting that the USSR would shortly be subject to the tests set by the Russian and international market, to which we are subordinated, with which we are connected, and from 57. Which we cannot isolate ourselves, CIT Day, 1973, p. 64.7. What was argued here, regarding foreign capitalists' control of forests or railways, was only an extension of what was argued regarding capitalist techniques in general. It was claimed to be true that any country had to use these, capitalist, techniques and methods, but equally, any socialist country could control the techniques through powerful, and specifically socialist, state forms. Let us now briefly examine the areas of agrarian and industrial production, before returning to the general features of this contradiction as increasingly recognized in his writings by Lenin. Soviet agrarian policy is important for a number of reasons. Food production is basic to any successful strategy of socialist construction. Bolshevik policies here reveal much about their general perspectives. Through the Comintern there was an attempt to enforce this agrarian policy beyond the USSR, and its chronic failure through to the 1970s is one very significant feature of the Bolshevik legacy. As we have hinted above, Bolshevism was formed largely in ignorance of, and partly in opposition to, the mass of the Russian people, those engaged in agrarian production. This led, for example, to a failure to understand the dynamics of the peasant communes, and a marked refusal to follow the possible analyses suggested by Marx in the 1870s. 9. For Marx the Obshchina had a collective and a private production element. He also recognized that the Miri were differentiated, they should not be seen as homogeneously hostile to, or receptive of, socialism. In fact, Bolshevism appears to have followed the path of the Tsar's advisors. Until 1905, the Miri were considered to be centers of rich peasant reaction. But after 1905, De Witt and Stolypin attempted to establish a class of yeoman capitalist farmers, 10 not infrequently with the explicit support of Lenin, who posed the alternatives as a Prussian Junkers transition or an American capitalist transition, the latter being seen as more progressive. Nowhere better than here can we see the power of that cognitive orientation noted by Shannon. In 1899, at the close of his development analysis, Lenin argued that one of the progressive features of capitalism was that it constantly diminishes the proportion of the population engaged in agriculture, in which the most backward forms of social and economic relationships always prevail, and increases the number of large industrial centers, 1899, 599.11 in 1920. In his preliminary draft thesis on the agrarian question 12, Lenin still speaks of a rural sector. The limited nature of the Bolshevik break with Koskai's conceptions of socialism is very well displayed in its agrarian policies. Readers of Koskai's Agrarian Problem, 1899, through to his anti-Bolshevik works of 1918 and 1922, will find what were to become Bolshevik agrarian policies consistently advo. 58. Kate. In April 1917, a Bolshevik conference passed a resolution urging the proletarians and semi-proletarians of the countryside to seek the formation out of every landlord's estate of a sufficiently large model farm which would be run for the social account by Soviets of deputies of agricultural workers under the direction of agricultural experts and with the application of the best technical methods. Carr, 1952, 37, cf. Trotsky, 1930d, 19. In the Decree on Land of October 1917, we can read the distinctions made between property of the whole people and state property, and note that lands on which high-level scientific farming is practiced, shall not be divided up. 13. But it was not simply this perspective on the necessity for capitalist forms, nor the simple fact that as late as 1920 party work hardly existed in the Soviet countryside. Shannon, 1972, 86, Lewin, 1966, 178, Mail, 1971, 87, it was that these two facets combined to create a policy, at its most severe in the committees of the poor grain procurement, which in one crucial respect repeated the historical experiences that agrarian producers had suffered under Tsarism. Peasant producers had already experienced the Tsarist grain monopoly in the war. As Owen reports, when requisitions were made on the basis of corn brought to Bazari the markets, and when some peasants who asked for more than the stipulated price were flogged, a necessary consequence followed, one that was to haunt Russian political economy for many years afterwards: the peasants ceased to bring to market. Owen, 1937, 175. As Lenin phrased the matter in 1921, hitherto, the food supply worker has known only one fundamental instruction: collect 100% of the grain appropriations. Lenin, 1921d, 353. Bolshevism's analysis of the relations of agrarian production was predicated upon a division between town and country. There was, on the one hand, the countryside, and block, on the other, the needs of the towns, and, to link them, secure the harvest. So convinced was Bolshevism of this relation that the Bolshevik Party had to have campaigns in 1924 and 1925 to face the countryside. In the latter there were no less than 8 state agencies competing in the bringing in of the harvest. At the 8th Bolshevik Congress of 1919, Lenin's General Line, 191 GE, was adopted as the agrarian program of the party and elaborated in the ABC of Communism authored by Bukharin and Preobrazhensky. This text circulated widely for 10 years despite having a book list, at the end of Chapter 2, which shows the continued dominance of the 59. Koskyan problematic. In that part of the ABC dealing with production after the revolution, in fact, written by Preobrazhensky, the Bolshevik contradiction is manifest. On the one hand, Preobrazhensky argues every poor peasant should become a member of a commune. Every member of a commune should become a communist. Bukharin and Preobrazhensky, 1920, 375. This follows Lenin's own approaches of 1914. As long as it is possible to trade in grain and to make a profit out of it, the peasant will remain, a semi-working man, a semi-profiteer. As a profiteer he is hostile to us. But as a working man, the peasant is a friend of the proletarian state. As working men, the peasants, the vast mass of them, the peasant millions, support the state machine. Lenin, 19L9F, 433. In order to abolish classes it is necessary, to abolish the difference between factory worker and peasant, to make workers of all of them. The proletariat must separate, demarcate the working peasant from the peasant owner. In this demarcation lies the whole essence of socialism. Lenin, 19L9D, 112, 113. But on the other hand, the ABC also brings forward typically Bolshevik notions of necessary techniques and expertise. The first requisite is that in socialist agriculture all the land of the Republic should be utilized in such a way that in every district, farm, and field, that particular crop should be raised, which, having regard to the quality and the peculiarity of the soil, would grow most advantageously. Precisely which crop is the most suitable, is a matter for agricultural experts to determine. Bukharin and Preobrazhensky, 1920, 352. This encapsulated various forms of the division of labor within one technically defined requisite. We would have thought that a first priority might well have been taking stock of local sources of knowledge and local collective abilities. Bolshevism continued to understand the peasantry, as an entirety, as petty bourgeois, and to see every petty bourgeois as an agent of private capitalism, as Lenin phrased it, 19L8C, 337. The following year he argued, peasant farming continues to be petty commodity production. Here we have an extremely broad and very sound, deep-rooted basis for capitalism. The forms of this struggle are private speculation and 60. Profiteering versus state procurement of grain and state distribution. Lenin, 1919d, 109-10. Of course, given this framework for struggle, it is not surprising that the new economic policy could accommodate notions of wagering on the kulak, and strengthening the kulaki vis-a-vis the organs of the party, which was taken to its logical and thoroughly Bolshevik conclusion, by Bukharin. 15. The full Bolshevik commitment to modernization before socialism, and therewith accentuating the three great differences, is evident in Lenin's draft theses for the Comintern of 1920, especially when compared with the comparable theses of Koski, cf. his 1918, 114-19. Lenin argued, the victory of socialism over capitalism and the consolidation of socialism may be regarded as ensured only when the proletarian state power, having completely suppressed all resistance by the exploiters and assured itself complete subordination and stability, has reorganized the whole of industry on the lines of large-scale collective production and on a modern technical basis, founded on the electrification of the entire economy. This alone will enable the cities to render such radical assistance, technical and social, to the backward and scattered rural population as will create the material basis necessary to boost the productivity of agricultural and of farm labor in general, thereby encouraging the small farmers by the force of example and in their own interest to adopt large-scale, collective, and mechanized agriculture. Lenin, 1920a, 161-2. Not only did these theses, and the practices which they report and engender, set the terms for the Stalin-Trotsky or the Bukharin-Preobrazhensky debates of the 1920s, they underpin the problem of Soviet agriculture today. The Soviet collective farm, in contrast with the People's Communes of China, is still conceived as a unit of agricultural production, nothing more. Thomson, 1973, 123-4.16. Were matters substantially different regarding Bolshevism and industrial production? A number of recent accounts 17 from different perspectives agree that by 1918, and closely connected with the program of Lenin's immediate tasks, both factory committees, and, to a lesser extent, the trades unions, had become subordinated and localized organs of workers' power. This is inevitable given the notions outlined above. How can capitalist techniques, expert supervision, and a national system of control be applied through autonomous agencies of workers' control? This is in fact the context within which the Soviet Subotniki, cf. Lenin, 1919f, and Stakhanovite movements must be placed. They are socialist emulation activities 18 but flawed. In this they 61 may be contrasted with the socialist transformations within China, which despite superficial similarities seek to embody a quite different politics. This is also the context within which to situate the debates over the trades unions in 1920 to 1.19. The basic disagreement between the proposals of Bukharin and Trotsky and those of Lenin, which became policy, can best be understood as a difference over timing and emphasis. The criticisms of the workers' opposition were more fundamental, but they failed to see how antithetical to workers' control were most trades unions by that stage. Lenin in this debate equates the Soviet apparatus to what he was later to call the transmission belts from the Communist Party to the masses, 1922a, 382. These kinds of formulations coexist with some startling texts which continue to feature in the polemic between the CPC and the CPSU. Lenin argued that every kind of democracy serves production and is ultimately determined by the relations of production in a given society, 192 IA, 81. That is to say, politics must take precedence over economics. To argue otherwise is to forget the ABC of Marxism. Without a correct political approach to the matter, the given class will be unable to stay on top, and, consequently, will be incapable of solving its production problem either. Ibid, 83-4. We can only make sense of this statement, understand it, that is, in terms of Lenin's practice at that time, if we carefully study those actions to provide a content for the concepts politics and economics. He clearly intends that proletarian politics will actually be in command, but he primarily understands by this that the party, and the party's state, must be ruthless, practicing that ruthlessness which is indispensable for the success of socialism. Lenin, 1918 c. 344 fn, cf 1918b. We know that this is how many workers, and members of the party, began to perceive party and state action, fusing on the one hand the agencies of tax collection and police with the party, and, on the other, enabling the former exploiters and their agents to become the agents for party and state policy. Dampening down and restricting class struggle, as with the campaigns against sabotage by Iazinus, or the abolition of intra-party democracy, reverses the spiral which can be studied in the border regions of China. Their accelerating class struggle and increased production, coupled with a minimal party and a self-supporting state apparatus, spirals upwards toward greater well-being through conscious, collective, and more egalitarian transformations within many different productive situations, each of which, in itself, constitutes a 62. Partial attack on the division of labor. In the case of the Soviet Union, the spiral is led downwards, through notions of necessary capitalist techniques, the use of experts and Taylorism, the subordination of the Soviets to the center and so on. What was happening in both cases were the creations of new historic blocks, to use Ramsa's significant term, in the Soviet Union, especially in the Soviet countryside. These policies were forming and strengthening a new historic bloc which we might call the official entrepreneurial bloc. We are not arguing that Lenin, or other Bolsheviks, were not aware of these dangers. It is rather the manner of their solution which is significant. In brief, Bolshevism from the start had two kinds of policy for problems of this character: technical, including policies of fiscal manipulation, and the politics of terror. Both show that intimate and delicate relation between productive strategies and state forms which we have argued throughout. In 1922, Lenin, as chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, wrote to Kursky of the Commissariat of Justice, declaring, as it were, to the capitalists, 20. Carry on your business, make money, we allow you to do it, but we shall place you under a triple obligation to be honest, to render truthful and accurate accounts, to observe the spirit as well as the letter of our communist laws, not to depart a single inch from our laws. This should be the first commandment of the PC People's Commissariat of Justice as far as NEP is concerned. If the PC is unable to cope with our capitalism by licking it into shape and keeping it decent, if the PC does not prove by a number of show trials that it is capable of detecting infractions of this rule and punishing the offenders not by shamefully stupid communistically fatuous fines of from 100 to 200 millions, but by the death sentence, then the PC is not worth a damn, and I shall consider it my duty to get the Central Committee to have all the PC's key personnel replaced. Lenin, 1922b, 344. We indicated above that Lenin, amongst others, was aware that something was wrong. Before we illustrate this, we ought to remind ourselves of certain tensions within Lenin's work on the nature of the state. To begin with, and not commonly stressed, the classical Leninist notion of party building, as established, with due reference to Kosky, in his What is to be Done? 1902, clashes quite seriously with much of his polemic against Kosky and the Second International in the State and Revolution, 191-7b, cf 1917a. 21. It should also by now be apparent how the Bolshevik adherence to the need for certain capitalist forms and techniques would lead to a further tension. Thus, although Lenin declared to the population in November 1917, 63. Remember that now you yourselves are at the helm of state, take into your hand all affairs of the state. Rally round your Soviets. Strengthen them. Get on with the job yourselves, begin right at the bottom, do not wait for anyone. Lenin, 1917d, 297. We had better pay as much attention to his 1919 lecture on the state. The ambiguities and shifts do not require extra comment. The proletariat casts aside the machine which was called the state and before which people bowed down in superstitious awe, and declares that it is a bourgeois lie. We have deprived the capitalists of this machine and have taken it over. With this machine, or bludgeon, we shall destroy all exploitation. And when the possibility of exploitation no longer exists anywhere in the world, only when the possibility of this no longer exists, then shall we consign this machine to the scrap heap. Then there will be no state and no exploitation. Such is the view of our Communist Party. Lenin, 1919g, 488. By 1922, Lenin asks. Here we have lived a year, with the state in our hands and under the new economic policy. Has it operated our way? No. We don't like to acknowledge this, but it hasn't. And how has it operated? The machine isn't going where we guide it, but where some illegal, or lawless, God knows whence derived speculators or private capitalistic business, or both together, are guiding it. A machine doesn't travel just exactly the way, and it often travels just exactly not the way, that the man imagines who sits at the wheel. Cit Trotsky et al., 1927a, I. The state, then, is a machine, or bludgeon, and the key question cannot therefore be its form, its inner relations, but who controls it, whose hands grasp the wheel, who brings down the bludgeon on whom. It is in terms of the foregoing that we have to understand Lenin's long struggle against bureaucracy. This, to repeat, is not just a matter of his last years. Apart from the state and revolution, Lenin's How to Organize Competition, with its thoroughly socialist notions of workers supervising the organizational work of intellectuals and vigor from below, Lenin, 1918a, shows the possibility of an alternative to the practices we have emphasized thus far. But such alternatives were in large part suppressed. Lenin himself has provided an account of the growth of bureaucracy. Looking back in 1921, he notes. 64. Look at the economic aspects of the evils of bureaucracy. We see nothing of them in May 5, 1918. 6 months after the October Revolution. A year later, the 8th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, March 18 to 23, 1919, adopted a new party program in which we spoke forthrightly of a partial revival of bureaucracy within the Soviet system. 2 years later, in the spring of 1921, after the 8th Congress of Soviets, December 1920, which discussed the evils of bureaucracy, and after the 10th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, March 1921, we find them even more distinct and sinister. Lenin, 1921d, 351, It is worth interrupting this narrative to indicate the state activity of Lenin himself in 1921. His instructions to local Soviets read, in part, commodity exchange and freedom of trade inevitably imply the appearance of capitalists and capitalist relationships. There is no reason to fear this. The workers' state has enough resources to keep within the proper bounds and control those relationships which are useful and necessary in conditions of small-scale production. Today the workers' and peasants' state is the proprietor, and it must select the best men for economic development. It must select the best administrators and organizers on the special and general, local and national scale. Lenin, 1921e, 383, 385, but, to return to his tax in kind from which we were quoting, Lenin does not see bureaucracy as rooted in Bolshevism. What are their economic roots? They are mostly of a dual character. On the one hand, a developed bourgeoisie needs a bureaucratic apparatus to use against the revolutionary movement of workers. That is something we have not got. Ours are class courts directed against the bourgeoisie. In our country, bureaucratic practices have different economic roots, namely the atomized and scattered state of the small producer. Bureaucratic practices as a legacy of the siege and the superstructure built over the isolated and downtrodden state of the small producer. Our bureaucratic practices prove that in this respect we still have a great deal to learn from the capitalist. Lenin, 1921d, 352f. In February 1.922, Lenin wrote to Sokhonikov, stating, "Communists have become bureaucrats. If anything will destroy us, it is this. And for the state bank it is the most dangerous of all to be bureaucratic." 65. The whole essence now is practical men and practice. To find people who are men oj business. Lenin, 1922c, 549. Lenin goes on to talk of replacing virtuous communists by people who know how to trade. On one of his few public speeches after his first bout of illness, Lenin said, "We still have the old machinery, and our task now is to remold it along new lines. We cannot do so at once, but we must see to it that the communists we have are properly placed. What we need is that they, the communists, should control the machinery they are assigned to, and not, as so often happens, with us, that the machinery should control them." Lenin, 1922d, 442. In the much more studied texts of his last year, 1923, the criticism of bureaucracy is much more overt, but there remains the confusion between priorities. In some texts, 1923a, 1923d, there is a sequence: material base first, cultural revolution second. In others, 1923b, 1923c, Lenin argues that without a cultural revolution, and politics of a new kind, there will be no secure material base for socialism at all. We have tried to argue here 22 that Lenin's unique contribution to revolutionary theory cannot be totally sundered from Bolshevism. Despite the critical materials we have pointed to, Lenin never transcended the simultaneous and contradictory Bolshevik adherence to both capitalist productive forces and various socialist forms of political control. Already by the time of his second illness he was aware that this contradiction was ripening toward a crisis, but he offered no analysis of the latter which moved beyond the restrictions of Bolshevism. We do not consider that Bolshevism was fully determined by the backwardness of Tsarist Russia, or by capitalist encirclement, and certainly not by the personalities of Lenin, Trotsky, or Stalin. We now have contrary historical experiences to draw from which were denied to Lenin, but he did have access to alternative potential kinds of productive forms and political control. That Bolshevism alerted him to only one kind of action follows from its own genesis and sustaining relations. 2. Trotsky. Stalin's Red professors sought to denigrate Trotsky by instancing his deviations from the canons of Leninism. This is not our intention, as Trotsky went to great lengths to demonstrate 23 he was indeed a Bolshevik-Leninist. We hope to show that both the weaknesses and the 66 strengths of Trotsky's works derive precisely from their Bolshevism, from their exemplary Leninism. We will investigate these by tracing the Bolshevik problematic through three core components of Trotskyism: Trotsky's interpretations of 1905 and his theory of permanent revolution, the left opposition programs of the 20s, and the Trotskyist analysis of the degeneration of the first workers' state. Trotsky's writings on 1905-24 must be celebrated for an acute analysis of the development of capitalism in Russia, out of which Trotsky derived the law of uneven and combined development and the political strategy of permanent revolution. Both the analysis and the strategy broke with the Second International, and, Red professors notwithstanding, decisively entered the Bolshevism of 1917. The law indicates that capitalism does not grow organically, following the classic English model. Capitalism creates a world after its own image not by exporting its historical development pattern, but by imposing its current production techniques and relations, which it supports by subordinating and utilizing pre-capitalist social, political, and productive structures. Tsarist Russia is a paradigm case. Far from emerging naturally from Russian soil, capitalism was forced on the Tsarist state by the, mainly military, competition of the more advanced European states. Consequently, Russian capitalism was largely created under the aegis of the state, directly through the state budget, or indirectly through state loans and foreign concessions, while the enterprises developed were amongst the largest and most advanced in Europe. This implies that the socio-economic structure is acutely uneven, articulating advanced capitalist enclaves with the most primitive agriculture in Europe, while the state inflates and takes on quasi-independent form domestically at the same time as its dependence upon imperialism increases. From this uneven and contradictory combination Trotsky draws the following conclusions. The existing agrarian structure can neither support nor benefit from further development of capitalism. Expansion of industry requires a growing home market, which presupposes an increasing standard of living for the peasantry. But the latter is precluded by the financing of the industrialization program itself, state and imperialist super-exploitation of the peasant. The resulting pauperization prevents the technical, cultural, or educational improvements needed for any rise in agricultural production. The fact that the domestic social basis of Tsarism lies in the landowning nobility compounds the vicious circle. Consequently, the agrarian question is the key question of the revolution. The bourgeoisie is uniquely weak. This stems from the preeminent role of the state and foreign capital in the Russian economy, and its 67. Consequent dependence on both. At the same time, the advanced nature of capitalist industry renders antagonisms between capital and labor more severe than in any previous comparable period of bourgeois revolution. The bourgeoisie, therefore, will not lead their revolution. Nor will the urban petty bourgeoisie, since capitalism did not evolve naturally. There is no social basis for a petty bourgeois democracy like that of the Jacobins in the Great French Revolution. The self-same development, however, has produced a strong and concentrated proletariat which plays a key productive role, yet lacks the conservatism and internal differentiation of its European counterpart. It is therefore the one class able to lead the revolution, and to it fall the historical tasks of the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie, including leadership over the peasantry. The revolution, if bourgeois in its circumstances and tasks, is therefore proletarian in forces and methods. The correct aim must be proletarian seizure of power. However, on winning power the proletariat will be unable to confine itself to bourgeois democratic objectives, and will pass over to socialist ones. This is the permanent revolution. It will then encounter contradictions stemming from the other side of the combination, Russia's backwardness, whose resolution lies only in the international revolution. 25 Trotsky's break from Second International dogma should be evident even from this bald resume. We should particularly note the rejection of crude stages theory, and the elaboration of a political strategy which expresses the class dynamics. Trotsky, 1909a, 317, 26 of the Revolution, both of which proceed from his understanding of capitalism as imperialism, and the ensuing uneven and contradictory character of Russian development. Having said this, let us now look at the limits of Trotsky's achievements. Trotsky many times insisted that the conditions for the arising of a dictatorship of the proletariat and the conditions for the creation of socialism are not identical, not of like nature, in certain respects even antagonistic. Trotsky, 1930e, 368. He elaborates via a quotation from Kosky. Revolution in Russia could not immediately result in a socialist regime. The economic conditions of the country are not nearly mature for this purpose. But the seizure of power must lead to the political domination of the proletariat in Western Europe and create for the Eastern European proletariat the possibility of contracting the stages of their development and, artificially setting up socialist institutions. Society as a whole cannot artificially skip any 68 stages of its development, but it is possible for constituent parts of society to hasten their retarded development by imitating the more advanced countries. Trotsky, 1906, 237. These theses, which provide the theoretical underpinning for Trotsky's subsequent critique of Stalinism, rest on a definition of socialism in terms of public, state, ownership of the means of production at, crucially, a high level of technique. A fortiori, backwardness cannot be the basis for socialism, and precisely that unevenness which allows the establishment of proletarian dictatorship prevents the construction of socialism. This proposition underlies Trotsky's positions on both the peasantry and the international revolution. Pay Stalin, Trotsky did not just forget the peasantry. He in fact saw the proletarian need to organize the countryside and bind it to itself as a great and simple conclusion of 1905, Trotsky, 1909b, 116, and was amongst the first to insist that the agrarian question could only be solved through proletarian revolution. His pre-1917 polemic with Lenin concerned the degree to which the peasantry could play an independent or leading role in the revolution, on which, Trotsky held, Lenin's democratic dictatorship formula ducked the issue, and the contradictions consequent upon proletarian seizure of power. But the necessity of peasant support as such was never an issue. 27 Nor did it subsequently become one. Trotsky argued for NEP-style policies a year before Lenin, against his, and the Politburo's, opposition. 28 While he consistently justified his proposed economic policies of the 20s by their benefits to poor and middle peasants, and thereby the maintenance of the smikha, he no more overlooks the peasantry in his international writings. 29 There are, nonetheless, senses in which Stalin's taunt is correct. Trotsky sees peasant support as essentially passive. The following remark is by no means untypical. In such a situation, proletarian dictatorship, nothing remains for the peasantry to do but to rally to the regime of workers' democracy. It will not matter much even if the peasantry does this with a degree of consciousness not larger than that with which it usually rallies to the bourgeois regime. Trotsky, 1906, 205. Conversely, the proletariat will bring all forces into play in order to raise the cultural level of the countryside and develop the political consciousness of the peasantry. Ibid. Trotsky makes 1,000 similar statements which equally clearly establish that socialism is something to be donated to the peasants from outside, the towns, and above, party and, principally, state. Point 30 As recipients of revolution, nothing remains for the peasantry to do, least of all share in the building of socialism by transforming their own productive practices. This perspective is grounded in that view of peasants, en bloc, as 69. Petty bourgeois and therefore an unreliable and treacherous ally. Trotsky, 1930e, 355, 31 already noted in Lenin. Trotsky doubts peasant support for socialist construction, expecting it to evaporate with the completion of bourgeois democratic tasks, particularly land reform. 32 Whilst recognizing class differentiation within the peasantry, and the theoretical possibility of proletarian dictatorship resting on poor and middle peasants through the acceleration of class struggle in the countryside, he remains pessimistic. The insufficient degree of class differentiation will create obstacles to the introduction among the peasantry of developed class struggle, upon which the urban proletariat could rely. The primitiveness of the peasantry turns its hostile face towards the proletariat. Trotsky, 1906, 208-9. This will be evident in peasant hostility to internationalism and collectivism. Trotsky, 1906, 209. All this is explained by Russia's backwardness, the low level of its productive forces. Trotsky, therefore, saw very limited scope for socialist agrarian transformation in Russia. 33 The linchpin of his prognosis is the crucial assumption that industrialization must precede collectivization. 34 Just as he saw the political deficiencies of the peasantry as a result of the backwardness of Russian agriculture, so he viewed mechanization as a cast iron prerequisite of collectivization. This means that industry becomes the prime instrument of agrarian revolution, which gives the latter an external and imposed quality, while industrialization must itself be sustained through a prior capitalist development of agriculture, which pushes peasant experience of socialism into the indefinite future. This double necessity defines the politics of the workers' state as those of intervention, from outside and above, into non-transformed production practices. This, as we have argued throughout, cannot but have implications for the state form. Trotsky is not the only one to adhere to this doctrine. But despite its respectability, the key assumption is simply false. It generalizes a narrow body of historical experience, capitalist development in Europe, and that is its limitation, for subsequent events have challenged the paradigm. Experience of agricultural cooperation in the PRC, as we have indicated in Chapter 2 and will further document below, has shown that not only is industrialization not a precondition of successful collectivization, but that if anything, in conditions Trotsky would call backward, the relation is exactly the reverse. Trotsky's skepticism concerning the peasant role in socialist construction was one factor which induced him to argue that the maintenance of proletarian dictatorship in Russia would depend on revolution in the West. But it would be mistaken to see in this a mere substitution of the European worker for the Russian muzhik, as Stalin insinuated. 70. Trotsky's estimation of both stemmed from a coherent set of prior assumptions. 35 For Trotsky, internationalism is not an abstract principle but the expression of an economic fact. Trotsky, 1930 350-1, The Nature of World Economy. The latter is a mighty and independent reality which has been created by the international division of labor and the world market, and which in our epoch imperiously dominates the national markets. Trotsky, 1930 22. Hence the contemporary productive forces are worldwide in their very essence. Trotsky, 1930 381,366. If we remember Trotsky's idea of socialism discussed above, which follows from his contention that Marxism sets out from the development of technique as the fundamental spring of progress, and constructs the communist program upon the dynamic of the productive forces, Trotsky, 1936, 45, 36 It is not difficult to see why he argues that socialism can only be constructed starting from the worldwide division of labor and carrying the international exchange of goods and services to its highest development. Trotsky, 1930 351, which supposes international revolution. Therefore isolation and backwardness are the greatest obstacles to socialist construction. The absurdity of a national socialist society would entail an extreme reduction in the economic power of men. Ibid. 350, see also his 1938, 22, in any circumstances. Backwardness compounds the problem. This rules out socialism in one country. Proletarian dictatorship in one country does not exclude that country from the orbit of world economy. Trotsky, 1930a, 28. State power, though of tremendous economic significance, is nonetheless an instrument of the superstructural order which intervenes imperiously in the process of world economy, but does not abolish its deep-going laws. Ibid, 28, 30. It is precisely here that we must distinguish conditions for proletarian seizure of power from those of socialist construction. The law of uneven development establishes the former, for Russia, but this law does not replace nor abolish the laws of world economy. On the contrary, it is subordinated to them. Ibid, 25. Our general objection is that, as the Chinese people's experience in agricultural cooperation demonstrates, and as we have argued in Chapter 1, we should beware of paradigms. The undeniable growth of productive forces engendered by the world market and international division of labor gives us no grounds for assuming this is the only or even the best way of ensuring further development. Moreover, 71. Experience of that development, including that theorized by Trotsky, provides further objections. It is peculiar that Trotsky should distinguish laws of world economy from the law of uneven development. For, as we have seen him so incisively establish in his historical studies of Tsarist Russia, the former are the laws of capitalist, i.e. imperialist economy, while the latter is simply its modus operandi. 37. The same studies showed that the consequence of the law of unevenness was nothing so simple as development, but a distinctive combination in which the contemporary productive forces were systematically articulated with the backwardness, poverty, which imperialism fed off, reproduced and exacerbated. Finally, it was precisely the international division of labor, revealed in Trotsky's historical studies as the division auf Labor of imperialism, which constituted that combination. In short, Trotsky himself characterized unevenness as a crushingly unequal distribution of contemporary productive forces, world technique and the resources of world economy. Trotsky, 1930a, 28-9. Yet here Trotsky seems to have forgotten all this, arguing the international division auf Labor as an invariant infrastructure between capitalism and socialism. Laws are violently abstracted from the phenomena in which they are embodied, and as which they are experienced. The laws of world economy are reified and hypostasised, whilst the law of uneven development is transformed into a platitudinous abstraction devoid of any historical content. 3. We will not seek reasons for Trotsky's failure to draw out the implications of his own historical work. The mere fact that he does not testifies to the persistence of a theory of productive forces in his work, for it is only the assumption of an economic, if not political, path all peoples are fated to tread which could prompt him to argue as he does despite his own analysis of what participation in the international division of labor entails. The latent economism revealed in Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution has its political corollary in his early utterances on the state. His is very much, and much more so than in Lenin, the capture or machine view, his theoretical vehicle being the base/superstructure mode 1. 39. In 1906 he argued, "The state is not an end in itself. It is only a machine in the hands of the dominating social forces. It is a tremendous means for organizing, disorganizing and reorganizing social relations. It can be a powerful lever for revolution or a tool for organized stagnation, depending upon the hands that control it." Trotsky, 1906, 194, 40. 72. The state is viewed as the principal agency of both political and productive transformation. State power, Trotsky contends, is not a mere prerequisite but the main instrument for revolutionizing the masses. Trotsky, 1906, 203, a task whose accomplishment follows the seizure of power. The state is also the main stimulator of production. Trotsky, 1936, 53. In this connection, he cites the, albeit unsystematic and barbaric, activity of the Tsarist state as a lesson in the immensely important role which state power can play in the purely economic sphere when it is working in the same direction as historical development. Trotsky, 1909b, 27, see also his 1922c, 14. The analogy of Tsarist and Socialist states, taken with the notion of a general direction of historical development, do not merely betray once again the notion of a common economic infrastructure for capitalism and socialism. They also once again establish the distinction between them, logically enough, as one of control of that infrastructure, via state power, and not one residing in production itself. Internal relations between state forms and production are thereby effectively denied. This in turn allows a voluntarism in politics and state activity which perfectly complements the economism, a voluntarism of which we will consider plenty of examples below. But again, this is not the whole story. We saw in Lenin the contradiction between an elaborated relational theory of the state and an implicit capture practice. The contradiction is also evident in Trotsky, though in his case it is his historical studies which furnish the seeds of a relational view. He is well aware, for example, of the way in which Tsarist development strategies entailed a swollen, bureaucratized, quasi-autonomous state machine, and he waxes eloquent on the massive productive fetter represented by its costs, see Trotsky, 1909b, 45-7. But, as we will see below, he failed to draw conclusions for socialist construction, clearly regarding the issue of control as the decisive one. We have sought to show how the Bolshevik problematic and its contradictions were established in Trotsky's analysis of the First Russian Revolution, its undoubted strengths notwithstanding. What follows will attempt to document this problematic and these contradictions, through succeeding years, problems, and works. We will begin with the left opposition texts of the 20s. 41. These are texts of struggle, against the CPSU leadership. Certainly, but there is no less critical a struggle within them, between Socialist and capitalist strategies in construction. It typically takes the form of a trenchant critique of the political manifestations of degeneration, coupled with advocacy of productive strategies which if adopted would themselves imply its acceleration. 73. The principal symptom and vehicle of degeneration, according to Trotsky, is the bureaucratization of state and party apparatuses and attendant curtailment of proletarian and party democracy. Trotsky lists three main reasons for bureaucratization: fusion of state and party apparatuses, slowness of industrialization, and delay in the international revolution. The first concern of the working class after the seizure of power was the creation of a state apparatus, Trotsky, 1923b, 20. But this apparatus is also the most important source of bureaucratism. It preoccupies largely the attention of the party apparatus over which it exerts influence by its methods of administration, and it absorbs an enormous quantity of the most active party elements and teaches the most capable of them the methods of administration of men and things. Ibid. 45. This implies a weakening of the factory cells, for Trotsky the party's backbone, and an increase of functionaries in the party, proletarian in their origin or not. Ibid. 20. He further envisages a very long period, Ibid. 21, in which the most active elements of party and proletariat will be taken away from production to be assigned to the party or the state apparatus. Ibid. 43. Though various conjunctural factors are cited, influx of bad elements after 1917, exigencies of war, etc., 42. Trotsky stresses that bureaucratism is neither a survival nor the aggregate of the bad habits of office holders but a function of the circumstances, difficulties, and tasks of party and state in the USSR. Ibid. 24, 45, see Trotsky, 1936, ch. 3. Predictably, backwardness, numerical paucity and low cultural level of the proletariat, lack of culture of the broad masses, the requirements of rapid industrialization and its harmonization with peasant economy, Trotsky, 1923b, 45-6, dominate the explanation. Hence the paradox that Trotsky, while recognizing the source of bureaucratism in the Soviet state form, assumes the necessity to retain its apparatus and argues for extension of its sphere of activity. For him bureaucratism is ultimately contingent on backwardness, elimination of which demands the preeminent role of the state. In 1923 he argued that party awareness would suffice to cope with any short-term dangers of an industrialization program which, with the international revolution, would provide the ultimate answer to bureaucratic degeneration. Ibid. 18-19. Voluntaristic optimism later succumbed, predictably, to fatalistic, and economistic, pessimism. By 1936 he was writing that degeneration had been inevitable. Trotsky, 1936, 89, also 55-6. Trotsky, L 923b, 18, 45, quite correctly identifies the danger of bureaucratism as the divorce of the party and state machinery from the masses, and counterposes political leadership of the masses to the administration of men and things. Ibid. 45. He is similarly correct to 74. Link this two-line struggle to class struggle, regarding bureaucratic degeneration as a possible road of capitalist restoration. Ibid. 39-41. We should therefore particularly note what sustains his refusal to draw the implication that the machine must be smashed, the assumption, on the one hand, of industrial development as an absolute prerequisite of socialist construction 43, and on the other hand, of the sufficiency of Bolshevik-Leninist control of the state to deal with the relational and political implications 44, in brief, the characteristically Bolshevik combination of economism in production and voluntarism in politics. Opposition productive strategies, as such, are worthy of more detailed attention. The grounds on which Trotsky was the first to argue for NEP underlie all his productive announcements of the 20s, the paramount need simultaneously to develop the productive forces and maintain the smikha. It need hardly be reiterated that for Trotsky developing the productive forces is synonymous with industrialization, nor that this is the only road to the agrarian socialist collective. In the meantime, the personal interest of the producers themselves in the system of socialist economy, and thus the smikha, can only be sustained, Trotsky assumes, by encouraging a capitalist peasant agriculture. Trotsky, 1925, 26. From this it follows that the direction of development is the crucial question. The national economy, nationalist industry, transport, and credit, must outstrip the peasant economy and private, Eatman, capital if proletarian dictatorship is to survive. Ibid. 29.45. But since these economies are mutually dependent, industry for capital generated in agriculture, agriculture for industrial products, correct proportions must be sustained. Concretely, then, direction is a matter of scale and tempo of development of each sector. Most of the 20s polemics focus on this issue. Prior to 1929, Trotsky argued that industry was developing too slowly, which resulted in the scissors crisis. 46. With Stalin's abrupt leftward turn, industrial expansion became too fast, and took too many resources from agriculture. 47. Either strategy, for Trotsky, had disastrous repercussions for both the productive forces and the smikha, productive, insofar as the balance between the sectors was upset, and political, insofar as in either case the mass of the peasantry would be alienated from the workers' state and tend to solidify round the kulak. Trotsky was well aware of the political dangers that attended NEP, but argued that our state is too firmly at the helm for these to become serious. Ibid. 26, 48. Always assuming, of course, that leadership pursues correct policies in respect of the direction of development. Our state, indeed, plays a key part. The opposition proposals envisaged it. 75. As acting through three channels, Trotsky et al., 1927a, production, as planner in the nationalist sector, distribution, redirecting resources between sectors and classes, largely through the fiscal machinery, 49, and the legal coercive apparatus, protecting workers and poor peasants, penalizing kulaks and Eatman. Trotsky is explicit on the relational consequences of his argument. Beyond the controlled encouragement of purely capitalist relations in agriculture, he urges, in the national industry, the maintenance and extension of all the social relations typical of capitalism other than its property relations, which latter, characteristically, he sees as sufficient to define the national industry as socialist. These include inequality of income, often conceived, via a theory of material incentives, as a stimulus to production, see, inter alia, Trotsky, 1932, 157, 1933, 21, 1936, 54-6, 58-9, and ch. 6. A strict hierarchy of technical and managerial expertise, Trotsky, 1925, 38, 1936, ch. 3, and, in general, utilization of the best in capitalist technique, C.E.G. Trotsky, 1921 c. 14-15, 1922 c. 7-8, 1925, 41-4 and Passim, point 50 technique here, as for Lenin and Stalin, includes that set of productive relations known as Taylorism, Trotsky, 1920a, 121, and Trotsky soundly berates those who complain of monotony at work as Tolstoyan reactionaries, Trotsky, 1925, 42. He is also fully aware that experience of working for primitive socialist accumulation differs little from that of work under capitalism, and explicitly concludes that work experience cannot show the worker that the USSR is his state. Addressing young workers in 1922, he observes, "Now he the worker must understand the nature of the Soviet state in order to gain a correct understanding of the conditions of his working life. Now he must become aware of the building of the whole of Soviet society in order to grasp his position in the factory and the workshop. Before it was sufficient to grasp his position in the workshop by feel, and then he would in essence correct his position in society. But now on the contrary he must become aware of the building of all Soviet society in order not to lose his way in the workshop." Trotsky, 1922 c. 11. There could be no more eloquent testimony to the Bolshevik divorce of politics and production than this. Much of this is Bolshevik stock in trade. Where Trotsky is relatively distinctive is in his wish to harness primitive socialist accumulation to the accelerator of the world market. 51. We have dealt with his premises above, though in that case it was in the context of the role of the international revolution, rather than international capital, in socialist construction. From the assumption, retardation is far more dangerous. 76. To us than the importation of foreign machines or of any necessary foreign commodities in general, Trotsky, 1925, 40, cf. Day, 1973, 137, Trotsky argues for widespread import of capital goods, raising of foreign loans, leasing of concessions, etc. 52. We could have no surer testimony to the hierarchical aspects of his program than his proposal that the shock troops of our production leaders, i.e. managers, directors, technical students, foremen, mechanics, and specialists, should avail themselves of foreign tours to enable them to judge the comparison coefficients of world economy, Trotsky, 1925, 38. Nor could we emphasize the relational consequences more than does Trotsky himself, who in 1925 jubilantly celebrated the restoration of the old relations between industry and agriculture, to wit exports of grain and raw materials, imports of machinery and manufactured articles, Ibid, 39, cf. Day, 1973, 113-14. Opposition programs, then, advocate a development that is either purely capitalist, agriculture, or capitalist in most matters other than ownership. This goes beyond mere imitation, for Trotsky, to a greater extent than any other leading Bolshevik, wished the world market to have direct influence on the construction possibilities of the USSR. The clear implication is that the state becomes the major bastion of, an eventual, socialism. We should again stress both that Trotsky himself draws out the relational and experiential correlates of this strategy, and that he assumes they can be handled through an extension of state activity, despite his awareness of the dangers of degeneration attending this. What emerges once more is the deep-rootedness of the capitalist paradigm of development, and thus the hegemony of the theory of productive forces, in Trotsky's Marxism. Trotsky's work culminates in that centerpiece of his legacy, his historical account of the Soviet thermometer and careful characterization of Stalin's USSR as a degenerate workers' state. 53 On the former we may be brief, since it recapitulates themes and rests on premises already examined. The dominant motifs of Trotsky's account should by now be familiar: backwardness and isolation. 54 Backwardness is a diss to explain the vagaries of peasantry, proletariat, and Politburo, not to mention the character, views, and policies of Jugashvili himself. 55 The exigencies of its conceptual partner also play their part, as we saw in the 1923 critique of bureaucratization. Trotsky recognizes certain of the anti-socialist implications of the modernization strategy, and this is held to have solidified the social basis for Stalin's triumph. Trotsky, 1936, ch. 5. But insofar as Trotsky never queries the necessity for modernization per se, this too is understood simply as an effect of backwardness. Trotsky finally identifies the failure of the International. 77. Revolution as the precipitate cause, and continuing condition, for bureaucratic domination. In short, he sees events in the USSR after 1917 as the supreme vindication of those perspectives he first elaborated in 1906, Ibid. For Trotsky, the notion of the degenerate workers' state is not a propagandistic description of convenience, but a precise, historically grounded concept which enables us to grasp the nature and contradictions of the USSR. 56 In his view, Stalinists abstract from the content of social relationships and trumpet the socialist nature of the USSR on the exclusive basis of its juridical, property, forms, Ibid. 60-1. But the errors of the petty bourgeois opposition are equally grave. They define the USSR as state capitalist, urbans, or a social formation of a new type, Loret and Rizzi, Burnham and Schachtman, only by way of an analysis which abstracts from social relations entirely, and is typically bourgeois in its focus on externals and failure to situate these in terms of their historical conditions, in our terms, a purely phenomenal analysis. 57 Neither of these approaches can grasp the specificity of the USSR. On Trotsky's account, the October Revolution established Russia as a transitional formation, neither socialist nor capitalist but in struggle between the two. October achieved the overturn of bourgeois property relations and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Since neither have been reversed by the bourgeoisie, the USSR remains a workers' state despite the, for him, obvious fact that it is not the proletariat, but the Stalinist bureaucracy, which is in power. This latter fact, however, defines the Soviet workers' state as degenerate. The bureaucratic nature of the state, therefore, does not follow from the property relations established by the revolution. It is rather to be explained by the specific historical conditions in which the revolution took place, backwardness, and the USSR developed, isolation. This implies that the bureaucracy is not a ruling class in the strict sense, its economic and political privileges notwithstanding, for its basis lies precisely in the socialist property relations established by October, which under different conditions would have supported a socialist dictatorship. The bureaucracy therefore must be conceptualized as an essentially parasitic excrescence on socialism. From this follows the peculiar contradiction of the USSR: the survival of the bureaucracy depends upon its defense of the gains of the revolution, since these constitute its sole foundation and raison d'etre. This explains the considerable achievements of the USSR and indicates that these retain, and are made possible by, irreducibly socialist features, however deformed. It has the further implication that bureaucratic rule remains unstable, in that its parasitic nature becomes evident with each advance in socialist construction. From this Trotsky, 78, draws two key conclusions: a political, rather than a social revolution is required to unseat the ruling caste, and, pending this, the USSR must be defended against imperialism insofar as it remains a workers' state. 58 As with Trotsky's early writings, Certain of the enduring strengths of Marxism and Bolshevism are evident here. 59. Those who argue that class struggle is over in the state of the whole people are very much with us, as are the political heirs of those who saw the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact as proof of the essential similarities of socialism and fascism. Such radicalism has served the Cold Warriors well. Trotsky also emphasized the massive achievements of the Soviet people, the fetters on their socialism notwithstanding, see his 1936, ch. 1. All this is to Trotsky's credit, as is his insistence on the need for both socialist defense of, and the extension of socialist revolution in, the USSR, and it is not difficult to see why many socialists have been seduced by Trotskyism in the face of the doctrines of the Kremlin. But this is precisely why the inadequacies of Trotsky's account must be highlighted. Its emphases are typically Bolshevik. The USSR's property relations suffice to define it as a workers' state, and degeneration, by implication, is purely a political phenomenon. To say this is not to deny that Trotsky recognized economic causes, but to stress that his diagnosis centers on who is in command of the state machine, while his program is a narrowly political one for its recapture. The machine, suitably stripped of its bureaucratic features, would presumably then be used to effect the opposition program of the 20s. We have sought to suggest, however, that such a program would not resolve but could only perpetuate the Bolshevik contradictions. For these are contradictions of productive strategies, and relations, in a wider sense than Trotsky ever fully recognizes. Here, in Trotsky's last word on socialist construction, we return to the nub of the question. We once more face, in Trotsky's final strategy for the capture and utilization of state power, the typically Bolshevik conception of production as economics plus technique, and productive as technical problems, and of politics as control over and utilization of an extant machine, and political problems as problems of capturing state power. The internal relation of productive and political forms still fails to emerge. While Trotsky is absolutely correct to point to Soviet property relations as an indication that the gains of 1917 have not yet been lost, the analysis cannot stop there. If it does, it remains, to use one of Trotsky's own expressions, algebraic. 60. Socialization of the means of production is indeed a moment and prerequisite of socialist construction, but it is the content of these juridical forms, as Trotsky recognizes, which matters. Consistently with his overall conception of socialism, Trotsky seeks to define this content technologically, his 79. Criticism of Stalin's claim that the USSR is socialist is that the content does not match the forms because the productive forces are insufficiently developed. This ignores that it is how these forces are developed which establishes the content of the social relations of production. And in Stalin's USSR, as in Trotsky's, this entailed simultaneous acceleration both of certain nodal relational features, and experiences, reminiscent of the capitalist mode of production, and of the state machine which, through its monopoly of precisely ownership and political power, was to contain the capitalism of those features until the requisite level of development had been achieved. It is here that the politics and economics of what Trotsky analyses as degeneration are indissolubly linked. It follows that no purely political revolution, in Trotsky's sense of the word, and still less his productive strategies, will break that link or resolve the contradiction. What is required is a profoundly social, and cultural, revolution, a revolution in the social relations of production in the fullest sense. For, pace Trotsky, the content of juridical forms is not a technical question, but a question of whose politics are in command. 3. Stalin. For many years now, the so-called question of Stalin has paralyzed Marxist analyses of the social formation of the USSR and, more generally, of Bolshevism. The historical experience of the years 1923 to 1953 is rarely Y61 comprehended otherwise than as an effect either of the personality of Joseph Stalin simpliciter, or of the irreducibly objective data of backwardness and isolation. Sometimes, as for Trotsky, the two approaches coexist, if rather uneasily, the immutability of the latter explaining the salience of the former, A Bad Man with Yellow Eyes, Ratcliffe, 1974, 62 and, it seems, the power to change everything. The unease finds an indication in the kind of bridges built to connect the two, an isolated quotation from Engels on leaders in advance of their class, as in Coletti, 1970, 66, a use criticized elsewhere by Lenin as doctrinaire, 63 or, more often, especially in Trotskyist work 64 Marx's caricatures of Napoleon III. These latter, which Marx himself criticized at some length in his 1871 drafts and texts 65 are plundered in order, violently, to abstract a notion of Bonapartism which has been used to explain both Stalin and Hitler, an historical methodology, as we have argued in Chapter 1, which is singularly inimical to Marxism. In short, in Marxist treatments of Stalin, caricature and analogy have usually replaced materialist analysis. We can neither substantiate these charges nor provide that analysis here. We can, however, attempt to pose the problem of Stalin anew, precisely not as 80. A problem of Stalin, the individual, but as a problem of Stalin as, in the words of the CPC, a phenomenon of the international communist movement, and therefore, we would add, as a phenomenon of Bolshevism, whose problematic dominated that movement. In 1930 Trotsky described the theory of socialism in one country as the only theory that consistently and to the very end opposes the theory of permanent revolution. He added, characteristically, that the world division of labor, the dependence of the productive forces of the advanced countries of Europe upon Asiatic raw materials, etc., etc., make the construction of an independent socialist society in any single country in the world impossible. Trotsky, 1930a, 156, cf. his 1930e. We have argued against Trotsky's perspective previously. But in seeing socialism in one country as fundamentally opposed to his theory of permanent revolution, Trotsky is correct. For how does Bolshevism support socialist construction in the least optimal conditions? By waiting for these conditions to change, although, for Trotsky, it would appear that some social relations, like the world division of labor, are simply natural facts. Or by working against the restrictions they temporarily impose. Does Bolshevism, in other words, celebrate and defend 1917 as part of a revolution which will eventually be worldwide? Or does it cringe before the etc., etc. of Trotsky's formulations? It is as a response to this, very practical dilemma, that we must begin to understand the theory of socialism in one country. As Carr, 1959, 56f, recognizes, socialism in one country marks a shift to self-reliance accompanied by the Bolshevization of world revolution. In the face of the failures, and defeats, of those revolutions in the advanced countries on which the Bolsheviks had originally predicated their analysis and pinned their hopes, these jointly form an international strategy, self-reliance to defend and the Bolshevization of the Comintern eventually to extend what 1917 had won. These gains, it must be stressed, were for Stalin victories for the international working class, in a double sense. First, he sees the USSR as a mighty base for world revolution. Stalin, 1924b, 116, 1927c, 201, the 5-year plans as international beacons. Stalin, 1933, pt. I, 1934, 1939, 1952b. In his own words, the working class of the USSR is part of the world proletariat, its vanguard, and our republic is the cherished child of the world proletariat. Stalin, 1934, 538-9. 66. This recalls his insistence of 10 years previously that the victory of socialism in one country is not a self-sufficient task. The revolution which has been victorious in one country must regard 81. Itself not as a self-sufficient entity, but as an aid, a means for hastening the victory of the proletariat in all countries. Stalin, 1924b, 113. Second, consistently with his postulate that theory is the experience of the working class movement in all countries taken in its general aspect, Stalin, 1924a, 15, Stalin seeks to generalize the theoretical gains of the experience of 1917. Largely through his work, Leninism, canonized as the theory and tactics of the proletarian revolution in general, Stalin, 1924a, 2, becomes the dominant theory in Bolshevism, which is henceforth regarded as the Marxism of the era of imperialism. Point 67 for Stalin, then, socialism in one country is not to be counterposed to world revolution. On the contrary, especially given the failure of revolutions elsewhere, preserving 1917's victories, and extending the Bolshevism that made them possible, are seen as fundamental to the advancement of international socialism. If socialism in one country responds to unfavorable world conditions, many other of the policies held to be specifically Stalinist follow from an analysis of internal problems. The weakness of Soviet power, as we have several times stressed, was most evident in the countryside. Carr's studies of the harvests are exemplary here. 68. What was taking place throughout the 20s, in the absence both of Soviets in the countryside and of an agrarian policy which reflected the collective enthusiasm of agrarian producers, was the consolidation of that official entrepreneurial bloc to which we have referred. This rested upon old power relations partially revived by Bolshevik policy, into which party members were themselves absorbed. This group politically and productively sealed the countryside from the towns. And until that blockade was broken, by the unleashing of class struggle from below which would sweep away cottars living on the backs of the people and abolish the princes, priests, and petty intellectuals lording it over the peasants, the agrarian problem would remain the dominant internal problem of Soviet life, especially when, and here Stalin was a good Leninist, that countryside was seen as yielding up extra funds, labor, and resources to fuel the necessary industrialization of the urban economy. When, as by the late 2069 a political party finds itself increasingly dependent upon those it fears most and knows least, the historical stage is set for a clash. The 5-year plans, collectivization, and the terror and purges are a series of clashes resulting from contradictions internal to Bolshevism, which had ripened explosively by 1929. These are, we have indicated, contradictions which would have had to be faced whether Lenin had lived, or Trotsky, rather than Stalin, had triumphed in 1923. In what follows, we shall examine Stalin's handling of these contradictions, not as a historian might, but 82. By example, simply to show, as we have for Lenin and Trotsky, Stalin's Bolshevism. We will begin, in 1929, with some texts which at first sight promise the transcendence of the limitations of the Bolshevik problematic, a promise, we shall see, which was not fulfilled. Stalin's achievement, and that it is an achievement needs to be acknowledged, was not to transcend Bolshevism. It was to preserve it, and with it, much that is socialist in the USSR. The approval and discussion of the first 5-year plan exactly coincided with Politburo, Party Conference, and Soviet Congress's approval of Kalinin's April 1929 theses on agrarian production. These posed the central issue as who will direct economic development, the kulak or the socialist state. Cit. Carr, 1969, 274. When he presented his theses to the conference and congresses, Kalinin linked class struggle to the limitation of capitalism, and stressed that the socialist way of development is the only way to free poor and middle peasants from poverty and ruin. Cit. Carr, 1969, 266-7. Stalin's text The Right Deviation in the CPSU, b. 1929a, which was first adumbrated at the Central Committee to which Kalinin presented his theses, argues that this right wing constantly underestimates class struggle. We have here the possibility of seeing political and ideological powers as a means of overcoming what had previously been regarded as a technical problem. In this criticism, moreover, through a variety of shifts of level and concept, Stalin identifies what are in fact constituents of Bolshevism. He comments unfavorably, for instance, on Bukharin's view of the peasantry. In his description of the peasantry, the differentiation is lacking, the existence of social groups disappears, and there remains but a single drab patch which is called the countryside. Stalin, 1929a, 260. Further, through the ambiguous use of the notion of scale, he poses socialist productive forms against scientific knowledge and modern technique. Stalin's speech of December 27, 1929 extends these points via a refutation of 6 major bourgeois prejudices, in which he argues the need to pose socialist against capitalist ways of advancing. In this text, which deserves close study, the shifts we have indicated in Stalin's Bolshevism are brought to theoretical visibility. First, he rejects a theory of equilibrium, since the Soviet Union can either go back to capitalism, or forward to socialism. There is no third way. Stalin, 1929 c. 309. Second, the theory of spontaneity, which argues the inevitability of socialism in the countryside, since socialism, like 83. Capitalism, flows automatically to the countryside from the towns, is dismissed because it, like the former, overlooks class struggle and the need for specifically socialist forms of organization. Third, he rejects the theory of stability in terms we will consider shortly. Fourth, he argues that only with a change in the contradictory relations between town and countryside can poor and middle peasants really be aided. Fifth, the notion that the kolkhozy are not socialist is rejected by reference to the correct question. What determines the type of an economic enterprise? Obviously, the relations between people in the process of production. Of course, there are also contradictions in the collective farms. Ibid. 3L9F. Finally, Stalin directly relates class struggle to novel forms of production. The elimination of the kulaki, as a class, is linked to replacing their output with the output of the collective farms and state farms. Ibid. 325, cf. is 1930a, 332. Stalin's refutation of the theory of stability, which argues an inherent stability in small peasant farms, like several features of his Dizzy with Success, 1930b, has particular theoretical significance. For with his implicit recognition that social relations of production can be horses of production, we come close to seeing both what the nature of the resources for socialist construction are, and, concurrently, how such capitalist social relations as are reproduced by the modernization strategies integral to Bolshevism batten them down. Stalin acknowledges both the peasants' power in cooperation, and their powerlessness under the conditions of individual labor. It is worth quoting him at length. In my recent article, A Year of Great Change, I advanced certain arguments in support of the superiority of large-scale farming over small farming. In this case I had in mind big state farms. It is self-evident that all these arguments fully and entirely apply to the collective farms, which are also large economic units. I am speaking not only of developed collective farms, but also of collective farms in their embryonic stage. Outwardly, the technique of these collective farms scarcely differs from that of the small peasant farm. And yet the simple pooling of the peasant implements of production within the collective farm has produced results of which our practical workers never dreamed. The peasants who were powerless under the conditions of individual labor, have been transformed into a mighty force once they pooled their implements and became united in collective farms. Stalin, 1929 c. 314-15, 70. 84. Dizzy with Success complements this with a recognition of the importance of whose politics are in command. Collective farms cannot be set up by force. To do so would be stupid and reactionary. The collective farm movement must rely on the active support of the great bulk of the peasantry. Methods of collective farm construction in developed districts cannot be mechanically transferred to backward districts. To do so would be stupid and reactionary. Such a policy would discredit the idea of collectivization at one blow. Stalin, 1930b, 334. It would be wrong, we believe, simply to dismiss these insights as mere rhetoric. They testify, rather, to the contradictions within Bolshevism. But collective farms were for the most part set up by force, with precisely the result that Stalin predicted. To an extent this was because Bolshevik policies since 1917 had cumulatively both sharpened the crisis and suppressed the basis for a socialist way out. Collectivization was carried out on the ruins of 1,000 initiatives from below, which go back to just those peasant collectives stigmatized en avant by Bolshevik ignorance and dogma. 71. But equally to the point of our argument, alternatives continued to be formulated through the Bolshevik problematic. However much Stalin spoke of the need for mass criticism from below or saw the smikha between workers and poor and middle peasants as the key to Soviet power, cf. his 1925, Bolshevism, and the USSR, was preserved through a series of revolutions from above. The innovations we have discussed, in other words, may have stretched Bolshevism to its limits. But they did not transcend them. Thus within, or contemporaneously with, the above quoted texts, we find the familiar Bolshevik emphases. We have, for example, remarked the ambiguities present in Stalin's call for large-scale productive units, noting how this occasions a partial recognition of cooperation as a socialist force of production and a similarly partial shift away from reliance on scientific knowledge and modern techniques impliciter. But equally, Stalin's notion of bigness, like Lenin's, was grounded in inter-country comparisons which evince a unitary conception of development. 72. In July 1928, for instance, he lavishly praised a report on large-scale grain farms in the USA, urging their construction as large-scale sovkhozes with machinery and tractors, within 5 years, Car, 1969, 200f. The priority of heavy industry likewise remained unchallenged. In 1929, Stalin quoted approvingly from Lenin, and echoed Trotsky, to the effect that without heavy industry we shall be doomed as an independent country. Stalin, 1929b, 297, while his The Right Deviation poses the historical alternatives as a Bolshevik plan, the key to the reconstruction of agriculture is the speedy rate of 85. Development of our industry, versus a Bukharin plan. The key to the reconstruction of agriculture is the development of individual peasant farming. 73, Stalin, 1929a, 271, 272. Commitment to heavy industry here means, once more as for Lenin and Trotsky, commitment to those paradigms capitalism had bequeathed for building it. In the event, the USSR was industrialized via primitive socialist accumulation, on a scale, and with a ruthlessness, greater than any proposed by the left opposition in the 20s. Through the 30s, payments to MTSs and the state absorbed 50 to 60% of kolkhoz produce, while the scissors, between industrial and agricultural prices, widened. Peasants understandably tended to work less for the collective and more on their private plots, which in turn elicited the typically Bolshevik response of increased state control and coercion. The 1935 Kolkhoz Model Statute declared the collective farm a voluntary association of producers, but kolkhozy remained subject to the instruction of local state and party organs on all questions of production and procurement, while both the MTSs and the local party secretaries had effective power of dismissal over elected kolkhoz officials. By 1939, it was deemed necessary to legislate a compulsory minimum of workdays for kolkhoz members. Industry tells a Simhar story. Stalin's enthusiasm for American efficiency, which, following Lenin, he saw as a defining feature of Bolshevism, 74 was reflected in the systematic extension of such capitalistically inspired techniques as one-man management, wide wage differentials, and material incentives. Here, too, direct state control of production, through centralized and detailed planning, was backed up by the apparatus of coercion, whether through penalties on management for non-fulfillment of targets, or the draconian labor legislation of 1938 and 1940, the latter, incidentally, being proposed by those transmission belts from the party to the masses, the trade unions. 75. Stalin's Bolshevism, then, was distinctive and revolutionary, by comparison, importantly, with both Trotsky's and Bukharin's, inasmuch as, rather than capitulating before the brute facticity of backwardness and isolation, it asserted the viability, and value to the international working class, a value recently, and yet again, proved in Angola, of socialist construction in the USSR, and recognized class struggle as basic to that construction. But, we have argued, Stalin's understanding of socialist construction remained Bolshevik in its subordination to capitalist paradigms of development. It is this, we believe, rather than the supposed interests of bureaucracy or Stalin's Asiatic character, which explains the unreal quality of the calls for mass criticism from below with which we commenced this discussion. For, quite simply, Stalin's modernization program involved the 86. Systematic imposition on peasants and workers of social relations whose conditions and consequence were, by and large, the suppression of any independent transformation from below. This same Bolshevik orthodoxy, in our view, also goes far towards explaining the massive inflation of the apparatus of the Soviet state which par excellence defines the Stalin years. The modernization program entailed such inflation, manifestly, through the increasingly monolithic apparatus of planning, and covertly, but no less directly, through the machinery of coercion increasingly required to secure the political conditions and to stem the political consequences of that program. Amongst the latter were both widespread mass disaffection, and, this group being, significantly, prominent among the victims of Stalin's terror, 76 the growth of a caste of technocrats and apparatchiks. Within this context, Stalin indeed, successfully, continued to wage class struggle to defend the conquests of 1917. But unsurprisingly, given the continued hegemony of the unreconstructed theory of productive forces within Stalin's Bolshevism, it remained severed from production and statist in form. Stalin saw not mass action from below, as displayed, for example, in the myriad local accomplishments of the Chinese people which, by instructive contrast, the CPC itself highlights as exemplary, 77 but state action from above, as the motor of productive transformation, while the replication of many of the defining social relations of capitalism, conceived as those of modernity, was envisaged as essential to that transformation. In such a perspective, the state becomes the sole guarantor of an eventual socialist outcome. It need not surprise us then, if we find that what Stalin's party supremely required of the Soviet people was their obedience, that the ideological purity of party and state personnel became of critical import, or that notions like infiltrator, saboteur, and traitor increasingly emerged as passable concepts through which to think, and the terror and the purge appropriate weapons with which to wage the class struggle Stalin, rightly, saw as fundamental to socialist construction. Stalin's own texts are in fact revealingly explicit on much of what we have just been attempting to indicate. In his seminal Foundations of Leninism, Stalin argued that the state is a machine in the hands of the ruling class for suppressing the resistance of its class enemies. In this respect the dictatorship of the proletariat does not differ essentially from the dictatorship of any other class, for the proletarian state is a machine for the use of the suppression of the bourgeoisie. Stalin, 1924a, 32. It is noteworthy here that Stalin, in a definition with which Lenin, Trotsky, Bukharin or Preobrazhensky would concur, makes an 87. emphasis that he drew, 5 years later, from the NEP experience when he accused Bukharin of forjefting the role of the state as the regulator. Stalin, 1929a, 363, during that policy. 10 years later, Stalin closed his report to the 18th Congress of the CPSU with a discussion of some questions of theory, most of which is devoted to consideration of the role of the state in socialist construction. Certain of the general propositions in the Marxist doctrine of the state, he argues, are incompletely worked out and inadequate. Stalin, 1939, 657. He has in mind Marx's and Engels's views on the withering away of the state. The clarification Stalin goes on to develop is doubly revealing. First, he advances an analysis which is succinctly encapsulated in what is, regrettably, a contemporary Soviet definition, viz., that throughout the transition to socialism the state is the basic instrument in effecting economic, political, social, and cultural transformation. Chernilovsky, 1970, 474. Second, he explains the power of such saboteurs and traitors as Trotsky and Bukharin by Bolshevism's failure, due to what he sees as dogmatic adherence to the utterances of Marx and Engels, to appreciate that the Soviet state has such a key part to play. Finally, we may cite one of Stalin's last major texts, Marxism and Linguistics, which, apart from denying the theses of Marx and Engels on language as practical consciousness, has as much to do with the theory of state power as with linguistic competence. In it, the whole base/superstructure metaphor is celebrated as a universal law, as an anonymous Pravda article, October 5, 1950, accompanying Stalin's text makes very clear. This latter argues that the special creative role of the new socialist superstructure and in particular of the socialist state results from this superstructure having been created in order to serve the economic base. Above all, the socialist state represents the principal instrument in the creation of the economic base for socialism. Cit Menard, 1952, 66.78. The following year, Kedrov in the Bolshevik wrote, apropos collectivization. The transition to the socialist kolkhoz regime in the village was a revolution that removed the old bourgeois system in the village and created a new socialist system. But this revolution did not take place through an explosion, that is to say not by means of the destruction of the existing machinery of state, but by means of the gradual transition from the old bourgeois regime to a new one. This was possible because it was a revolution from above. Bolshevik, 15, 1951, Cit Menard, 1952, 70 f. Concerning the mechanics of the revolution, he was substantially correct. Stalin himself explicitly conceived collectivization as a matter of pacification of the villages. Carr, 1969, 36 f. Lewin, 1966, L84 f. 88. Thus, Stalin too matched his Bolshevik conception of development with the Bolshevik severance of politics from production, and ensuing statism, which we have indicated as its inevitable corollary. His distinctiveness, therefore, is a distinctiveness within the Bolshevik problematic, a matter finally of emphasis, though of important emphasis. Like Trotsky, for example, Stalin believed it profoundly mistaken and absolutely untrue that the Soviet state and its leaders can abolish existing laws of political economy and can create new laws. Stalin, 1952a, 2, indeed, he considered the existence of commodity production and the law of value not a bad thing because it teaches our executives to count production magnitudes, and to make their enterprises pay. Ibid, 19. Conversely, as we have seen, Trotsky too, at times, held an incredibly optimistic opinion of what our state can do. Where Stalin in the end differed was in taking the voluntarism we have seen to be one option inscribed in Bolshevism's divorce of production and politics to its ultimate, but still very Bolshevik, conclusion. The resultant expansion, and activities, of the Soviet state machine were both brutal and bloody. But this should not obscure the fact that other Bolsheviks all shared both the image, and politics, of that machine, and the understanding of what it is to develop the productive forces which we have argued was basic to its inflation. 79. Stalin used the machine to defend the gains of October, just as Trotsky and Preobrazhensky would have used it to control price levels between town and country, or Bukharin would have used it to protect the rich peasant, or Lenin almost used it to lease large amounts of Soviet resources and capital via the Genoa and Rapallo conferences, all in the interests of development. Conversely, it must be faced that, in the absence of that genuinely socialist construction from below which, we have tried to show, Bolshevism in large measure systematically suppressed, much of what the Soviet working class enjoys to this day, in terms of having enough to eat, being well clothed and housed, was constructed through, and relies precisely and identifiably on, that very machine which so horrifies so many Marxists. The text from which we were just quoting, Stalin's Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, makes a further, and critical, observation on the law of value. It is that because of the Soviet state this law does not govern the distribution of the Soviet people's labor. It is to this degree, measurable in the conditions of life of the Soviet workers, that socialism and capitalism remain in tension within the social formation that is the USSR. This defense of October's gains in the face of the ravages of domestic and international capital, culminating in the bloody cataclysm of the Great Patriotic War '80, was Stalinism's great achievement. But it was a limited achievement, and its costs were astronomical. The achievement belongs to Bolshevism. But so, too, we believe, do the limits and the costs. For what Stalinism 89 cumulatively represents, we have sought to argue, is thoroughly Bolshevik. It was a distinctive Bolshevism, certainly, as was Trotsky's and Bukharin's, and one massively scarred by the circumstances of its development, including those resulting from prior Bolshevik policies, but it was a Bolshevism nonetheless. In 1939 Victor Serge wrote, "It is often said that the germ of all Stalinism was in Bolshevism from its beginning. Well, I have no objection. Only, Bolshevism also contained many other germs, a mass of other germs, and those who lived through the enthusiasm of the first years of the first victorious revolution ought not to forget it. To judge the living man by the death germs which the autopsy reveals in a corpse, and which he may have carried in him since his birth, is this very sensible?" New International, February 1939, Cit. Sedgwick, 1963, 1516. We have no wish to deny the other germs which Serge speaks of, or the enthusiasm of the first years of the revolution, or the well-documented socialist enthusiasm, come to that, of those who built, say, the Magnitogorsk Metallurgical Center 81, but we believe it is not only sensible, but imperative, for socialists to consider the extent to which Serge's death germs were in Bolshevism from the beginning. Not to do so risks spreading them. For Mao. It is the aim of this and the following chapter to illuminate much of the foregoing in terms of available but contrary historical experiences of socialist construction. We shall argue that the class struggles within the People's Republic of China, and between the CPO and the CPSU, illuminate Bolshevism's social problematic in a unique manner, not least because those struggles, over two lines, two roads, two paths present and represent the supposedly impossible, or utopian, alternatives denied a priori by both Bolshevism and many contemporary Marxist analyses of socialist construction. Here, we shall concentrate on presenting a theoretical account of events within China in the years after the Long March up until the early 1950s. 1. The important thing is to be good at learning to. In 1908, in his philosophical notebooks, Lenin argued that experience needs only to be explained. To explain it means simply to formulate the relations it involves, and which it itself brings to our attention, if we know how to grasp its lessons. And science is beginning to concern itself with them. But, being all reality, experience is not in need of justification, it exists. Lenin, 1908a, 475, 3. Much of Mao's work, and the wider practices of the CPC, have been concerned with formulating the relations involved in socialist construction, by trying to learn how to grasp the lessons of historical experience, including errors of judgment and policy. Above all, perhaps, Mao has been concerned to indicate the particular conditions that encourage collective, and therefore both more egalitarian and more conscious, learning by transformation. Socialist construction is, of course, centrally concerned with the complete transformation of social reality. Transformation of this character always requires a prior judgment about what is to be changed and what is to effect change. Mao 91. Mao agrees with Marx that there are a number of false steps possible here. In a critique of early materialism, in his theses on Feuerbach, Marx argued, Thesis 3, that materialist notions that people are products of circumstances and upbringing, and that, therefore, changed people are products of other circumstances forget that circumstances are changed by people. 4. Hence, this doctrine necessarily arrives at dividing society into two parts, one of which is superior to society, Robert Owen, for example. The coincidence of the changing circumstances and of human activity can be conceived and rationally understood only as revolutionary practice. Marx, 1845. If you want to be good at learning, you must admit first of all the possibility of learning itself, that is to say, you must acknowledge the possibility of error, for it is the latter that records the phenomenal forms of new possibilities, whether it be an improved accomplishment of an old practice or a new practice. Changing reality involves self-knowing and self-changing. As Mao argued in 1937, if you want to know a certain thing or class of things directly, you must personally participate in the practical struggle to change reality. Mao, 1937b, 300. 4. Idealism and mechanical materialism, opportunism and adventurism, are all characterized by die breach between the subjective and the objective, by the separation of knowledge from practice. Ibid, 307. Freedom or liberation, within this framework, cannot be merely an end state, Mao, 1957a, 438. Freedom is won by the people through struggle, it is not bestowed by anyone as a favor, Mao, 1945d, 293. 20 years later, taking up a text frequently used to represent a working definition of socialist construction, Mao has argued. Engels spoke only of moving from the realm of necessity to the realm of freedom, and said that freedom is the understanding of necessity. This sentence is not complete, it only says one half and leaves the rest unsaid. Does merely understanding it make you free? Freedom is the understanding of necessity, and the transformation of necessitation has some work to do. If you merely eat without having any work to do, if you merely understand, is that sufficient? Only by 92. Transformation can freedom be obtained. New things are to be found in reality, we must grasp reality. Mao, 1964b, 229. Freedom, liberation, are relative states of increased well-being accomplished by the collective efforts of particular communities through more conscious and more egalitarian transformation, itself involving knowing through changing simultaneously people and things. Congruent with this theory of learning is Mao's refusal of any rigid separation between the political and the economic, or between party/army and people. Cultural images and political practices were discovered to have as much productive potential as machinery and sources of energy. We have emphasized the extremely basic and objective nature of the constraints accomplished by certain ideas, facts and values. The power of ideas and images is most acute when institutionalized into an intellectualist image of the party, celebrating and articulating a more and more consistent dogma which entails an apparatus of enforcement and evaluation. The party develops a knowledge of what is best for the people, whom it increasingly feels surrounded as a sea of enemies. Mao's notions of the struggles involved in genuine, or solid, knowing and changing reality, by contrast, stress that what is at issue is struggles over the defining or negotiation of social reality. In turn, therefore, such struggles entail conflicts over whom shall be told, and by whom, how things shall be defined and carried out. Mao argued in 1943. As rent reduction is a mass struggle by the peasants, party directives and government decrees should guide and help it instead of trying to bestow favors on the masses. To bestow rent reduction as a favor instead of arousing the masses to achieve it by their own action is wrong, and the results will not be solid. Mao, 1943b, 131. Or in 1942. Another mistake is draining the pond to catch the fish, that is, making endless demands on the people, disregarding their hardships and considering only the needs of the government and the army. That is a Kuomintang mode of thinking which we must never adopt. Mao, 1942 d. 114. What is entailed in these prescriptions is a recognition and reconceptualization of many of the key terms of Bolshevism's problematic. Social relations, in the broadest sense, are seen to confer meaning and significance on machinery and production processes. The resources of Mao 93 socialism are seen to be human beings 5 but not considered abstractly, or reduced to some homogeneous reserve of labor power, so much as viewed as many overlapping and interlocking productive collectivities. Socialist construction consists in a subordination of the party's vanguardism, although we shall argue that this too was qualified significantly in China, to the myriad exemplary transformations carried out by those productive communities. This conception of exemplary transformations pervades Mao's empirical investigations from the 1930s until the present day and is a constituent of his theory of social organization which we examine below. We can best counterpose what we have argued thus far to Bolshevism, by providing a quotation from Mao's 1945 speech arguing that we emphasize, the Peri must learn to do economic work, if instead of coercion and commandism, which are self-defeating because of their quest for quick results, we adopt a policy of patiently persuading people by setting them good examples, then it will be possible for the majority of peasants to be organized into mutual aid groups for agricultural and handicraft production in the next few years. Once such production groups become the usual practice, not only will output increase and all kinds of innovations emerge, but there will also be political progress, a higher educational level, progress in hygiene, a remolding of loafers and a change in social customs, and it will not be long before the implements of production will be improved too. Mao, 1945a, 241-2. To Get Organist, 6. Mao's short 1930 pamphlet, Oppose Book Worship, opens with the words no investigation, no right to speak. Mao, 1930, 40. We now know that Mao himself had to learn that the role of a good communist is to investigate. Formerly, I was principal of a primary school, Mao explained to his nephew in 1966, and a teacher in a middle school. I am also a member of the Central Committee, and was once a department chief for the Kuomintang. But when I went to the rural areas and spent some time with the peasants, I was deeply struck by how many things they knew. I realized their knowledge was wide, and I was no match for them, but should learn from them. Mao, 1966a, 251. Mao's own learning of the need for new forms of organization is clearly exposed in his own investigations. Beginning with the remarkable 94 Hunan documents of 1927, where he first urged the party to get organized, Mao, 1927, 24f. By 1934, in an important text of implicit criticism of much of Bolshevism called Be Concerned with the Well-Being of the Masses, Pay Attention to Methods of Work, Mao provides a sketch of new party-people relations. In short, all the practical problems in the masses' everyday life should claim our attention. If we attend to these problems, solve them and satisfy the needs of the masses, we shall really become organizers of the well-being of the masses. Mao, 1934b, 147-8. These investigations had to be informed by theory, but our comrades in the party school should not regard Marxist theory as lifeless dogma. It is necessary to master Marxist theory and apply it, master it for the sole purpose of applying it. We all know there are many intellectuals who fancy themselves very learned and assume airs of erudition without realizing that such airs are bad and harmful and hinder their own progress. They ought to be aware of the truth that actually many so-called intellectuals are, relatively speaking, most ignorant, and the workers and peasants sometimes know more than they do. Mao, 1942a, 38, 39. Hence the mass line, first systematically presented in 1943 in Mao's Some Questions Concerning Methods of Leadership, but implicit through many earlier analyses. In Get Organized, itself Mao states, "The gist of this policy is to organize the masses, to mobilize and organize into a great army of labor all the available forces without exception, the people, the army, the government, and other organizations and the schools, all men and women, young and old, who can contribute their labor power on a part-time or full-time basis. To organize the strength of the masses is one policy. Is there a contrary policy? Yes, there is. It is one that lacks the mass viewpoint, fails to rely on the masses or organize them, and gives exclusive attention to organizing the small number of people working in the financial, supply or trading organizations, while paying no attention to organizing the masses in the villages, the army, the government, and other organizations, the schools and the factories. It treats economic work not as a broad movement or as an extensive front, but only as an expedient for meeting financial deficits." Mao, 1943 c. 153, 155. Mao 95. The previous year, Mao had argued that financial difficulties can be overcome only by down-to-earth and effective economic development. To neglect economic development and opening of sources of finance, and instead to hope for the solution of financial difficulties by curtailing indispensable expenditures, is a conservative notion which cannot solve any problem. Mao, 1942 d. 111-12. A month before Get Organized, he urged in a party directive, "In the financial and economic field, the party and government personnel at the county and district levels should devote 9/10 of their energy to helping the peasant increase production, and only 1/10 to collecting taxes from them. If pains are taken with the first task, the second will be easy." Mao, 1943 b. 132. Production is thus conceived culturally and politically. Rather than an emphasis on either specialization, the army for fighting, the schools for education and the countryside farms for food production, or upon the single instruction bring in the harvest, the purpose of party and government, in conditions, it is worth interjecting, of encirclement in an impoverished terrain, is to make it possible for differing communities to support themselves from their own efforts at production. Production precedes procurement. Living standards of the collectivity are raised in order to make accumulation of capital possible. Through the increased demands for daily necessities, the demand for the light engineering that makes their production possible is also increased. More effective communal production produces demands for the technological resources that the new social relations can sustain. Here is a set of production relations that offer a program for the increased well-being of the masses. Indeed, we are close to grasping the truth of the Chinese Revolution in its most significant form. Production is increasingly understood to be equivalent to the well-being of the masses, and thus automatically entails both raising the production of daily necessities so that everyone may be better clothed, housed, and fed, and, to make this possible, the control of production by workers themselves. In short, socialism must be experienced as a greater freedom than capitalism. Jack Grays has indicated the theoretical importance of the border region years in a recent comment. The border region experience gave the Chinese very low expectations from Central East planning. I'm quite sure that one of the most 96 important things to have been built into the Maoist economic tradition is the experience of the Chinese industrial cooperatives. The border regions were in the poorest parts of China, so the Chinese became experts at substituting labor for capital, in organizing large masses of people, more or less voluntarily, to undertake cooperative production. These choices are not politically neutral. Gray, 1973a, 16-17. For Mao, by 1943, the cooperatives are now the most important form of mass organization in the economic field. Mao, 1943 c. ISS. In their Outline for Cooperative Development, published in Shenzi in 1935, the CPC defined the cooperative as an instrument of resisting private capitalism and developing a new economic system. Edgar Snow, who summarizes this document in his 1937, 232f, 1961, 227f, provides the fullest account of the industrial cooperatives. Many of the visitors to China in those years, Snow, Belden, Gelder, Epstein, and Smedley, recognized that these cooperatives, along with the self-supporting economy, were far more than temporary pragmatic expedients forced upon the CPC by war. But it is as well to remember, particularly when considering the backwardness and isolation of the USSR, that the border region years are defined by those wars, whether against the external imperialism of the Japanese or the equally brutal attacks of the KMT forces. And it is also as well to note, even if only en passant, that this entailed an equally thorough transformation of Bolshevik notions of strategy and tactics for military warfare, and, equally important, the relations between a popular army and the people. In his stress upon the productive potential of the army, as opposed to the normal practices of compulsory procurement by the army and the party from the villages and farms of the area, Mao is drawing attention to two significant facets of socialist construction. First, the army must be truly popular, as with the state apparatuses in general, it must not be a drain or fetter upon production. The army must feed itself as far as is possible. Second, fighting a war involves being good at production as much as firing a gun or organizing an army. Pervading both points is the subordination of the army to the party. 10. 3. Leaning to one sidal. As is well known, Bolshevism did not merely represent a possible historic example for the CPC to follow. Through the Comintern, the CPSU attempted to encourage the CPC in replicating and expanding Bolshevism. It is also widely known that Mao's own theories and practices were criticized precisely because of their anti-Bolshevik. Mao 97 character. We did not begin our examination of Mao and Bolshevism with this material because it seems far more important to us to stress how his notions of socialist construction are themselves implicitly subversive of what we have outlined as the social problematic of Bolshevism, as we must if we are to situate the open polemic between the CPSU and the CPC in terms of the fundamental questions which we discuss in this book. But let us now consider it. De-Stalinization begins for Mao in the mid-1930s. 12. Even before the dissolution of the Third International, we did not obey the orders of the Third International. At the Tsunyi Conference 1935 we didn't obey, and afterwards for a period of 10 years, including the rectification campaign and down to the 7th Congress, when we finally adopted a resolution on certain questions in the history of our party, and corrected leftism, we didn't obey them at all. Those dogmatists failed utterly to study China's peculiarities. Mao, 1964b, 218. In 1936, Mao criticized the dogmatists who thought it was enough merely to follow the laws by which the civil war in the Soviet Union was directed and the military manuals published by the Soviet military organizations. They do not see that these laws and manuals embody the specific characteristics of the Civil War and the Red Army in the Soviet Union, and that if we copy and apply them without allowing any change, we shall also be cutting the feet to fit the shoes and be defeated. Mao, 1936, 181. This general criticism of blind faith 13 is congruent with what we have tried to emphasize in this chapter, and it is, moreover, as well to emphasize the last two words of the above quotation. Recalling these years in 1956, Mao said that, "We have already suffered politically from dogmatism. Everything we copied from abroad was adopted rigidly, and this ended in a great defeat, and the victory of the revolution being delayed for many years." Mao, 1956d, 87. In 1964 Mao argued that Soviet products are heavy, high-priced, crude, and they always keep something back. Mao, 1964c, 199. Speaking of 1945-9, Mao suggested in 1962 a more dynamic policy of obstruction by Stalin personally. 98. Stalin wanted to prevent China from making revolution, saying that we should not have a civil war, and should cooperate with Chiang Kai-shek, otherwise the Chinese nation would perish. But we did not do what he said. The revolution was victorious. After the victory of the revolution he next suspected China of being Yugoslavia and that I would become a second Tito. Later when I went to sign the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Alliance and Mutual Assistance, we had to go through another struggle. He was not willing to sign a treaty. After 2 months of negotiation 14 he at last signed. When did Stalin begin to have confidence in us? It was at the time of the Resist America, Aid Korea campaign, from the winter of 1950. Mao, 1962b, 191. As Rice, 1972, 119, has noted, in 1949, the last ambassador to take leave of Chiang Kai-shek was that of the Soviet Union. Nevertheless, and equally important as critical concepts to investigate many of the less socialist practices QF the CPC, Mao did not reduce the international communist movement to an epiphenomenon of that one individual, Joseph Stalin, rather he saw him as a product of a whole politico-ideological formation, or what we have called a social problematic. In 1944, in Our Study and the Current Situation, Mao stated, 1. On the question of what attitude to adopt in studying our historical experience, in dealing with questions of party history we should lay the stress not on the responsibility of certain individual comrades but on the analysis of the circumstances in which the errors were committed, on the content of the errors, and on their social, historical, and ideological roots, and this should be done in the spirit of learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones and curing the sickness in order to save the patient, in order to achieve the twofold objective of clarity in ideology and unity among comrades. 2. Treat all questions analytically, do not negate everything. Mao, 1944, 163-4, 15. 4. From implicit criticism to inter-party polemic. Marxism, in China as in Tsarist Russia, was formed in the contexts of particular disputes and discussions, for example, over landholding or historical periodization. In that sense the frequently repeated claims that Mao has sinified Marxism are true but trivial. In learning Marxism we change ourselves and our views of social reality, we learn in order to change. If Marxism itself did not change in these practices, Mao 99 it would not be a guide to action at all, but a set of mystical commands, requiring a caste of interpreting scholars and a rigid authoritarian social apparatus of enforcement. It would also be a curiously unempirical, ahistorical body of thought, about as scientific as tarot cards or croquet. It would be wrong to suggest that Mao knew what we can now know of Bolshevism, or that he had a detailed plan of socialist construction in his head in, say, 1927 or 1936. We have explicit evidence that he has had to learn through errors, that he has changed his mind. What has remained constant, indeed, has been the openness of the Marxism-Leninism. If there has been a continuity it resides at the level of a methodology which can be elucidated through reading the works we have available from the mid-1920s. There is, first, the refusal to accept Marxism as universal history in a future tense. Second, Mao is concerned to point up the consequences of analyses which differ from his own, depicting opportunism as all unity and no struggle, failing to remember that it is a full social system that socialists are opposed to. He similarly describes adventurism as all struggle and no unity, failing to take various enemies seriously over particular issues. Third, Mao recognizes the double significance of agrarian production and the poor and middle peasant producers. As early as 1927 Mao was clear on the tremendous resources for revolution in China. Altogether 70% of the rural population, the backbone of the peasant associations, the vanguard in the overthrow of the feudal forces, the heroes who have performed the great revolutionary task which for long years was left undone. Without the poor peasant class, the riffraff, as the gentry call them, it would have been impossible to bring about the present revolutionary situation. Mao, 1927, 32-3. Fourth, and finally, Mao's exemplary Marxism is evident not least in his ability to show the connectedness of apparently discrete and unrelated phenomena, thereby showing the error of those who argue for a fixed order of priorities, fighting the war or establishing cooperatives, an invariant sequence, or a rigid time scale. These aspects are clear in his analyses of the significance of the Long March. What we say is that in one respect the Red Army has failed, i.e. failed to maintain its original positions, but in another respect it has won a victory, i.e. in executing the plan of the Long March. Speaking of the Long March, one may ask, what is its significance? We answer that the Long March is the first of its kind in the annals 100 of history, that it is a manifesto, a propaganda force, a seeding machine. It has announced to 200 million people in 11 provinces that the road of the Red Army is their only road to liberation. In the 11 provinces it has sown many seeds which will sprout, leaf, blossom, and bear fruit, and will yield a harvest in the future. Mao, 1935, 159, 160. Chesneau has noted that Mao brought to the border region a consciousness of a need for a movement which aimed first of all at the political and moral liberation of the peasants, without which it would have been fruitless to propose a radical reform of the system of economic exploitation. Chesneau, 1973, 160. He has also argued, Ibid. 130f, the very extensive changes in political consciousness which were in fact achieved during what some have stigmatized as reformist economic programs. As Sherman notes, the military victories of Chinese communism took place at the same time that a revolutionary struggle was waged on the land against the rural gentry. A whole class was destroyed not only physically but psychologically. Every act of land reform was climaxed by a drama where the landlord literally lowered his head. Sherman, 1966, XXXI. Madian comments on this specific passage. The process of conceptual change is far more complicated than Sherman indicates. He has captured the symbolic importance of the lowering of heads, but he views it from the point of view of the landlord, as an expression of his acceptance of defeat by the people. But it was far more than that. The drama is ultimately an acting out of a conceptual innovation. The meaning of landlordism is radically altered. From a highly respectable position it becomes a status deserving of opprobrium. Madian, 1967, 100. The same should be said for the contrast between the Japanese and KMT army's relation to the peasantry and that of the Red Army, or a similar contrast regarding KMT agrarian policy and that practiced, especially in the mutual aid teams, by the CPC. Nevertheless, possibly because Mao took a position in what he called the second line, Mao, 1966f, 266, the economic program of the Reconstruction years after 1949 was largely that of orthodox Bolshevism. L6 But, as we know now from a range of texts, there was a fairly open intra-party struggle raging specifically over agrarian production by the middle of 1951, which was to lead through the High Mao 101. Tied documents of 1955 and 1956, the Great Leap Forward, the Socialist education movement and other struggles to the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. The dimensions of recent struggles are best appreciated in terms of the campaigns of the border region years. In July 1951 Liu Shaoxi attacked those, which clearly included Mao, who sought to shake the foundations of private ownership through enlarging and politicizing the cooperative movement in agrarian production. In June 1953 Mao counterattacked through a speech critical of those who sought to maintain new democracy. 17 In 1964 Mao recalled his long struggle against the Rural Work Department of the Central Committee in the following terms: to consolidate new democracy, and to go on consolidating it forever, is to engage IQ capitalism. New democracy is a bourgeois democratic revolution under the leadership of the proletariat. It touches only the landlords and the comprador bourgeoisie, it does not touch the national bourgeoisie at all. To divide up the land and to give it to the peasants is to transform the property of the feudal landlords into the individual property of the peasants, and this still remains within the limits of the bourgeois revolution. To divide up the land is nothing remarkable, MacArthur did it in Japan. Napoleon divided up the land too. Land reform cannot abolish capitalism, nor can it lead to socialism. Mao, 1964b, 216. The crucial point to be grasped is that these class struggles within the CPC and the struggles against the Comintern, Stalin, and Bolshevism, and, recently, against Khrushchev, Brezhnev and the CPSU are increasingly conceptualized as struggles against the persistence of capitalist relations, productive, political, fiscal, personal, cultural, and ideological. Like Lenin, Mao has grasped that the greatest and most fierce class struggles follow a socialist revolution. Perhaps a better formulation would be that socialist construction begins long before a socialist revolution and, equally, that these beginnings exercise a serious constraint upon or facilitate a useful flexibility for policies after the revolution. The materials of the much more explicit break with Bolshevism, the documents of 1955 and 1956 onwards, especially the texts on the question of agricultural cooperation, 1955, and the speech on the 10 Great Relationships, 1956b, taken with Mao's editorial introductions to the case studies in the High Tide materials, 1956a, belong properly in the discussion of Bolshevism since Stalin. We mention them here simply to stress 2 points. First, their serious neglect as works of Marxist theory, indeed the general neglect of Mao's total output is 102. Marked, not least in contrast to the attention lavished upon Lukács or Gramsci. Secondly, because of their link with the experiences of class struggle and learning of the years since the Long March and before. Mao himself has argued an equivalence between social science and class struggle, Mao, 1964b, 213, adding, "To get some experience of class struggle, that's what I call a university." Ibid, p. 213. Because, he stresses, you can't understand the countryside just by going there, you must study the relations between all the classes and strata in the countryside. I devoted more than 10 years to these problems before I clarified them for myself. In 1925 I was active in the Peasant Movement Training Institute, and carried out rural surveys. Ibid, p.2l9. We began with Mao's epistemology as basic to his whole perspective, whether on organization, on production relations, or on cultural activity. We could equally have stressed that this epistemology is methodological, its critical cutting edge carries forward precisely the qualities we attempted to draw from Marx in our first chapter. But Mao also recognizes that the struggles which we depicted within Bolshevism, not least within the thought and writings of Lenin, are indeed internal to all those human beings who are stamped and scarred by capitalism. In his frequent stress on the significance of the political, the pervasiveness of the struggle to establish socialist relations, in the era, which he correctly suggests will extend for 1 or more centuries, of socialist construction in the world, Mao is reminding us of this internal reference of the notion of class struggle. He excludes no one from the injunction to become more conscious through collective, increasingly egalitarian attempts to know by changing the social world. He thereby most significantly erases that convenient division, criticized by Marx in his third thesis, which we quoted above, and revived within the notion of party building within Bolshevism, between party persons and others, and within the party between Godhead and priests. This, like all such separations, is an essential relation of capitalist production and reproduces capitalist relations. In a speech in 1965, Mao argued, Marx's Capital started with the analysis of the dual nature of commodities. Our commodities also have a dual nature. In 100 years' time commodities will still have a dual nature. Things which Mao 103 are not commodities have a dual nature too. Our comrades likewise have a dual nature, correct and incorrect. Don't you have a dual nature? I know I have. Young people easily make the mistake of being metaphysical, they cannot bear to talk about their shortcomings. People improve with experience. Mao, 1965, 239. In the same speech he argued that there are no laws of dialectics other than the law of contradiction, Ibid, p. 240, which pervades all social formations, classes, parties, and individuals. This law extends into the era of socialism and that of communism. That perspective, taken with Mao's similar insistence upon social practice in his epistemology, and his emphasis upon politics as the key, or, to use a different formulation, on class struggle as the key link, eventuates in a theory of socialist construction which places emphasis upon the potential of particular kinds of human communities, rather than machines, on the one hand, or dogmatic notions of economic laws on the other. As such, of course, Mao, or the CPC, could only act in a militantly negative way. They held back the enemies of the people, they guarded the frontiers of the border regions and, eventually, the People's Republic. The actual transformations which have been so much in evidence in China are the result of the people themselves demonstrating, as Marx suggested, that once correct ideas are seized by the masses they become a material force. Mao's implicit critique of Bolshevism is also a correct theory of socialist construction, but, as he would be the first to stress, a theory articulates, realizes at a cognitive level, the actions and accomplishments, the organized learning, of the peasants and workers who validate it. Read properly, the historical experience of China will provide us with the conditions under which the phenomenal forms of socialism, simply phrased as having enough to eat, adequate housing, clothing, and actual control of work procedures, are possible. Such a reading is one constituent of how we are ourselves enabled to make a fuller sense of both the positive and the negative lessons of Bolshevism, and, importantly, to grasp the core of proletarian experience transmitted in the work of Karl Marx. 5. Bolshevism now. The Bolshevik hegemony. It is conventional to picture the death of Stalin in 1953 as marking a size Zion in Soviet history. Before, lie tyranny and purge. Lie, relatively, greater humanism and liberalism, gradual moves towards détente with the West, and the acceptance of certain modes of organization and policy formulation previously labeled as capitalist. For some interpreters, of course, these changes do indeed mark the victory of capitalism over Leninism in the Soviet Union. Bourgeois interpreters, preferring discretion, more often speak of an inevitable surrender by Soviet leaders to the universal imperatives of development, kept distinct from any reference to the political system. There is a general belief on the part of these latter observers that the break with the past is characterized by a growth of pragmatism which has generated a series of forms of de-Stalinization and a consequent departure from Bolshevism. Both these analyses we reject. The Bolshevik problematic, far from being defunct, retains its dominance today. Contemporary policies powerfully testify to the continuity of the Bolshevism which they embody. Just as Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin, so Khrushchev and Brezhnev have responded to the possibilities and constraints inherent in the structure of their position in ways which form variants solidly within the boundaries of that problematic. They are testimonies to the tenacity of Bolshevism as much as to its failings. Two themes dominate the 20th through to the 25th Congresses of the CPSU. Peaceful coexistence, embodied in the policy of détente, is one. The second theme, quoted here from the 21st Congress, can be recognized as a line well established even before 1923. The historic task of catching up with and surpassing the most developed capitalist countries in per capita output must be carried out. This tragic irony, the effort to outstrip capitalism on terms and priorities which are essentially capitalist, has repeatedly been used to 106. Justify policies in the name of socialism. Given the overriding goal of output, the problem since Stalin has been to combine such economistic progress with the maintenance of political control by the party through the use of the state machine. The view of production as economics, as a matter of technology plus a particular socialist form of organization, the plan, is a tradition which has been reinforced and refined in the practices of Bolshevism since Stalin. Thus by the 17th Komsomol Congress in 1974 Brezhnev was able to present Komsomol successes as entirely labor achievements wherein commitment to communism had become measurable solely as a plan fulfillment. He was unequivocal. If we are to single out the main thing in the party's economic policy at the present stage of our development, then it is the sharp turn towards raising the effectiveness of the country's economy on the basis of accelerated scientific technological progress. All these measures and all our efforts will not produce the desired effect if we do not drastically improve the quality of work done in all sections of our economy, at each place of work. The quality of work is a very capacious concept. It is composed of many production economic factors and at the same time it embraces a broad range of moral problems. Brezhnev, 1974, 3, 2. Production economic factors on the one hand, moral problems on the other, the separation is as instructive as the order of priorities. Yet this adoption of supposedly rational pragmatism has been associated with a flagging rate of growth of production and a consequent repeated postponement of catching up. Having once accepted a diagnosis of problems akin to that of bourgeois economics, however, Soviet leaders became limited to seeing the only solution as more of the same therapy. When Corrigan presented his report on the shortcomings of industrial organization and his recommendations for change to the plenum of September 1965, then, he offered a picture of defects remarkably similar to Western analysis of the same subject. Point 3 The emphasis was on increasing complexity and sophistication with which the existing planning system, far from being the expected spur to advance, was completely unable to cope. This, coupled with inattention to consumer goods and agriculture, was seen as the cause of failing growth rates in productivity and of the allied problems of unemployment and underemployment in some areas. The 1965 economic reforms, proposed as the solution, often read like a modified bourgeois text on the decentralist, competitive basis of economic rationality. Khrushchev had accepted some of these arguments, but had reacted only by devolving decision-making powers to Bolshevism, now 107 regional planning authorities. However, once the economist's frame of reference is accepted, it becomes difficult to stop partway. The 1965 reforms thus gave enterprises far greater independence and shifted the emphasis of performance indicators strongly towards profitability. The intention was to increase responsiveness to consumer demand. Only the term market itself remained forbidden fruit. However, Corrigan's acceptance of the logic of bourgeois rationality, with its massive political consequences, was not a new departure for Bolshevism. By state trusts are meant state industrial enterprises to which the state accords independence, and which act on principles of commercial calculation with the objective of making profit. 4. This is not, despite appearances, a quote from the 1965 reforms, but comes from the period of NEP, and forms part of the 1923 decree defining the legal position of enterprises. Compare its descendant. Normally functioning enterprises must obtain profits from the sale of their products at wholesale prices, they must gain the opportunity to set up incentive funds and to have the necessary means for expanding their activities, for paying for fixed capital and for making other contributions to the state budget. 5. Thus, whilst Lieberman and his associates may find much of their inspiration from their Western counterparts, ample justification for their proposals is available, and is actively sought, in classic Bolshevik texts, particularly those of Lenin. The solution of the difficulties faced in securing socialism is seen as simply the development of production. This stark theory of productive forces was similarly conceptualized by Bukharin and Preobrazhensky. The foundation of our whole policy must be the widest possible development of productivity. Bukharin and Preobrazhensky, 1920, 315. Lenin's formulations were often similar, 6. Speaking also of the need for a period of state capitalism to achieve this end. 7. Again, it is in the light of this that Brezhnev's or Corrigan's statements of policy should be read. In 1971, Brezhnev announced that for building communism scientific and technical progress constitutes the main level. 8 The reason for this ordering of priorities is repeatedly clarified by use of the term rational and is emphatically finalized in the following passage. 108. The experience that has been accumulated has made it more obvious where effort has to be concentrated. This is the creation of economic conditions, which would, first, entice enterprises to undertake optimal commitments, i.e. adopt maximum plans and make more rational use of capital investments and labor resources, second, ensure the maximum acceleration of scientific and technical progress and the growth of labor productivity, and third, facilitate a constant drive for a higher quality in production. The consistent implementation of the principles of operation on a profit-and-loss basis remains an urgent task. The role of the economic contracts and the responsibility for honoring them must be enhanced. It would be expedient to provide enterprises with broader possibilities for giving incentives to those workers and collectives of workers who make the largest contribution to the development of production. CPSU, 1971, 83-4. 5 years on, we find Brezhnev describing the 25th Congress as keynoted by realism and efficiency. 9 In order to vanquish this understanding of how socialist construction has to operate, however, it is necessary first to acknowledge that the Soviet planning system has indeed been unable to cope with the direction of economic activity. Shortages, unwanted output, and other distortions are all too common. Yet only a severely impoverished notion of socialism would present it as embodied in institutions of planning and party control of the state machine. A relational conception of socialism encourages attention not to the success or failure of planning per se, but to the political content of the way planning has proceeded in the particular instance. Such an approach also leads to immediate recognition that to promote market relationships is to promote capitalism. As production is a political problem in this view, it comes as no surprise to find that the introduction of supposedly rational methods of incentive and allocation, after a short-term effect, have failed to produce the expected sustained output growth. Let us consider a moment longer the logic behind the introduction off-market mechanism. We are told that it will ensure that information will reach producers, via the price mechanism, to enable them to meet consumer demand instead of being burdened by the clumsy ill-detailed plan quotas. It is thus a politically neutral resource for coping with irrationalities such as these. When output is measured by the number of complete machines produced, there is a shortage of spare parts. When chandeliers are measured in tons, they are unnecessarily heavy. Because geological surveying units receive plans in linear meters of drilling, they Bolshevism now 109 undertake work they know to be useless. Elman, 1968, 26, 10. The last phrase gives the game away. All of these are acts born not of ignorance of social needs but of a conflict between producer and planner wherein the former seeks personal advantage. The market is a tool which attempts to compel or induce the producer to act in accordance with the authorities' requirements. A right-wing British trade union leader expresses the implied view of society perfectly. There has to be an enforcement agency in a country. If it isn't the market, it has to be the police force. 11. In short, it is useless to rely on the people. An alternative perspective is possible, however. People cannot be relied on precisely because, as a legacy of Bolshevik policy over 6 decades, they have never been relied on. Instead they have been told to be obedient, stimulated by competition between themselves and fellow workers organized from above in the name of socialist emulation, or prompted by bonuses. These relations of production replace self-transformation through the transformation of the world by the experience of repressive demands. Capitalism is the epitome of such experience, so the economic solution employing capitalist incentives can and does only worsen the problem. By going beyond appearances we thus find ourselves with proposals entailing a complete inversion of the analysis on which present-day Bolshevik strategy is based. The Bolshevik understanding of socialist construction as the creation of a material base on which to build socialist relations has continually pursued a quasi-capitalist program in its struggle against capitalism. One crucial aspect of this to be expected from Marx's analysis is an exacerbation of the three great differences which again socialism is aimed at abolishing. The division between mental and manual labor has certainly grown in the course of Soviet history, and the current worship of scientific and technical advance can only intensify this. Yet Bukharin and Preobrazhensky again provide an impeccable reference for such policy, having spoken of the unavoidable requirement that bourgeois experts be used, and paid better than other workers as an inducement, if the prime goal, production, was to be achieved. There is nothing else for us to do. 12 Ultimately they foresee the transcendence of the two great divisions of those who labor, the mental and manual workers, kept asunder by capitalism. 13 Yet their own proposals make this a pipe dream. The principle of concentrating authority in the hands of one man, the factory director, is a related outcome of the expert fetish. This 110 principle was first affirmed by Lenin in 1918, reinforced by Nep and by Stalin, and was simply re-emphasized in the 1965 legislation. Thus the decentralization of decisions to the enterprise provides autonomy not for the workforce but for the director. L4 For labor the emphasis is on passive, disciplined effort as epitomized by Stakhanovism. Once the politics of such policies is recognized, it becomes easy to follow why efforts to involve workers via participation schemes, permanent production conferences, begun under Nep and re-emphasized in a joint government/trade union decree in 1958 and in 1970 and 1971 legislation have faltered in the face of apathy and passivity by worker representatives. However, just as with economic policy, the Bolshevik disbelief in the reliability of the people in constructing socialism leads them instead to search for techniques of inducing motivation. Once again this turns them in a disturbing direction for inspiration. The following passage comes from a book which the Soviet authorities were proud enough to translate and issue in the West. Study and critical use of everything positive contained in the concepts of the bourgeois theory of organization and management which, notwithstanding all their contradictions, to some extent reflect the objective requirements of modern large-scale social production, are thus one of the important tasks facing Soviet scientists. 15. The other major potential divisions, between town and country, industry and agriculture, are also nurtured rather than overcome by the policies of modern Bolshevism. The Bolshevik conceptualization of peasants and rural production is another unbroken strand from the past. It follows from the picture of development based on the building of heavy industry by leeching resources from agriculture. This is accompanied by a belief that the peasantry are innately antagonistic to socialism, and must be turned into an industrial working class as soon as possible. This politics explains the problems of agrarian production today as surely as those of the past. Within Bolshevik practice, however, the failure of policies based on false premises only serves to intensify the grip of those premises. If peasants don't respond to these socialist policies or to exhortations in the name of socialism, they can only be anti-socialist. Khrushchev committed himself to reinvigorating farm policy. From 1953 to 1958 he seemed blessed with success as output rose 51% or 16. He then undertook a series of reforms which had the institutional appearance of socialism, but which, given the nature of pre-existing relations in the countryside and the mechanical means by which the changes were imposed, were devoid of socialist content. Bolshevism now transformed many kolkhozy into state farms, amalgamated others, wound up the infamous machine tractor stations, selling the equipment to the kolkhozy, and taxed and otherwise discouraged the private sector. A production increase of 70% was thus projected for 1958 to 65. The actual rise was only 14%, L7 Khrushchev fell. The bourgeois interpretation of this failure has been that the reforms were socialist dogma exerting a disincentive pressure, remediable only by greater private enterprise. Given the importance of private plots in Soviet agriculture, this has a veneer of accuracy. The existence of an alternative attachment to collective production exemplified by the PRE forces us to dismiss the implied explanation in terms of the inherent nature of peasants, however. The question then becomes, Why were private plots so important, and why did Bolshevik policy only seem to reinforce this? A steady glance at the content and implementation of that policy provides the answer. Had administrators felt able to rely on socialist commitment in the countryside, they need only have issued broad guidelines as to the socially required crops. Instead they felt, under Khrushchev as before, compelled to issue strict and detailed directives. The party constantly interfered and undertook authoritarian campaigns in favor of crops which, worse still, were all too often unsuitable to local conditions. In other words, they acted as arrogant and poorly informed experts and gave increasing justification in the experience of producers for the withholding of initiative and effort for application to their work on the private plots over which they had control. 1,18 The post-Khrushchev response to these production problems was familiar. The 1965 reforms sought to treat state farms as industrial enterprises, subjecting them to the new profit indicators. The results are a testimony to the failure of economics. State farm gross profits increased astronomically 19, yet there has been evidence only of decline in productive effectiveness and resilience to climate. Hence the USSR was forced to resort to the machinations of Nikolai Belousov on the US grain market in 1972, and to further massive grain purchases in 1975. The reaction to failure was to increase bonuses and other incentives offered to peasants achieving plan quotas in 1973. In 1974 the emphasis turned to practical business efficiency, with increasing use of factory centers for livestock and farm specialization, development and division of labor. This farm industrialization campaign, apparently pushed hard by Brezhnev, was intensified in 1975 and 1976. 20 Another innovation is the link brigade, previously experimented with by Kudenko in the 1960s, but condemned then as too akin to private farming. 21 This system involves the allocation of an area of land to the responsibility of a brigade of peasants who are paid by production results. Although Western commentators see in this merely a pursuit. 112. Of private farming, a knowledge of China leads to a suspicion that a distorted attempt to copy their brigade system may also be involved. Bolshevism perceives only the institution, however, and not the politics which give it life. Finally, 1976 saw the greatest stress yet on material incentives, with special credits being granted to farms to finance the payments. 22 Again, then, Soviet and Western accounts embody remarkably similar analyses of the problem of an answer to poor performance. It is related to the need for rural modernization, entailing the use of expertise in management and technique, coupled with increasing rewards to those who best meet the imposed models of efficiency. Technical economics has lain at the heart of all the brutal modernization programs, wedded to a still burgeoning oppression by a bureaucracy with paltry knowledge of local needs. 23 Managers of collective farms themselves seem to conceptualize consciousness in the manner of economists. They too turn to fiscal manipulation to induce more production from the workforce. Several bourgeois writers 24 have unknowingly accurately sketched the struggle between two lines in the Soviet countryside by linking the continuities of the fundamental mode, command farming, shadowy socialism, with the growth of the market mode linked to private plots, mounting capitalism. The division of labor related to expertise is deeply embedded in the social structure of the collective farm, just as surely as it operated through the state terrorism of the machine tractor stations. In formal terms, the collective farm is a cooperative organization, but in practice it is an edifice of enforcement. Less than 5% of managers come from the 10 to 15 million workers of the kolkhoz. 25 On a purely phenomenal level, given these facts, bourgeois economics can grasp the character of real production relations in the Soviet countryside, though they cannot discern the fundamentally political nature of the problem or the alternatives. Nor can Bolshevism. Thus Kosygin echoes the past in 1976. The most important element characterizing the peasant situation in our agriculture is the continued process of far-reaching economic changes planned by the party 10 years ago. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin pointed out that the main thing in the socialist restructuring of the entire way of life in the countryside was the material basis, technical equipment, the extensive use of tractors and other farm machinery and electrification on a mass scale. Corrigan, 1976, 17-18. A comparison of the important charters of the Kolkhozy of 1935 and 1969 Revia 1s26 affirm continuity, but with a trend to the weakening of socialism and the strengthening of capitalism and concomitant Bolshevism. Now 113 Managerialism. Massive forms of corruption, extending and never eradicating the parasites of NEP, are an inevitable further consequence. The policies of the 1970s will no more solve these problems than capitalism will overcome its own innate putrefaction. Besides the internal economic policies with which we have dealt, two related shifts in relations with the capitalist world are often claimed to mark a qualitative change of Soviet policy in the last 2 decades. The first of these is the goal of détente. Its companion is the acceptance and encouragement of trade with the West. Yet these policies, too, follow from the premises of Bolshevism concerning the nature of socialist revolution, construction, and class struggle. The separation of party control of the state, politics, from the organization, stimulation, and modernization of production, economics, explains, for instance, the belief that following Trotsky's advice, on participation in the international division of labor, cannot affect the political color of the Soviet Union. Hence Corrigan's view of the pressing need, to develop foreign economic relations with the object of using to the maximum the advantages of the international division of labor. CPSU, 1971, 198. One pillar of this belief is a further matter of Bolshevik faith, that socialism in the USSR has already been attained and made secure. This achievement was heralded at the 21st Congress of the CPSU 27 and has frequently been proclaimed since. The same perception was insisted in Khrushchev's advocation of a state of the entire people, expressing the interests and will of the people as a whole. 28 Class struggle thus retains a minimal place in the Soviet conception of internal social relations, whilst socialism is apprehended as something which cannot be touched by any production policy. Consider the resulting congruity of the views of Lenin, Stalin, and the eminent academician Rumyantsev writing in 1969, the proletarian state may, without changing its own nature, permit freedom to trade and the development of capitalism only within certain bounds, and only on the condition that the state regulates, supervises, controls, determines, the forms and methods of, etc., private trade and private capitalism. Lenin, 1922a, 375, commodity production leads to capitalism only if there is private ownership of the means of production. If labor power appears in the market as a commodity which can be bought by the capitalist and exploited by him, our commodity production is a special kind of commodity production without capitalists, which is concerned mainly with the goods of associated socialist producers. Stalin, 1952a, 455. 114. As we see, the product in socialist society, even though it is a commodity, that is, a thing produced for exchange, is a thing produced for socialist exchange. Even though the commodity mediates certain relations of socialist producers and in this sense materializes them, it does not dominate them, but on the contrary, producers dominate things. Rumyantsev, 1969, 224, the attitude of Soviet leaders to détente and trade follows naturally from this sense of security, particularly when that security is felt to be threatened only by a failure of production whose potential causes are also conceptualized within the Bolshevik problematic. An obvious consequence is the trading deficit with the West of $3,000 million in 1975 alone, with an accumulated deficit by the end of that year of $13,000 million. 29 Yet this debt itself, for all the leverage it gives the capitalist countries in demanding concessions of various sorts in return for continued credit and supplies of sophisticated technology, is far less significant than the future of relations of production at the workplace which the size and form of this trade signals and reinforces. A further trend which follows inexorably from the logic which sees no threat in trade is a nascent readiness to hire out disciplined, obedient Soviet labor to foreign firms prepared to invest in the USSR. 30 The new era of trade relations trumpeted since the 1972 trade accord signed by Brezhnev with Nixon is not so new after all, however. Even the bourgeois press has caught on to parallels with the past. We have a great need for technical aid. If the Americans keep their promises, the advantage for us will be gigantic. The agreement, and the concessions to the Americans, have exceptional importance. I consider it crucial to attract United States capital for the construction of the oil pipeline. It sounds like a Brezhnev directive for his détente through trade meeting with President Nixon in Russia. In fact, it's a secret memo from Lenin to his associates dating back to October 1921. 31 The policies which cause despair, or delight, for many on the left are therefore not the product of some mystical de-Stalinization, or of the capture of power by an anti-Bolshevik group of new tsars, Hitlerite fascists or bourgeois agents. They emanate from the very core of Bolshevism itself. It is this which creates the seeming blindness to the fact that détente, and the bourgeois proposals for efficiency, rationality, and management reforms constitute a form of warfare none the less effective for being non-military. Analyses of the right speak of vested interests and habits as the key to understanding the USSR. 32 Others on the left cite waste and Bolshevism now 115 Qs as the basis of Soviet political economy. 33 Both operate purely at the level of the phenomenal as if this were the end of analysis rather than just the beginning. Neither can penetrate the essential nature of the situation, and their alternatives remain trapped within the same political cul-de-sac as those they purport to analyze and criticize. The criticisms of the left are those which must, however, be taken the more seriously. If the USSR is not to be dismissively classed as state capitalist, degenerate workers' state or even fascist, then it is necessary to analyze in what way there remains a struggle between the two roads, lines, and classes, notwithstanding the defeat suffered by socialism. That the bourgeoisie continue to regard the USSR as a threat to the rationale of their very existence is evidenced by the continued virulence of the familiar attacks on the Soviet people. It is strange how some of the most accurate comments can come from the right, from the clarity with which they recognize their enemy. The Soviet Union must not be allowed to think that it can put trade and aid into a quite separate compartment from its various commitments to ideological and class struggle. Times editorial, April 26, 1976. Bourgeois intellectuals continue to see the CPSU as a major obstacle to the implementation of their rationality. And in a sense, it is, for 1917 is not so easily erased, and the roots of the party are still nourished by the political economy of a different class. Certain instincts of socialism survive, however eroded. There is still often a certain apologetic note when the use of what are half recognized to be capitalist methods are moved. The commitments of which the Times speaks survive, as evidenced, for all the scoffing of the merely cynical, by the support for Angola. The speeches of Soviet leaders, in justifying their policies, remain doggedly in favor of the furthering of socialist construction, however misguidedly the latter is conceived. Their appeals are invariably to the tradition of Marx, Lenin, and the proletarian revolution, whatever the limits on their understanding of that tradition. Thus even amidst the exhortations for efficiency and discipline are found the legitimations of the advancement of socialist consciousness and communal planning. Occasionally a standard Soviet text will pronounce more convincingly something like this. Naturally things did not always go smoothly, for it was a question of establishment and development of a new form of creative activity of the masses on a gigantic scale. Borisova, 1973, 334. 116. The struggle between lines marks a profound contradiction in the policies of Soviet leaders. Détente and the reforms threaten the very rationale of the party whose control they are seeking to reinforce. At the point of production, meantime, where the new rational economic system should have encouraged enterprise directors to dispose off labour surplus to requirements, the expected change has not occurred. The explanation lies not in unfathomable managerial calculations but in the political economy of the working class, which has always been the stumbling block for supposedly neutral bourgeois rationality. Enterprise directors are generally powerful, but they operate in a system where the working man retains far greater prestige than in any non-socialist state. His own socialization and the consciousness of those he commands, whilst condoning many of the policies we have surveyed, continues to compel the acceptance that a man is more than mere labor power subservient to the whims of capital. The struggle continues, and if it is the antithesis of secured socialism, then the restoration of capitalism is never ensured either. It would be a simple matter to verify our analysis of the hegemony of Bolshevism by examining any of the other people's democracies. However, one society in particular has been presented as an alternative model of socialism to the Soviet Union in recent years. That this country's policies have also experienced problems is not denied, but they are nevertheless seen as a qualitative break with the politics of Lenin and Stalin. The society in question is Yugoslavia, characterized by market socialism and worker self-management. Yet there is, in spite of these surface contrasts, a great deal of reason to comprehend the difficulties of Yugoslav socialism as stemming from the same constraints and burdens that we have called the Bolshevik problematic. The Yugoslavs certainly make the claim of having advanced socialist practice through their split with the USSR. This is presented chiefly as a fracture with Stalinism, however, and heavy use is made of Lenin in the justification of policy. Nevertheless, that policy seems to offer an implicit criticism of Lenin's own views on the administration of factories, as evidenced by the following two quotations from Tito. Under state ownership, the worker's attitude towards his job was that of a wage laborer, and he was not directly interested in higher efficiency or better performance of his enterprise. He continued to be alienated from the means of production and could not change the conditions of production. Tito, 1968a. 95, awareness grew in this country of the need to put into practice Marx's idea that the factories should be turned over to the workers to manage. The subject of socialist development could not be the Bolshevism now 117 state apparatus, but rather the working class and all the working people, associated in their management of the socialized means of production. Tito, 1968b, in his 1970, 183. The justification is sought in Marx, and its form, except for a foreboding reference to efficiency and better performance, seems quite distinct from Bolshevik pronouncements on organization and democratic centralism. The reliance on people is, sadly, illusory. The incentive to work, and work efficiently, is to be ensured by the market. But the same arguments apply here as to the 1965 Soviet economic reforms. The market is not merely a device for ensuring the availability of information and correct allocation of resources. It is a mechanism of monetary coercion. As such, its implications for the conception of the masses are clear. The market also operates by rendering the relations between people calculative and divisive, and impels the division of labor between experts and ordinary workers. In short, it is a form of capitalist politics, and can never act as a neutral economic device. Clearly, were self-management to create a genuine, deep involvement in the running of their factories by workers, unimpeded by the market, then the analysis offered here would be rendered suspect. One could indeed decentralize control by using the market as coordinator and regulator. The evidence on social relations in factories set up on this basis, unfortunately, sustains our account of the market's effect. It reveals not the Yugoslav predicted gradual increase in involvement of workers in self-management as competence grows, but a growing control by professional managers 34 and a decreasing preoccupation of workers with self-management. 35 Changing practice and consciousness crystallize this. With obvious sorrow in their voices, several workers told the researcher of the era of festivity, dancing, embracing, etc., when the company's siren would announce that a production plan had not only been realized but surpassed. People no longer felt pride in such accomplishment or in their production heroes. Those individuals who began to gain status were technocrats, the shift in status stripped the worker from the potential glory to be derived from hard work on the line, a glory that, earlier, was part of the culture and a symbol of workers' dominance. As one of the interviewed directors said, "We are being freed from dogmas. Now working is not enough. It has to be profitable work. Those that are not good, whose work is unacceptable by the market, should disappear." Thus maximum employment lost its importance and maximum efficiency took its place. Adizes, 1971, 214. 118. The Yugoslav leadership were prepared to admit that their experiment was facing difficulties by 1974. Tito spoke of tendencies and manifestations running counter to self-management, 1974, 33, and further decentralization of control to basic organizations of associated labor was instituted in an effort to stir up worker interest once more. There is little grasp, however, of the need to grapple with decay on a relational level. Yet is this Bolshevism at work or merely a failed alternative? The affinity with the history of Bolshevism in the Soviet Union suggests emphatically the former. The goals which are set out for Yugoslavia are dominated by the prime requirement of development, conceived as modernization, output growth, and the conquering of backwardness. This, it is argued, must precede and will bring about the possibility of cultural advance and socialism. Thus Tito in 1950, commenting on the recent enactment of workers' management, argued, "There are tremendous difficulties in the way of building communism in a backward country. The transfer, sooner or later, of all the functions of management in the economy depends in our country on the higher or lower rate of development of the productive forces." Tito, 1950, in his 1970, 82-3, 80. Nearly a quarter of a century on. It will be one of the fundamental tasks in the period ahead to raise production and labor productivity faster. This will pave the way to lever further advancement in socialist production relations on the grounds of self-management. Tito, 1974, 23. It is on these grounds that the market is judged acceptable. The conceptions are familiarly Bolshevik, adapted to a differing immediate strategy, but nonetheless bound by the same problematic. If the self-managing system is recognized as a potential source of productive energy in itself, this is presented in a manner destined to strangle any such political possibility. Now our forces are trained on the construction of such a self-managing system as will be capable of solving effectively the most highly complex problems of modern economy, by integration, by adopting the most modern technology and, on that basis, by incorporating successfully into the international division of labor. Tito, 1968b, in his 1970, 185. Confronted with the growth of capitalist relations, embodied in increasingly calculative attitudes and practices and a growing feeling. Bolshevism now 119 on the part of workers of being mere wage labor, once more the Yugoslav explanation echoes the sundering of politics and production. Zukin summarizes their analysis. Yugoslavs argue that these forms are related to norms of selfishness and greed, which are in turn related to the objective conditions of economic development and peasant society. Zukin, 1975, 25. Another account of the series of steps by which the Yugoslavs progressively turned their society over to the untender mercies of the market is worth quoting for its wider significance. It illustrates what we have said before, that once the logic of bourgeois economics has a hold, it is hard to stop partway. The resulting deterioration of socialist politics makes stopping still harder. And this is the very path on which the Soviet Union has ventured since the 1965 reforms. Starting from the intellectual heritage of Marx and from the Soviet interpretations, the Yugoslavs liberated themselves from Soviet tutelage and developed a system based on market relations in the area of current production decisions. In the process, the Yugoslavs defined a new Marxist relation between plan and market. Yet investment planning within the market framework proved unsatisfactory and centrally planned investment came under attack. The choice to abandon central planning had important consequences. Entrepreneurship, both existing and potential, proved necessary to organize the factors of production, and capital had to be allocated amongst users. Decentralization of the supply of capital and its allocation expanded effective group and individual property rights over social property and raises doubts about whether socialism still exists in Yugoslavia. Milankovic, 1971. How, then, do Yugoslav theorists feel the revolution can be protected, given the apparent threat that the market will resurrect capitalist relations? The isolation of Yugoslavia from Comecon and their subsequent acceptance of foreign aid and investment are unconcealable menaces. The answer lies in a familiar conception of politics and the state. We have a completely new state machinery, which is a vital condition for further development in the direction of socialism, that is to say, the political conditions for development have been created. Tito, 1948, in his 1970, 60. The state, under the control of the party, patrols the ideological frontiers of socialism whilst the inevitable if unfortunate process of 120 development is undertaken. The view of peasants has already been inferred in an earlier quote, by nature backward and anti-socialist, remediable only by education and the discipline of industrial work. Tito himself quotes Lenin to depict the peasantry as a constant reservoir of capitalist habits within socialism. 36. The historical experience of the Yugoslav system can, therefore, be understood readily within the analytic framework offered here. It does not make sense in terms of any sell-out theory from the left, naive humanistic enthusiasm from liberal intellectuals, or sterile economic analyses from the bourgeois pragmatist. Its strengths and weaknesses remain in large measure those of Bolshevism. Hence there is a two-line struggle. There is a genuine effort to discover a means to real worker involvement as revealed by repeated and strong criticism of elitism and managerial domination, and the attendant, if fruitless and misguided, reforms in the participative institutions. Thus Tito has officially faced up to the existence of bourgeois ideological conceptions engendered by the growth of technocratic tendencies in society. As the reflection of forces which strive to restore class relations and reduce workers to labor power, technocracy generates tendencies towards monopolizing knowledge and expertise, thus transforming science, education, and culture exclusively into instruments of such development of technology as would consolidate the role of top technocratic and managerial circles. That is why the technocracy spreads distrust in the goals and values of the revolution, giving impetus to bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideas, commercialism, and unbridled license. Tito, 1974, 29, yet the comprehension remains stunted by Bolshevik elements, as evidenced most clearly by the idea here that class relations might be restored, as if they had ever ceased. An ingenuous description by one commentator evokes for us the irony of this, displaying as it does the division rather than unity of the pressures for production and the politics of revolution. The two great efforts of Yugoslav adults' lives have taken, and continue to take, the forms of a struggle for socialism bourgeoisie socialism and the struggle to make a buck Tricasiatanarum J. Zukin, 1975, 27. 2. Bolshevism challenged. At the end of Chapter 4 we suggested that the ongoing transformations in the People's Republic of China are a function of the socialist Bolshevism now 121 consciousness of its people, of their grasp and practical application of correct ideas. In their battle against the restoration of capitalist relations they have created the conditions making possible a Marxist critique of Bolshevism based on an effective understanding of socialist construction. But where do these correct ideas appear from? Are they merely the product of an unusually gifted group of intellectuals buried in some Peking propaganda factory? Do they drop from the skies? No. Are they innate in the mind? No. They come from social practice and from it alone. They come from three kinds of social practice: the struggle for production, the class struggle, and scientific experiment. Mao, 1963a, 502. These words themselves form part of a struggle against revisionism in the CPC, and their bite is made direct later in the same introduction. Among our comrades there are many who do not yet understand this theory of knowledge. When asked the source of their ideas, opinions, policies, methods, plans and conclusions, eloquent speeches and long articles, they consider the question strange and cannot answer it. Nor do they comprehend that matter can be transformed into consciousness and consciousness into matter, although such leaps are phenomena of everyday life. Mao, 1963a, 503, emphasis added. By 1965 these comrades had become those within the party who are in authority and taking the capitalist road. 37 The key strand of the socialist line is thus struggle. The three struggles identified in the first quote above are not discrete, rather the first and third are aspects of the second, the driving force of any society in transition, class struggle. For the proletariat this takes the form of the battle against capitalism. A correct understanding of socialist production not only emerges in struggle, then, but requires the realization that production itself is part of the struggle. To separate the two would be to sunder politics and production, and as Mao insisted, political work is the lifeblood of all economic work. Mao, 1956a, 302. This statement precedes a discussion not of abstract theory but of the inevitability of constant struggles in the establishment of agricultural cooperatives if a relapse is to be avoided. The GPCR brought still more explicit statements of this relation between politics and production. Grasp revolution and promote production became an enduring slogan. 122. We must not make revolution in isolation from production. The conservative faction do not grasp production. This is class struggle. Mao, 1967, 276, emphasis added. Note the insistence that conservatives fail to grasp production. This contrasts with the Western assumption that moderation is the key to efficiency. These radical themes have been universally taken up by discussion groups of Chinese workers and peasants in factory and commune, and articulately given concrete context and application. When building roads or bridges or tackling earthquake relief is tied to this theme, it is no hollow ideological echo of the Little Red Book, it is a recognition that these things are made possible by the advance of socialism and the repression of capitalist politics. An awareness of the constant vulnerability of socialism to capitalist restoration thus evokes still more forcefully its raison d'etre, its force and resilience, in the minds of the people. One workers' theoretical study group, considering the production problems of the USSR, and Brezhnev's proposal, at the 25th Congress of the CPSU, to increase efficiency by raising labor productivity through a combination of sanctions and material incentives, commented as follows. The low production efficiency in the Soviet Union today is an outcome of its social system. It can never be changed by Brezhnev and company's ruble and stick policy. What makes for production efficiency? Man's labor has always proceeded in certain social relations. Where social production relations are different, the social character of labor is different too. Under the system of exploitation, labor is compulsory and the working people's initiative is limited and impaired. It is only under the socialist system of public ownership that the working people, now the masters of the means of production, change from working under compulsion to working for themselves and bring their production initiative into full play. A study group at Quilin Steel Plant, Guangxichuang Autonomous Region, Peking Review, 29, 1976, 29. The range of policy possibilities is seen quite differently by Mao and the Bolsheviks, including those of the PRC such as Liu Shaoqi or Teng Xiaoping. The gulf is opened by elementally opposed conceptions of human nature. To Mao, as to Marx, man is capable of vast achievements if released from the bonds of social slavery, including those left in his consciousness by past experience. Hence Mao's belief that the masses have a potentially inexhaustible enthusiasm for socialism. 38 That people are the chief productive force, and so the conviction that politics is the basis of economics. The alternative. Bolshevism now 123 perspective is that people require inducement, individual incentives, and clear guidance through rules formulated by those with greater knowledge. In judging Liu's proposals, or those which the Western press describe as moderate and pragmatic economics, this implicit assumption must not be forgotten. Bourgeois accounts naturally treat any other view from this as ideological, sustainable only in short bursts of propaganda and political frenzy. Offered conclusive proof by the Chinese masses, they recoil in bewilderment, then tentatively seek to ignore it or elide certain elements to render it soluble by the reagents of their own models. To a Bolshevik also, reliance on the people feels inherently unstable, uncontrollable, in need of displacement by more natural order at the earliest opportunity. The conflict between these two conceptions of people forms the struggle between two lines and two roads in the PRC today. When, in the face of a coal shortage, an active rather than passive planning balance had been struck by calling on the people for aid, resulting in huge economies of use and sharply increased production, a member of the Liaoning Revolutionary Committee observed. This shows that it is better to rely on the initiative of the masses than on slide rules. Bettelheim, 1973, 61. The political content of work thus becomes of dominant importance. What is meant by doing a good job of production? This in no way refers to increased output. Rather, it depends on whether or not we have developed production according to socialist principles, whether or not we have promoted the superiority of the commune system, and whether or not we have aroused the revolutionary activity of the masses. Canton Newspaper, November 9, 1965. This is not an idealistic rejection of the pressing need to produce more, it is a recognition of the imperative ordering of priorities if there is going to be enough to eat. A particularly popular quotation from Lenin in China comes from his criticisms of Trotsky and Bukharin, where he insists, politics are the concentrated expression of economics, and so without a proper political approach, the given class cannot maintain its rule, and consequently cannot solve its own production problems. 39 This is the basis for the fierce rejection of the theory of productive forces in the PRC. Putting production first will actually retard production in the long run. To argue that people must have machines before they can achieve socialist cooperation is to stand the truth on its head, and if you do that, everything falls out. Socialist cooperation enables people to produce and make good use of machines. People will 124. Never become invested with the power to dominate things through being told that their existence must be subjugated to the availability of material objects to be brought to them. This is a capitalist form. Classes must be abolished. A scientific socialist guiding thought is needed to attain this goal. Once this thought is grasped by the masses, spiritual force will turn into material force, and they will transform the objective world, and at the same time, their own subjective world. Zhou Niai, 1973. This lesson emerges most transparently from accounts of the way people feel they have, through the change to cooperative relations with one another and with the state, metamorphosed their whole existence. It may be expressed in having halted the periodic ruin and starvation brought by drought or flood, or simply as having enough to eat, but in-depth accounts from Communes 40 bring out a constant awareness of the political basis of their achievement on the part of almost all Chinese peasants. Hinton's description of his period of work in a locomotive works where the GPCR had sparked innovations, the removal of supervisors and clocking on, and rapidly increasing production, offers the same message. This all comes from the consciousness of the people and the system they have set up to operate this plant. It puts technique in the hands of the rank and file and, really, responsibility in the hands of the rank and file, and does away with the bonus and incentive system that tended to divide and dismay people. 1973, 36. Hinton is emphatic on the commanding role of politics. In Longbao, the village which was the subject of his classic Fanchon, he found on his return in the early 1970s that political problems remained, and consequently production was relatively poor. The recognition that capitalist methods for goading on production such as piece rates and other forms of material incentive result in capitalist relations between people is also a common feature of workers' reminiscences. They recall most recently, in most cases, the period 1961-5, when Lyoist policies held their greatest sway. We used to say the more prizes we allocate, the more bitter become relations among workers. A member of the Revolutionary Committee at the 555 Clock Factory in Wheelwright and McFarlane, 1970, 74, 41. Mao's own analysis of this matter is made clear in his critical notes on a Soviet textbook on political economy. Bolshevism now 125. The personal material interests stressed by the Soviets are in reality short-sighted individualism. This kind of tendency is economism from the period of the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, manifested in the period of socialist construction. 42. There is little doubt, however, that in many factories the rehabilitation in the early 1970s of Teng and others originally disgraced in the GPCR was accompanied by a revival of forms of material incentive. 43. This provoked a wave of Tatsubeo 44 in 1974 critical of such policies, many of which probed to the very core of what the officials who justified them on pragmatic grounds were implying. For instance, the following reaction to the publication by the party committee of a league table of production teams within a commune, based on output. Superficially, the purpose of the table is to support the advanced and stimulate the backward. In effect, it tells us that if a place has high grain output, then it is advanced in its own right. The suggestion is that if we have output and income, then we have everything, and we can cover up 100 shameful things with just one good thing. To use high output and income to cover up the struggle between two classes, two roads, and two lines in the countryside will lead to a situation in which we would have eyes only for money and grain, and no consideration for the key link and the line. Shaywan Production Team, Shinmen Commune, Hangshan County, Hunan Province, March 1974. The rejection of the theory of productive forces does not, however, mean that production is unwanted. Mao has made this clear in a statement which is remarkably pointed in the light of our own arguments. We do not propose the slogans "Cotters decide everything" or "Technology decides everything" or that communism is the Soviet Union plus electrification. But does it mean we do not want electrification? We want it just the same, and even more urgently. The first two slogans were Stalin's way and rather one-sided. If technology decides everything, then what about politics? If Cotters decide everything, then what about the masses? Dialectics is missing here. Stalin sometimes understood dialectics and sometimes not. 45. Reliance on the mass line as the basis for developing production constitutes a basic tenet on which the break with Bolshevism is founded. The success of Chinese production testifies to its validity. In exploring other facets of the challenge to Bolshevik orthodoxy below, we will find ourselves constantly back to this central point. The orthodox development model was expressed in the slogan 126. Bigness/modernity/completeness/newness by those who opposed Mao's line in the GPCR. The alternative was encapsulated in the slogan more/faster/better/more economically, which had been forged in the 1950s criticisms of Stalin and the USSR, where Mao acknowledged it as based on Soviet mistakes. The pupil should be more intelligent than the teacher. This reflects further a distinctive view of learning consanguine with that of learning from the people, investigated in Chapter 4 above. It charts again the need to absorb the Soviet lessons with care. There are two methods of learning, one is merely to imitate, the other is to apply the creative spirit. Learning should be combined with creativity. To import Soviet codes and conventions inflexibly is to lack the creative spirit. Mao, 1958b, 96, 46. One reason for this is obviously the specific nature of Chinese conditions differing from those elsewhere. When this notion of learning is considered with the criticisms of Bolshevism in the USSR, however, it becomes apparent that something far more significant than mere sinification is involved. The relationship between town and country, and that between industry and agriculture which accompanies it, have always provoked massive rifts under the strain of the capitalist development model, wherein resources are leached from agriculture to supply industry. These are two of the three great differences which the Chinese, following Marx, have recognized and have fought to dissolve. The linchpin here is the guiding theme: take agriculture as the foundation and industry as the leading factor, and never forget class struggle. 47 This is an encapsulation of the thesis advanced by Mao in a talk in 1956, known by the title On the 10 Great Relationships, 1956b. The argument is simple and yet enormously potent, given the worldwide failure of the capitalist model. If you really want heavy industry, you have to take resources from there to nourish the growth of light industry and above all agriculture in the first instance. That way, when it comes to promoting heavy industry, it will have a basis of supply and a market to serve. Choose the other way and your chief achievement will be long-term misery and starvation for most of the people, who will have little attachment to your grandiose schemes for progress. 48. In 1966, then, Mao repeated his 1942 judgment of Soviet agricultural policy in rejecting Liu Shaoqi's policies. The agricultural policy of the Soviet Union has always been wrong in that it drains the pond to catch the fish, and is divorced from the masses, thus resulting in the present dilemma. Mao, quoted Gray, 1969a, 46, 49. Bolshevism now 127. In the 1960s this view was put into practice through a growing emphasis on commune self-sufficiency. This included encouragement of a strategy to create industry on a backyard local basis. Without this, many aids to production could not have been provided for decades while urban industry grew. If the results were often crude and less effective than mechanical aids available in the West, this is irrelevant. Those models could not be supplied, and to take the shortcut of pouring all effort into industrial centers would have generated a politics of expropriation of peasants which would have rendered such centers useless. Instead of being oppressed by manufacturing, the people were controlling it, learning to create it themselves. Embedded in this logic, of course, was a view of peasants as fully qualified participants in revolution, rather than harbors of capitalism to be regimented, suspiciously patrolled, and rendered magically socialist by proletarianization as rapidly as possible. The 10 Great Relationships perspective followed from a particularly severe inversion of Bolshevik theory. It implied rejection of that aspect of the theory of productive forces which argues that social relations can only change once material preconditions are satisfied. A Soviet commentator, for instance, disregarding the great strides of Chinese agriculture following collectivization, expends a great deal of energy in attacking the imbecility of the socialist upsurge, 100 flowers, and great leap-forward movements. His chief complaint, it seems, is that they blasphemed against Bolshevik orthodoxy. An attempt was being made to effect radical reforms in the farmer's way of life, in a matter of months and without any serious change in the character of productive forces. Korbash, 1974, 16-17. Mao was highly skeptical of the official interpretation of their own history used to back this type of argument by Soviet theorists. In his reading notes he observes that at the time of collectivization the Soviet Union itself was at a very low level of agricultural mechanization. 50. By contrast, Mao's own view was that the transmutation of producers' way of life was itself the change in the character of productive forces required. Socialist industrialization cannot be carried out in isolation from agricultural cooperation. In agriculture, with things as they are in this country, cooperation must precede the use of big machinery. In capitalist countries, agriculture develops in a capitalist way. Mao, 1955. 405-6. Here we also find the recognition of two roads, capitalist or socialist development. But socialism is not identified merely by whether or not. 128. The capitalist entrepreneur or the state under the aegis of a communist party provides machines. It represents a specific relation of peasant to peasant, and collective to state. The experience of some socialist countries proves that even where agriculture is collectivist, where collectivization is mismanaged, it is still not possible to increase production. The root cause of the failure is that the state's policy towards the peasants is questionable. Mao, 1956b, 64. For reasons connected with the historical experience of the revolution before 1949, then, agrarian production has attained a place in socialist construction quite alien to that allotted it by Bolshevism. Collectivization was largely achieved on a voluntary basis during the movements of 1955–7, Mao himself citing 1955 as the decisive year in the struggle for the application of the correct line. Inevitably, when the Great Leap Forward foundered under the impact of climactic disaster and too rapid an inception, it was represented by the opponents of Mao as a vindication of the Bolshevik strategy and of the need for scepticism when it comes to reliance on the masses. Yet there is strong evidence that the main way in which the Great Leap was too precipitate lay in the ill-preparedness of the party, an anemic appreciation of the correct line by those who were to implement and encourage it. 51. All too often the policy was actually imposed as a directive from above by local activists versed in orthodox Bolshevism. As such it revealed an imprudence of tactics which, on closer examination, served to vindicate Mao's strategy by exemplifying the consequences of not following the injunctions of the mass line. Even in the face of peasant hoarding and resistance to requisitions after the collapse of the Great Leap, Mao kept his confidence in the dependability of the people. Thus he argued that if they reacted thus, the party was being seen as an oppressor and exploiter, and if so this was a failing of the party, not the peasant. The peasant was merely defending the produce of his own labor, and a socialist state could not imitate a capitalist one by expropriating what the producer was unwilling to give without recreating the relations between peasant and landlords or emperor's tax collectors. In 1957 Mao had argued that persuasion, not compulsion, is the only way to convince. 1957b, 494. Now he insisted that our policy is not Stalin's policy. 52 Characteristically, rather than condoning accusation and punishment of individuals, Mao, throughout the years in which collectivization fell into disfavor in parts of the country, called for encouragement of reform from within, not its enforcement from without. He called for an appeal to the poor peasants to consider their own position under Bolshevism. Now 129 private farming as compared with collectivization, so that they would themselves exert pressure for a return to production for the welfare of the majority instead of the few. Nevertheless, the period 1961–5 saw a revival, under the direction of Liu Shaoqi and his colleagues, of markets and private farming, impelled above all by the Sanzi Bad, 3 freedoms and 1 guarantee, policy based on the Soviet management of the kolkhoze. This was bolstered by methods of clandestine investigation and witch hunting of those who committed mistakes. Officially this approach was aimed at the protection of socialism. In fact this persecution was largely carried out under the banner of the socialist education movement of the early 1960s. It was a reproduction of the distortion of a policy originally aimed by the Maoists at explaining and discussing with the people the nature and benefits of socialism once more, re-enlisting trust and cooperation in the process. It became increasingly apparent that the party itself would have to be tempered afresh in the fires of the mass line ignited by a large-scale upheaval in the interests of class struggle. That eruption was to be the GPCR. Mao initiated a 4 Clean UPS campaign in May 1963 with his 10 points directive, prefaced by "Where do correct ideas come from?" His caustic warnings fell on deaf ideas, and his 10 points were realigned from an emphasis on raising peasant consciousness to the pursuit of control and the allotting of blame in 2 revisions, the first by Deng Xiaoping, the second by Liu Shaoqi. In January 1965 Mao's 23 points revoked these fraudulent revisions, but it was the GPCR, spreading the message, particularly by the medium of the itinerant Red Guards, which animated the wind of change in the countryside. The right to rebel and criticize, and at the same time the call not to negate everything but to accept self-criticism if genuine, brought release from the shackles hindering socialist construction. 53 This has been combined with a rigorous curb on commune taxation to promote self-sufficiency, made possible by unprecedented restriction on the growth of state apparatuses, in turn possible through the politics of reliance rather than of control, and, of course, the 10 Great Relationships strategy. Or the final declaration of the People's Republic in 1949, a period of new democracy had been accepted. This entailed elements of a machine view of the state. It involved an alliance against the imperialist powers of rural and urban proletariat with petty and national capitalists under CPC leadership. After a keen fight, however, in 1953 Mao began to make ground with his view that the socialization of agriculture must proceed, and that the alliance could only block socialist construction. 54 Liu's opposition to this was later cited by Zhou Enlai as one of his 5 major errors. 55. 130. After this period, as will be apparent from the above accounts, a conception of the role of state and party quite different from that proposed by the Bolsheviks, including Lenin, emerged. A basic reason for the divergence between Mao and Liu in this and other respects emanated from their different understanding of the democratic centralist principle. Liu stood solidly in the Bolshevik, and bourgeois, tradition in his belief that a form of democracy involving a large degree of local autonomy was inherently irreconcilable with centralism. This perspective stands out, for instance, in the Soviet and Yugoslav models. The contrast conventionally made between the two relies on the assumption of a need to choose, i.e. they are bound within the same problematic. Mao, on the other hand, argued with increasing conviction, and experience proved him right, that these two, democracy and centralism, were not only compatible but positively complementary. Thus while, like Liu, he advocated central control, his view of the form of centralism and the part to be played by the party, the relation of state to workers and peasants, was quite different. The fulcrum of the break is Mao's abandonment of a Leninist definition of centralism in terms of organizational principles alone, to one based on the centralization of correct ideas, 1962a, 163. The reasoning is straightforward: without democracy you have no understanding of what is happening down below. It will be impossible to achieve unity of understanding and unity of action, and impossible to achieve true centralism. p. 164.56 Without a high degree of democracy, it is impossible to achieve a high degree of centralism, and without a high degree of centralism, it is impossible to establish a socialist economy. We shall become a country like Yugoslavia, i.e. bourgeois. p. 167. This demands a party responsive to, and ready to learn from, as well as educate the masses. Mao thus cajoled a certain kind of party member: they are afraid of the masses talking about them, afraid of the masses criticizing them. What sense does it make for Marxist-Leninists to be afraid of the masses? p. 160. Clearly all this continues to presume the dependability of the masses if the mass line is followed. Politics, the correct line, thus determines organization, and the line is derived by the party from the experience of the masses themselves. If mass approval is withheld, then mishandling has taken place, but by following the correct line this can be put right. The method is alien to those who believe the party should be the fount of wisdom, that this is what centralism means. Bolshevism now 131. Criticism and self-criticism is a kind of method. It is a method of resolving contradictions among the people, and it is the only method. But if we do not have a full democratic life and do not truly implement democratic centralism, then this method of criticism and self-criticism cannot be applied. p. 163. Politics in command thus rejects the orthodox machine idea of the state whereby the problem becomes one of democratizing preformed vertical organizational authority structures. 57. Socialism instead becomes a matter of relations and consciousness. Liu Shaoqi, in contrast, argued ever in his classic work How to Be a Good Communist, long a standard manual for CPC members, that there must be primarily a fight against the backward state of the masses. 58. Rejection of this perspective alone makes possible the transcendence of the old democracy v centralism dilemma. Development according to the gospel of the theory of productive forces is internally related, we have argued, to capitalist state apparatuses and relations. As such, it could only be inimical to the Maoist principles of democratic centralism. For a socialist state to exist, then, there must be a total rejection of capitalist forms. Some of these we have discussed already, such as the fight against divisions between town and country or industry and agriculture. The third great difference, and the most intractable of all, is that between mental and manual labor, between expert or coder and worker. The right and duty to rebel against and criticize any person in authority whom the people felt to be adopting a style contravening the socialist line established in the GPCR, lies at the heart of this class struggle to prevent the rise of new mandarins or technocratic elites. From this arose the slogan Red v. Expert. An expert is not simply someone with skills in this context, but one who regards his knowledge as entitling him to instruct others or decide his own style of work without needing to learn from or attend to the expressed requests of ordinary workers. The result can only be the reinstatement of rigid hierarchy, degradation of the working man, and a goal for coders of serving themselves instead of the people first. In the battle to prevent this eventuality, the Chinese principles of democratic centralism have been extended to planning and to factory and commune management. The planning system, known as unified planning, thus rejects the model of issuing directives and conducting supervisory inspection from above. Instead, it adopts the role of information center on social needs and coordinator of countrywide production to achieve the necessary balance, e.g. availability of inputs for manufacture of more complex goods, etc. This balancing function 132 explains the term unified. Enterprises are assumed to be committed to the same social purposes as the planners, and thus willing of their own volition to ascertain and do their best to meet society's needs. Certainly this is something which neither commandism nor profit orientation can ever achieve. It will be recalled that the problems of Soviet planning can be traced at the phenomenal level to the purposely distorted information supplied to planners by enterprises, and to deliberately misinterpreted directives to benefit the director at the expense of society. This emphasizes even more powerfully the greater productive potential of a system founded on political commitment to a correct line. Thus, for example, Chinese factories commonly send representatives to work in retail organizations or to interview directly those using their products. The result is a far greater responsiveness than even the trial and error of the illusory perfect market of the bourgeois economist could ever achieve. 59 And an enhancement of socialist relations in the process. Planning, too, operates upward from the people rather than downward from the state. Within the factories themselves, the basis for transforming relations has been the constitution proposed by the workers at the Anshan Iron and Steel Works, in 1960. This received Mao's endorsement at the time, but was submerged by the managerialism of the early 1960s, and only gained widespread acceptance as a result of the GPCR towards the end of the decade. Zhou Enlai in 1975 confirmed its status as the officially encouraged institutional basis for factory administration. 6.0 It is often contrasted in China with the Magnitogorsk Constitution, said to be the rulebook-oriented and managerialist-based system by which a large steel plant in the USSR not far from the Chinese border is run. The Anshan Constitution has 5 basic principles. 1. Keep politics firmly in command. 2. Strengthen party leadership. 3. Launch effective mass movements. 4. Institute the 2 participations and 3-in-1 systems fully and alter as necessary any existing rules which might obstruct this. 5. Go all out for technical innovation and technological revolution. The 4th point contains 2 of the most basic components, both first emergent in the GLF. The triple combination or 3-in-1 system entails the replacement of the old one-man management structure with jointly elected representatives from technical, administrative, and manual workers who constitute the decision-making bodies of the enterprise. The second component, the 2 participations, not only participation of workers in management, but also of coders in manual labor, is directly aimed at the decomposition of the expert aura. Bolshevism now 133. The coders of our party and state are ordinary workers and not overlords sitting on the backs of the people. 10th Thesis on Socialist Construction in Mao, I-964a. This thesis called for the need to continue cadre participation in labor. This has the practical effect, of course, of orienting cadres towards practical production problems, and to finding ways of resolving them whereby technology serves rather than oppresses people. Equally significant, it fractures the preconception that participation is no more than a matter of allowing the lower ranks to feel represented in higher councils. Similarly, it belies the assumption that experts and managers are a universal imperative of effective production. 61. In this way, in combination with the unified plan, it shatters the problematic of workers' control that so haunts the left. The 11th thesis on socialist construction, meanwhile, opposes the inegalitarian supported by Bolsheviks from Lenin and Stalin to Dubček. The system of high salaries for a small number of people should never be applied. The gap between the incomes of the working personnel of the party, the enterprises, and the people's communes, on the one hand, and the incomes of the mass of the people, on the other, should be rationally and gradually narrowed, and not widened. This is a natural accompaniment not only to the egalitarianism of the socialist tradition but also to the rejection of material incentives and all aspects of the division of labor. Nevertheless, the available evidence 62 suggests that progress in this sphere has been pretty limited, especially perhaps during the mid-1970s under the supervision of Deng Xiaoping. The two-line struggle remains strongly in evidence. The dissolution of elitism necessitates the removal of the barriers erected to maintain a distance between workers and those capable of intellectual application and creativity. To this end, there has been a growing stress of the accessibility and practical relevance of traditionally academic matters to all. According to Liu Shaoqi's line, workers are naive to think that we are capable of studying philosophy, which is a science only intellectuals can master. Mao's line tells us that we all can study it to good advantage by applying theory to running our own factories. These words were spoken to Maria Maxiaki 63 by a 46-year-old textile worker, one of 128 workers in her factory who have elected to 134 Socialist Construction and Marxist THIRD join a study group, the Philosophy Brigade. The same woman puts the fundamental reason for this innovation thus. Our studies taught us that the study of philosophy helps you to understand things better and to solve all kinds of problems, and that an understanding of philosophy would help us to become a force capable of changing society. Its study is not for study's sake but for the revolution and to develop class consciousness. Philosophy is participating in the class struggle on the level of production. In Maxiaki, 1971, 142, 64. There is no good in only the party cadre grasping the meaning of socialist ideas if the motive force of the revolution must come from the masses. No explanation of the circumstances in which a political strategy for socialist construction offering a major departure from the fetters of Bolshevism would be complete without reference to the struggles, internal and external, in which the new line has been forged. The conflict with Liu Shaoqi and his fellow capitalist roaders is already familiar, but both sinologists and anti-Maoists on the left are liable to assign this and other upheavals the label merely of disembodied power struggles. In this view, Mao invents errors of his rivals and follows a line dictated not by principle, but expediency. Such commentaries envision politics merely in the form of political intrigue. From the left, this is a subordination of Marxism which, we have argued, provides the resources to explain historical experience in both the USSR and the PRC, as it must to validate itself. In fact, the disruptions in the PRC have followed not an extemporized political line, but one of remarkable consistency. To argue otherwise is to ignore the content of the criticisms advanced against both Lin Piao and Deng Xiaoping, and their isomorphism with those leveled against Liu. Lin Piao, it has been claimed, presented to the 9th Congress of the CPC in 1969 a draft plan advocating that the development of production should in future be given precedence over class struggle. The plan was rejected, and he was compelled to accept a different strategy. Such proposals are not merely a reversal of priorities, as the Western press, eagerly supporting Lin, and later Tang, would have one believe. It is a rejection of the entire Maoist theory of revolution and human nature. Tenji trod a similar path. This has been made clear by documents on future policy drawn up at his bidding in 1975 and released openly to the Chinese people after his fall for them to judge him themselves. In retrospect, it becomes clear that even before open criticism of Ten began, the seeds of a counterattack by the Maoists against his Bolshevism, now 135 revisionism, were being sown. The spearhead was a New Year's Day 1976 editorial in Renmin Raibao, Hanki, and Jiifang Junbao, quoting as its centerpiece a statement by Mao of the essence of his policy. This was in effect a riposte to the speech by Teng on October 1975, the 26th anniversary of the PRC's foundation, in which he put unity/stability and class struggle on the same level. 65 Behind the scenes, he argued for a quietening of struggle so that stability could reign for the sake of developing the national economy. He proposed the slogan "Take the Three Directives" as the key link. 66 Which openly placed development of production and unity on a par with the third, combating revisionism and studying the theory of proletarian dictatorship. In this context, the significance of Mao's words become clear. Stability and struggle do not mean writing off class struggle. Class struggle is the key link, and everything else hinges on it. Peking Review, L. 1976, 9. The New Year editorial employs the favorite quote from Lenin on the precedence of politics over economics in support, and another quote from Mao proclaims, "The capitalist roaders are still on the capitalist road." Articles by Qi Heng and Chen Yue. 67 Shortly after this restated with unequivocal emphasis the theory of class struggle as the basis of socialist construction and the bankruptcy of the theory of productive forces. Teng's policy has been to call for greater expertise, in his view hindered by the emphasis on worker participation, for accelerated importation of advanced technology from outside China, and for the reinstatement of material incentives. Teng himself is clear evidence for the continuing strength of the forces for capitalist restoration in China, and so ironically for the primacy of class struggle that he himself denied. Historical experience shows that both the old and new revisionists often make a fuss about economy in order to oppose the proletarian revolution and the proletarian dictatorship. Following in their footsteps and wearing the mask of an expert in developing economy, Deng Xiaoping pretended to be most concerned about production. He vigorously peddled bourgeois ideas about economy and preached giving the priority to science and technology. But he never mentioned people and revolution as the most important factors. Mass Criticism Group of Peking and Tsinghua Universities, Peking Review, 28, 1976, 12. Yet if internal struggles have represented a concretization of the two roads, lines, and classes theory of the dynamics of socialist construction, 136. Then perhaps its sharpest crystallization came in the external conflict between the CPSU and the CPC. Many of Mao's own insights of the late 1950s and early 1960s emerge in a specific critique of Stalin, and later, in the heat of the polemic, through a more sweeping indictment of Soviet policy. The experience of the border region years is repeatedly applied to an analysis of Soviet errors. When the Soviet Union claimed that China had completed the socialist revolution in 1957, Mao replied that only the first victory towards this had been won. 68 His argument remained that the class struggle to prevent the restoration of capitalism would continue for a very long time. Triumph is not achieved, he insisted, merely by changing the legal deeds of ownership. 69 The Soviet withdrawal of aid in summer 1960 provoked a mounting official antagonism which finally graduated into open polemic in 1963. The CPC published the letters of each side in the exchange, and dispatched a long and detailed series of comments arguing precisely the points about socialist construction and class struggle that were in contention internally. The apogee of this was probably Comment 9, on Khrushchev's phony communism. This included Mao's 15 Theses on Socialist Construction, a detailed discussion of Soviet press reports on corruption in collective farms and their underlying social causes, and an onslaught on Khrushchev's concept of a state, and party, of the whole people. This last was seen as a denial of class struggle and so of the tradition of Stalin and Lenin. 70 Its proclamation of security for socialism was seen as itself a move in the direction of capitalist restoration. We have criticized interpretations of conflicts within the PRC which analyzed them as merely power battles at the top. More seriously, where these arguments come from the left, we have averred that they represent a retreat from Marxist analysis. If Marxism is to fulfill the claims it makes for itself, it must be able to analyze social processes in transitional societies as well as in capitalism. If the analysis is to be Marxist, it must proceed beyond the phenomenal to reveal the essential processes at work. And for a Marxist, the main forces at work, in whatever form, must be the struggle between classes in dealing with societies which have overthrown bourgeois control but not all elements of capitalism. Having insisted on these points, we are compelled to follow through their significance for certain aspects of the PRC's own policies. To have attempted this for the USSR and to have elaborated only upon the positive elements of the Chinese experience, i.e. where the proletarian line in the struggle has been made explicit and had gained the upper hand, would be to lay ourselves open to two just charges. The first is Bolshevism, now 137, that ours would seem a predominantly geopolitical exercise, using the cover of Marxist scholarship to vindicate China against the Soviet Union. The second, also a fault of most friends of China, would be to acclaim the theory of the ubiquity of class struggle and in the same breath to praise any policy officially supported by the government of the PRC, thereby denying the possibility of mistakes or a period of ascendancy for the capitalist line. These same friends then launch virulent attacks on the claimed total destruction of socialism in the Soviet Union. They should recall that Mao warned, do not negate everything, but they should also bear in mind the corollary, do not affirm everything either. We shall therefore proceed to indicate certain of the implications of our analysis for the foreign policy of the PRC, which exhibits what we believe are unproletarian elements closely akin to those of Bolshevism, and for the related question of the current CPC analysis of the USSR. This will also involve some brief consideration of the CPC analysis of their own internal conflicts. In 1962 and 1963,71 Mao Tse-tung referred to the danger, if the struggles against the forces of restoration and the ideas of capitalism were not maintained, of a slide into fascism. In May 1964, he made the reference more explicit. The present-day Soviet Union is a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, a dictatorship of the big bourgeoisie, a dictatorship like German fascism, a Hitler type of dictatorship. 72. More recently, the Peking and Tsinghua Universities Group for Mass Criticism contended. The Soviet Union under the yoke of the Soviet Revolutionist renegade clique has already become an absolute big jail for its people of all nationalities. When this clique speaks of humanism, it means ruthlessly suppressing the working people while vindicating renegades, Trotskyists, counter-revolutionaries and bourgeois elements. 73. Evidently this analysis is sharply at variance with our own, notwithstanding the fact that we have acknowledged ourselves as indebted to what we have described as the practical critique of Bolshevism offered by PRC experience. Yet it would be self-delusion to attribute such a statement merely to false information or to over-exuberant polemics. It is not just the perversion of facts which is in question, but the whole method and style of analysis. The errors here constitute a subordination of Marxism-Leninism of a piece with those for which we reprimanded the typical leftist China critic. For an investigation of the historical experience of the efforts of the Soviet people to build socialism, of the 138 achievements and defeats, and a delineation of the class struggle amongst them, they substitute a neglect close to contempt. The consequent version offered of how the Soviet Union shifted from October 1917 to a state of modern revisionism exhibits a separation of politics and production which is archetypally Bolshevik. Accounts of how Khrushchev and his clique came to capture state power 74 epitomize the impoverished conception of the political. To follow the course of degeneration of analysis more comprehensibly, it is helpful and important to consider the development of CPC foreign policy in toto. As far back as 1946, Mao himself had offered an analysis of the international situation which implied the severance of foreign policy from proletarian internationalism. 75 This endorsed the possibility of diplomatic and trade relations with capitalist states within which oppressed classes might continue their own struggles against their rulers. After 1950, U.S. imperialism came to be identified as the main enemy. The focus of post-war contradictions is the contradiction between the U.S. imperialists and their lackeys on the one hand and the oppressed nations and peoples of Asia, America, and Latin America on the other, and in the contradiction between the old and the new imperialists in their struggles for these areas. 76. This specific understanding of capitalism thus generated also a notion of a third world, neither capitalist nor socialist per se, of the oppressed. And it produced a picture of the principal contradiction which, in Mao's philosophical frame of reference 77 would have to be resolved for any others to be successfully handled. The 1955 Bandung Conference of African and Asian Nations appears to have marked the explicit acceptance by the CPC that China was a member of the Third World, despite her pursuit of a revolutionary path unlike fellow members. 78 Also involved here was the affirmation of the PRC's 5 principles of coexistence, clarified in 1963 as mutual respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty, mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. 79 It will be noted that these principles come dangerously close to reifying nations and states in a manner reminiscent of Pontius Pilate's infamous style when it comes to considering the effects on class struggle within these states. This in turn seems to have had certain important consequences for the conscious conception of capitalist societies and the meaning of diplomacy in recent years, as we shall see. In 1958 the theory of the intermediate zone was publicly revived. Bolshevism now 139 by Mao. In 1946 he had advanced it as the major section of the world over which the USA, unwilling to directly attack the USSR, was bent on gaining control. China remained part of that zone. In 1958 also, we find the explicit fracturing of diplomacy from both production and proletarian control. A CPC resolution indicated that once the legacies of the old society had vanished, the function of the state will be limited to protecting the country from external aggression, but it will play no role internally. 80 The statement is, of course, tendential rather than immediate, but it nevertheless severs matters of state and concerns of the people conceptually in the same manner as we argue that foreign policy and socialist construction are separated in practice. The conception of the party as the link between internal and external matters, moreover, is distinctively Bolshevik and jarringly out of tune with other aspects of CPC practice we have discussed. The strengthening perspective of zones reflected and perhaps itself engendered a growing sense of common interests with the Third World on China's part. The chief motive forces, however, were clearly those that led to the gradual intensification of the CPC-JCPSU polemic following the Soviet withdrawal. In 1963 it was still possible for the CPC to declare, in the early stages of the polemic, there now exist two essentially different world economic systems, the socialist system and the capitalist system, and two mutually antagonistic camps, the socialist camp and the imperialist camp. CPC, 1964, 185. The USSR was still included in the socialist camp here, but as we know its status in this respect was ahead being questioned in the CPC. Thus in 1962 Mao had already relegated the contradiction between socialism and imperialism to a secondary list behind the primary one now designated as the contradiction between the people of the whole world and imperialism, 1962b, 192, 81. This last seems to hint strangely at something akin to Khrushchev's reviled notion of the whole people. Succeeding policy evolution was to make this seem still more true. By 1964 the rejection of the USSR was near enough total, remember this was the year of Mao's fascist description, to sanction a hardening of the intermediate zones theory, but with a crucial recasting. The panorama now offered was of a bipolar world, dominated by the conflict between the two great imperialist superpowers. Between the USA and the Soviet Union there were now identified two intermediate zones. To the Third World was added a Second World, developed nations which were nevertheless increasingly subject to the threat of domination by the superpowers. 82 Significantly, this second group of nations exhibits a dual character. 140. While their ruling classes are exploiters and oppressors, those countries themselves are subjected to U.S. control, interference, and bullying. Peking Review, 4, 1964, 7. For now we seek only to register the opposition here between ruling classes and those countries themselves, a theoretically indicative ambiguity insofar as it prefigures the classlessness of such more recent blanket concepts as hegemonism. The significance of the bipolar concept becomes apparent when one recalls the 1950 analysis quoted above of the principal contradiction as being between old and new imperialists. This constitutes the core rationale of Chinese foreign policy to the present. The USSR is the new imperialist, and all policy is thus seen as necessarily directed at resolving this contradiction by opposing all advances of Soviet influence. Inevitably, this drowns out other contradictions, in particular that between capitalism and socialism, proletariat and bourgeoisie. Hence, to quote an example provoking utmost revulsion, the PRC has consorted, traded, and offered aid to the Pinochet regime in Chile. 83 This a state which is virulently fascist and the product of raw imperialism. In 1965 Lin Piao's text on People's War 84 was published, illustrating vividly the conflicting tendencies, the class struggle, between lines in China's perspective on the outside world. On the one hand, the principal contradiction is still between the revolutionary peoples of the Third World and imperialism headed by the USA. Yet the main conceptualization is in terms of the rural areas of the world, i.e. underdeveloped nations, rising up against the cities of the world, North America and Western Europe. This is to be a grand mirror of revolution in China. It flows in one sense from Mao's thinking as expressed in his reading notes. Lenin said, "The more backward the country, the more difficult the transition from capitalism to socialism." Now it seems that this way of thinking is incorrect. The more backward the economy, the easier the transition. The important question is the remolding of human beings. 85. Yet at the same time, it will be observed that Lin Piao's formulation seems once again to subordinate classes to nations. The political report of the 9th Congress of the CPC in 1969 stated the theme, and separations, of official foreign policy plainly. The foreign policy of our party and government is consistent. It is, to develop relations of friendship, mutual assistance, and cooperation with socialist countries on the principle of proletarian international. Bolshevism now 141ism, to support and assist the revolutionary struggles of all the oppressed peoples and nations, and to strive for peaceful coexistence with countries having different social systems on the basis of the 5 principles. Our proletarian foreign policy is not based on temporary expediency, it is a policy in which we have long persisted. 86. We leave the reader to judge the proletarian content and consistency of this policy for him or herself. One thing is irrepressible, a sense of déjà vu from reading the foreign policy statements issued at Congresses of the CPSU. Having finally been admitted to the United Nations, the Chinese government dispatched the then chairman of their delegation to the 6th Special Session, of the UN on the problems of raw materials and development. Deng Xiaoping's speech of April 10, 1974-87 reiterated and confirmed the world picture we have traced the emergence of. It further advocated trade based on equality, something which an analysis of capitalism could never countenance as a meaningful possibility, and the transfer of technology and experts to developing countries. China's own status is made explicit. China is a socialist country, and a developing country as well. China belongs to the Third World. Let us then attend to some of the theoretical and practical consequences of the CPC analysis of foreign policy matters. One has been the almost fanatical expediency diplomacy, pace the 9th Congress statement, which has characterized the orchestration of tactics against the major enemy, identified as the Soviet Union. A stark example is the apparent collusion with the CIA in seeking to establish rival, anti-socialist, groups as opposition to a Soviet-aided Genuine Liberation Movement, the MPLA, in Angola. Second, the attitude towards the Second World has seemingly led to a progressive illusion of practical awareness of the class struggle in such countries. Increasingly as French, German, British, and even American, Nixon, Ford, Kissinger, leaders, architects of the continuance of bourgeois domination and exploitation of the working classes in those countries, accept invitations to visit Peking, they are greeted as representatives of their people. They are praised for their resistance, in the name of their people, to the Soviet quest for hegemony. They are assured of the friendship of the Chinese people. 88 Thirdly, expediency has been starkly exposed by the about-turn in official attitudes towards, to give particular examples, the European Economic Community and Yugoslavia. In the course of the polemic, 142. The EEC was understood as part of an increasingly fierce scramble of the imperialist powers, CPC, 1963, 196. In 1964 the USSR was accused of being like the EEC. You have introduced the law of the capitalist world into relations between socialist countries. You openly follow the example of the common market which was organized by monopoly capitalist groups. Cit Maxiaki, 1971, 506. A decade later we find the EEC suddenly emerging as a bulwark against Soviet avarice. A warm welcome is proclaimed for Britain's entry to the market in 1974, and an ambassador is sent with the establishment of official diplomatic relations between the PRC and the EEC in 1975. The case of Yugoslavia is similar. In 1963 the CPC issued a detailed and searching appraisal of factual material concerning socialism in Yugoslavia, Comment 3, September 26, in CPC, 1965. We do not agree with the consequent blanket characterization of Yugoslavia as capitalist, or, as we saw Mao suggesting in 1962, fascist, but the factual material gathered clearly serves as a strong indictment against the course of socialism there. Certainly we are familiar now with the grounds on which capitalist and fascist are applied to countries by the CPC since 1963. On this basis, then, they concluded that Yugoslavia had become an imperialist appendage of the United States. As such they urged the Soviet Union to break off all relations with Yugoslavia, thereby following the PRC's own principled stand. The dangers of not doing so are made clear. Revisionism is the product of imperialist policy. Sparing no cost, imperialism has now expanded the scope of its operations and is buying over leading groups in socialist countries and pursues through them its desired policy of peaceful evolution. CPC, 1965, 182. How then are we to interpret this somersault in policy which contained fraternal and close relations between the PRC and a Yugoslavia which has hardly effected much change in the direction of socialism in the past decade? How do we explain, and how are the Chinese people themselves meant to take, the insistence by Li Ta, Deputy Chief of the General Staff of the Red Army, greeting a Yugoslav People's Army delegation, that our two peoples have always sympathized with, supported and encouraged each other, both in the past struggle against fascism and the present struggle against imperialism and hegemony, Peking Review, 44, 1974. The answer lies, of course, at the end of Li Ta's sentence. The Yugoslavs have consistently supported non-Bolshevism now 143 alignment, and Li Ta praises this explicitly in his speech. In short, Yugoslavia can now do what she wishes as long as that is not joining the Soviet bloc. The fatuous notion, considered in class terms, of non-alignment needs no elaboration. These kinds of opportunist diplomacy have not gone unnoticed amongst either Trotskyist or orthodox communist critics of the PRC. Characteristically, however, their analysis tends to stop with the observation of the phenomenon of unholy alliances. To infer from these alone that China is a degenerate workers' state or state capitalist simpliciter is, however, an error as colossal as the CPC's own inferences concerning the USSR in both its procedure and consequences. What is more profoundly disturbing, and indicative of the essential, class-relational import of CPC strategy, is that which is usually presumed beyond question, the salience, and indeed the very notion, of foreign policy itself. The separation of discrete policy areas so typical of Bolshevism is once again in evidence. President Mobutu of Zaire, for example, can pour libations to his ancestors in the Hall of the People in Peking, and be celebrated in the Chinese press doing so, at the same time as the campaign to criticize Confucius is in full flood. Distinguished foreign dignitaries are, it appears, beyond mass criticism. The critique of Bolshevism which we have traced in the practical experience of the PRC has patently not been extended to embrace foreign policy. Rather, we find a replication of many of the inglorious features of Bolshevism itself. The line on foreign trade is more equivocal than that on diplomacy. In large part it remains constrained by the general line which opposes productive dependence 89 but nevertheless a growing volume of trade, and a large deficit with Japan and the West, has been a feature of the mid-1970s. Three omens are afforded by the argument that trade is fairly safe so long as it takes place through state handling of all dealing. Again a Bolshevik understanding, in mechanical rather than relational terms, of how capitalist imperialism works, rears its head. Indeed such a stance is inherent in the non-interference notions of the five principles of peaceful coexistence themselves. All of this betrays, amidst the proclamations of first the precariousness and then the snuffing out of socialism in the USSR, an insidious encroachment of the feeling that socialism is secure against outside influences in the PRC.90. This may seem paradoxical given the continued stress on internal class struggle in China. Yet having noted the voluntaristic, Kabbalistic understanding of how a supposedly bourgeois group came to control the USSR, or, as formerly claimed, Yugoslavia, it is severely unsettling to reflect on at least the official presentation to the people of the nature of attempts, and of their defeat, to gain control in China. Liu, Lin. 144. Teng and their fellow conspirators are repeatedly referred to as bourgeois agents who plotted to capture power. They are each referred to along with their clique or gang. Once again, notwithstanding the constant underlying theme of class struggle as the need to fight ways of thinking and acting, this reduction of the battle at the top to one between caricatures betrays surviving elements of Bolshevism. Indeed, these are present in the very unpreparedness to recognize such a phenomenon as that we have called the Bolshevik problematic, indicating the limits of the application of Marxism and the need to ceaselessly pursue, and study the experience of, class struggle. 6. Never forget class struggle. We made it clear, at the start of this book, that we were engaged upon a theoretical project. Historical experience, we were convinced, and particularly, though by no means exclusively, that of the socialist accomplishments of the workers and peasants of People's China, had made the limitations of Bolshevism as a problematic of transition visible. Our major concern was to articulate this practical critique, and our book, in consequence, would not centrally be about the USSR and China. Rather, it would be a book which sought to bring the historical experience of the Soviet and the Chinese peoples to bear upon certain prematurely closed issues in Marxist theory. Hence our title. And hence also various emphases in our text, polemical emphases on the restrictions Bolshevism places on socialist transformation, and parallel, and equally polemical, emphases on the emancipatory qualities inherent in those experiences which had initially allowed us to see those restrictions. Such biases were legitimate and indeed unavoidable given the nature of our project, but they carried with them the serious danger that despite our frequent protestations to the contrary, our book would be read as a simple eulogy of the theories and practices of the CPC, as against those of the CPSU. For this reason, if for no other, it behoves us to state here, in what we hope are unambiguous terms, the implications of our arguments for analysis of the USSR and PRC as social formations. Another, no less compelling consideration also induces us to begin our concluding thus. The historical experience we have endeavored to theorize, we believe, equally amounts to a practical critique of both the conclusions, and the methodologies, of most of what currently pass for Marxist analyses of the Soviet Union, China, and the rest of the countries of the socialist camp. Against these latter analyses we think it necessary to be brutally and insistently empirical. In Moscow and Leningrad rents amount to less than 5% of take-home pay and have not risen since 1922. Soviet tram and bus fares, and gas charges, have been constant since the 19,305, while the 146 prices of bread, sugar, flour, meats, potatoes, and other staples have been stable for the last 10 years. In 1976, Britain's year of capitalist crisis, the Soviet working class enjoyed substantial increases in disposable income, in excess of 15% on average, and price reductions on a wide range of electrical and mechanical goods. We could readily extend this list of what Marx would call great facts of working class experience. 2. The point, however, is that they are exactly that. Both China and the USSR are for us social formations which are in transition, in Charles Bettelheim's phrase, between capitalism and socialism. In neither case do we see capitalism as having been restored, or as never having been overthrown. Neither in the PRC, nor in the USSR, is the production of commodities the dominant mode of production or the making of surplus value its motive force. In neither formation is labor power merely a commodity. These, as Marx several times reminds us, three are the defining characteristics of capitalist production, and to the extent that they remain absent, socialism remains the dominant mode of production in both the PRC and the Soviet Union. The great facts of the kind we have instanced are the phenomenal forms of that dominance. They are its record and its reality in the lives of working class people. However fettered, in some, socialism in the USSR may be, and however beleaguered socialism in China, it remains, over a wide range of experiences, socialism, protecting the lives of working class men and women as no welfarism and no social democracy could ever do in a capitalist social formation. People do not starve, or die for want of warmth or medical facilities, nor do they risk homelessness or unemployment, as is in varying degrees the experience of the working class wherever capital rules. Such gains matter, they are in the end the only valid measure of socialism. 4. Simply, only the socialization of production has historically been capable of guaranteeing them. For to take our stand on such great facts, and the conditions that make them possible, which were first secured by the Bolshevik Revolution and have since been extended elsewhere, is not merely to declare a substantive commitment. It is equally to adopt a methodological stance, and one which must in our view be that of any enterprise which considers itself to be Marxist. This stance is that of what Ramsa called an organic intellectual, one who seeks to found and validate his or her analysis in the historical experience of the working class. Class, in other words, is not just a category of Marxist analysis but a ground of its possibility. Now, the above brute facts were cited against, primarily, those, CPC, and others of Maoist inclination 5SWP6, who declare that the USSR is capitalist. The experiences they record, and the conditions that make such experiences possible, are not, on any. Never forget class struggle. 147 Evidence, compatible with the requisites of the capitalist mode of production, and to have adopted the viewpoint of working class experience would have precluded any possibility of such facts being overlooked. The same methodology, however, equally draws our attention to other facts of working class experience and equally militates against another form of Marxist interpretation. We refer to the kind of facts which have been central to our critique of Bolshevism, and the style of analysis which views the USSR, or the PRC, as socialist society simpliciter. This point applies particularly to Friends of China. Point 7 We have argued throughout this book that certain capitalist relations endure in both the USSR and the PRI. In neither case has the division of labor or bourgeois right been overcome, Marx's muck of ages still clings. Consider, for example, how far the emancipation of Soviet and Chinese women has still to go. 8 Such relations, we have urged, are not mere epiphenomena, but constituents of capitalist production. Moreover, they will not wither away naturally in the course of time, nor, as is more commonly assumed, with the development of the productive forces, but can be transformed only through continuing class struggles. We are the first to acknowledge that the CPC and the CPSU have endeavored to lead these struggles. We do not endorse the rhetoric of betrayal, in its Trotskyist or Maoist incarnations. We do, however, believe that both communist parties have made costly errors, from which we can and should learn. Often, capitalist relations have not been recognized for what they are, they have rather been seen as secondary or merely superstructural phenomena, or, most damagingly, as resources which can temporarily be used in the building of socialism. This last error is most evident in Bolshevik perspectives on production, but as Chapter 5 showed, the CPC is no stranger to such thinking either. In foreign and foreign trade policy, in particular, it has embraced an opportunism almost without precedent in the most utilitarian of Bolshevik judgments, an opportunism furthermore which exactly parallels the Marxist analyses we are presently criticizing, in its failure to grasp just how strong the forces of capitalism are during the transitional era. Analyses which declare the USSR, or PRC, capitalist, then, overlook the socialism which their peoples have built. But conversely, purely apologetic analyses ignore the legacies of capitalism which exist within both countries and have in some particulars been reproduced, however unwittingly, by CPSU and CPC policies. For us, by contrast, the USSR, China, and the rest of the countries of the socialist camp are contradictory social formations, in which socialism is dominant but not triumphant, and capitalism is subordinated, but not vanquished. This means that their defining feature, their general illumination, to adapt. 148. A famous metaphor of Marx's, is continuing class struggle, a struggle whose many fronts, both internal and international, whose varied and complex forms, and whose intricate and checkered progression will we hope at the least have been suggested in the preceding chapters. Now, there is not a hint of this contradictoriness, this struggle, or its complexities, in either BFTHE preceding analyses. The Soviet Union and China are viewed, with a singular absence of dialectic, as capitalist or socialist monoliths. This lacuna, in our view, rests on a familiar methodological disorder. Such unitary judgments are possible only on condition that one or the other of the two, contradictory, facets of workers' experience we have cited above is forcibly abstracted from. For to attempt, via a Marxist critique, to establish the historical conditions under which people can partake of such conflicting experiences must lead inexorably to the acknowledgement of the persistence within both China and the USSR of both capitalist and socialist relations and the struggle between them. Only this recognition can explain the whole gamut of Soviet or Chinese working class experience, and only by selectively, and thus violently abstracting from this whole can the contradictions it manifests be effaced. Clearly the two kinds of analyses we have indicted thus far do not exhaust Marxist perspectives on the socialist bloc, but similar methodological defects mar other accounts which are in many respects closer to our own. Unfortunately we lack space here to substantiate this assertion. It will nonetheless be useful briefly to clarify our position in respect of two contemporary interpretations which fall into this latter category, modern Trotskyist theories, as best exemplified in the work of Ernest Mondale, and the in many ways pioneering oeuvre of Charles Bettelheim. What follows, we stress, is a statement, and not a defense of our position. Its justification, where we have not elaborated in other writings, must be sought in the arguments of this book as a whole. On modern Trotskyism we may be exceedingly brief since most of what was said in Chapter 3 concerning Trotsky applies a fortune to his contemporary followers. In particular, however, We would stress that in contrast to the kinds of analysis we have considered hitherto in this chapter, modern Trotskyism demonstrates the continuing Marxist strengths of its Bolshevism in its recognition that socialist relations persist in the countries of the socialist camp, and in the sometimes very perceptive insights into the class struggles therein that this sustains. 12. These strengths are well illustrated in Mondel's devastating polemic against the theorists of the SWP, formerly the International Socialist Group, and his 10 Theses on the Transition to Socialism, which convincingly refutes Bettelheim's, and the CPC's, current positions on. Never forget class struggle. 149 The USSR.13 But these same texts equally reveal Bolshevism's inadequacies, a technical economic concept of production, and a tacit theory of productive forces, together with a voluntarist notion of politics, ultimately ground their analysis. That internal relation of productive and state forms we have argued throughout this book is rarely recognized, and Mondel's empirical comprehension of the modalities of class struggle is attenuated as a result. We have exemplified in Chapter 3. Bettelheim, of course, follows the CPC in their view that the USSR is now capitalist, cf. his 1974, PR face. He is therefore vulnerable both to the objections we have advanced above, and to the more extended criticisms of in particular, Mondel, 1974a, and Hindus, 1976.14 and without doubt, this monumental error is anchored in certain theoretical deficiencies in his work. Nevertheless, there are several reasons for extending Bettelheim a more serious and sympathetic consideration than his colleagues amongst the left enemies of the USSR. Above all, he is one of the very few Marxists in the West, Althusser must be counted as another L5, whose work has engaged with, and sought to theorize, the historical experience of the class struggles for socialism in China. In consequence, he has articulated many of precisely the theoretical lessons of this history which we have emphasized, and has helped us immeasurably in our own attempt to do so. We differ from Bettelheim only in what we consider to be a failure on his part to take his critique far enough. This, we believe, accounts for his mistaken view of the USSR. Central to what Bettelheim criticizes as Marxismage 16 are two theses: first, a mechanical identification of ownership and class relations; second, the primacy of the productive forces. Against the former, he reiterates Balibar's L7 distinction of the property connection and the real connection between laborer and means of production. Against the latter, he asserts the dominance of production relations over productive forces. 18 From his first argument, he insists that a change in ownership of the means of production, following a proletarian revolution, does not ipso facto entail their socialization at the level of the real connection. Concretely, the dual separation of labor from these means and productive enterprises from one another continues within the actual production process. 19 And these separations are relations of capitalist production. The era of transition is therefore characterized by what Bettelheim, somewhat unfortunately, characterizes as a non-correspondence of political and economic levels. But from his second argument, it follows that development of the productive forces alone will not resolve this contradiction; rather, how such forces will develop will depend precisely on how this contradiction is handled. Hence, politics rather than economics must be in command, for to ensure 150. A socialist correspondence of economy and polity requires the active transformation of the capitalist relations which survive as real connections, and this is supremely a matter of class struggle. This implies amongst other things that it is less the existence of a plan than the correctness of a party's general line which distinguishes the socialist from the capitalist road. Now, there is clearly much here with which we would concur. But there are also difficulties, which relate directly to Bettelheim's analysis of the USSR. 2 points in particular may be mentioned here. The first concerns Bettelheim's understanding of politics in command. It is significant that he characterizes Marxismo-Fig as an economism, and as a specifically Stalinist deviation from Leninism. We, on the other hand, see the formulae Bettelheim attacks as endemic to Bolshevism as such, but not, crucially, in a merely economistic form; rather, their economism is systematically linked to a definite and voluntaristic conception of politics. Hence to reject Bolshevik economism means equally to reject its voluntarism. Bettelheim, however, is blind to this link. Indeed, he is oblivious to the Bolshevik problematic as such. 2.0 And this myopia, we believe, severely limits his critique, for he in fact substantially reproduces the Bolshevik notion of politics, even while repudiating the theory of productive forces which grounds it. Thus he often tends simply to reverse the equations of the Second International, without querying their terms. Politics in command is understood as the domination of politics over, as opposed to in, production, the two still being construed as independent spheres of activity. This in turn leads him, as Sweezy, 1971, and Mondale, 1974a, have perceived, into a radical idealism wherein the line of the ruling party becomes effectively the sole criterion of the nature of a transitional formation. This tendency is compounded by the second problem to which we wish to draw attention. This relates to Bettelheim's use of Balibar's distinction. As we have seen, Bettelheim, correctly, refuses to reduce relations of production to property relations, and in this context denies that planning suffices to establish a formation as socialist. From this theoretical foundation he argues that it is possible for what he terms a state bourgeoisie to employ the machinery of planning to exploit labor. Such exploitation will be capitalist insofar as the state, and hence the means of production which it owns, are not subject to genuine proletarian control, and the relation of labor power with such means continues to be a wage relation. 21 Bettelheim regards this as presently the situation in the USSR. Leaving aside the question of when it was ever not the situation, there is a clear inadequacy in these criteria. Marx identifies two characteristic features of capitalism. First, being a commodity is the dominant and determining characteristic of. Never forget class struggle. 151 Its products, which implies that the laborer himself comes forward merely as the seller of commodities. The relation between capital and wage labor determines the entire character of the mode of production. Second, the production of surplus value is the direct aim and determining motive of production. Marx, L865a, 878f. Now, clearly Bettelheim's dual separation, at the level of the mode of material appropriation, is a necessary condition of this process. It is not, however, of itself a sufficient condition. Marx makes it clear elsewhere that production founded on capital posits itself in the forms adequate to it only in so far as and to the extent that free competition develops. Marx, L858a, 650. For only competition ensures the operation of the law of value, and it is this law which grounds both the specifically capitalistic form of exploitation and capital's compulsion to accumulate. With competition, in Marx's words, the inner laws of capital are for the first time posited as laws, ibid, emphasis added. The clear implication is that the absence of the capitalist market form indicates that the capitalist mode of production does not dominate a social formation, even if, as is clearly the case in the USSR, capitalist relations, of the sort noted by Bettelheim, have some presence. Mondale has rightly developed this argument. Our concern, however, is once again centrally with an issue of methodology. Like his cruder co-believers, Bettelheim has a penchant for forced abstraction from the correct proposition that the plan market opposition does not suffice to distinguish capitalism from socialism. He contends that the plan and the market are mere phenomenal forms and hence should be discounted. 22 But the point about such forms is precisely that they need to be accounted for, in terms of their conditions. And, simply, the conditions in which capitalist market forms are not dominant are those in which the tendencies inscribed in a mode of material appropriation which exhibits Bettelheim's dual separation do not have the force of laws. Had Bettelheim recognized this, he would further have had to recognize that the suppression of these forms constitutes a precise measure of the degree to which proletarian politics are in command still in the Soviet Union. This would in turn have led him to consider to what extent the survival of certain capitalist relations there is a consequence of the quality of that politics. But here, Bettelheim's blindness to the singularity of Bolshevism, like Mondel's, is a critical obstacle to his in many ways extremely searching analysis. We wish finally, if extremely briefly, to state what we see as the key general conclusions of our investigations. We do not intend by this the abstraction of some ideal model of the road to socialism, Chinese or otherwise, indeed, a key lesson of the historical experience on which we 152 have focused is precisely that the relations involved in the imposition of any a priori model suppress the initiative and fetter the self-emancipation of the direct producers, who rather than parties, or machines, or experts, are the true builders of socialism. Our aim is on the contrary one of stating certain principles, whose validation is to be found in that experience, but whose relevance extends to the class struggle everywhere. Our remarks are in other words theoretical in Stalin's sense of the term. Marx rarely used the notion of a fundamental law. But one occasion on which he did so was to link together as basic to capitalism its systematic production of profit and poverty. For him see the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation, and the italics are his own, is that which establishes an accumulation of misery, corresponding with an accumulation of capital. Accumulation of wealth at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, agony of toil, slavery, ignorance, brutality, mental degradation, at the opposite pole, i.e. on the side of the class that produces its own product in the form of capital. Marx, 1867a, 645. This is neither rhetoric nor exaggeration. In particular, those disposed to overlook the misery currently accumulating in imperialism's heartlands might recall that we are talking of a world market system of exploitation. That class which produces its product in the form of, say, British capital, slaves in, amongst other places, the tea gardens of Sri Lanka, the gold and diamond mines of South Africa and the child labor sweatshops of Hong Kong. 23. It is in this context that socialism must be understood, first and foremost, in terms of having enough to eat, being decently clothed and housed, enjoying adequate medical facilities. To define it thus is to point precisely to that experience which capitalism cannot guarantee for all. This of course means that socialist construction is centrally concerned with ensuring the fullest development of the social forces of production, indeed, it is that development. And this in turn is exactly why the theory of productive forces which, in its Bolshevik form, has hitherto provided the dominant problematic of transition must emphatically be rejected. There is no paradox in this assertion. On the contrary, historical experience has amply confirmed, and extended, the central insight we drew from Marx in Chapter I, that material production is always and irreducibly a social activity. This means that it is impossible to sever development of the forces from transformation of the relations of production and subordinate the second to the prior accomplishment of the first. In Bettelheim's words, never forget class struggle. 153. The relations of production exert a dominating effect on the characteristics of the means of labor by imposing the conditions under which the productive forces are reproduced. Bettelheim, 1970a, 86. 1973, 91. We would add a forceful reminder that the relations to which Bettelheim refers comprise the entire, extensive repertoire of moral, cultural, and political conditions which sustain any given way in which men and women produce their means of subsistence. To develop a particular form of labor process is ipso facto to develop the relations necessary to its performance. There can therefore be no socially neutral development, no development which obeys technical imperatives alone. The choice facing socialists lies between socialist and capitalist roads. Development of the productive forces, and class struggle, are not therefore separate practices. It is inaccurate even to conceive them as complementary. Simply, to secure a socialist development of the productive forces, one that is capable of giving everyone enough to eat, is a class struggle. For to give everyone enough to eat demands that the producers consciously and collectively organize their efforts to that end, and this in turn requires their emancipation from the many shackles capital places on their cooperation. Prominent among the latter is the division of labor. Class struggle is, in other words, the productive motor of socialist construction. For only through its unleashing will the conditions be created under which the productive forces embodied in the voluntary cooperation of labor can flourish. This struggle is as extensive as are the relations in which capital presently enslaves the working class. It is in these terms that we must understand the injunction to put politics in command. It does not refer to a relation between distinct economic and political activities, concerns, or institutions but to production itself. Politics, understood as the self-emancipation of the producers, in and through collective production, is the means through which socialist development is assured. The struggle for socialism, then, conceived as a struggle for production, does not lie between backwardness and modernization. It lies between what Marx in 1867 described as the political economies of capital and labor. This has clear implications for any communist party. Estimates of the resources of socialism and capitalism must be political judgments. The criterion by which we evaluate techniques, institutions, practices, including our own, must be, do they foster or fetter the emancipation of labor? Do they help the people extend their control over their lives, or do they reproduce the shackles of free wage slavery? Do they in a word serve socialism or capitalism? To repeat, this injunction applies across the board. We cannot separate base and superstructure, forces and relations, and postpone the transforma. 154. Of the latter term of each pair. To do so is to rob the producers of the means of their emancipation and therefore in the end to hold back socialist production too. Finally, this injunction equally applies to revolutionary strategies here and now. As Marx, Lenin, and Mao have all stressed, the political economy of labor is present in the workers' struggles of the existing world order, it is they which alone allow us to see it. Socialist construction begins long before any moment which can be called the revolution. It begins with capital's creation of the working class. A restatement. Marx and Engels on production, capitalism, and socialism. We close this book with a number of passages from Marx and Engels which together provide a restatement of its major arguments. The quotations fall into three groups. The first set indicate why production is central to historical materialism, what it is, and how to study it. The second set relate class, division of labor, and state form in capitalism. The third set discuss socialist construction. This may, perhaps, seem an unusual way to end. But as we have stressed throughout, the historical experience discussed in this book is of massive theoretical import. Part of what it teaches us is the need constantly to re-examine Marx anew. Familiar texts take on new dimensions when seen thus. These quotations are cited with that objective. When read in the light of the historical experience of the Soviet and the Chinese peoples, they present, we believe, a Marxism untrammeled by the closures integral to the Bolshevik problematic, one in which the fullness of what is involved in production and thus in the class struggles to transform its capitalist into its socialist mode, can be grasped. It is with this aim in mind that we choose to end where we began, with Karl Marx. Lenin stated the same point introducing his State and Revolution. In view of the unprecedentedly widespread distortion of Marxism, our prime task is to re-establish what Marx really taught. Lenin, 1917b, 391. Production. We must begin by stating the first premise of all human existence and, therefore of all history, the premise, namely, that men must be in a position to live in order to be able to make history. But life involves before everything else eating and drinking, a habitation, clothing, and many other things. The first historical act is thus the production of the means to satisfy these needs, the production of 156. Materia one life itself, and indeed this is an historical act, a fundamental condition of all history, which today, as thousands of years ago, must daily and hourly be fulfilled merely in order to sustain human life. Marx and Engels, The German Ideology, 1846a, 39. The way in which men produce their means of subsistence depends first of all on the nature of the actual means of subsistence they find in existence and have to reproduce. This mode of production must not be considered simply as being the reproduction of the physical existence of the individuals. Rather, it is a definite form of activity of these individuals, a definite form of expressing their life, a definite mode of life on their part. As individuals express their life, so they are. What they are, therefore, coincides with their production, both with what they produce and with how they produce. The nature of individuals thus depends on the material conditions determining their production. Marx and Engels, The German Ideology, 1846a, 31-2. In the process of production, human beings do not only enter into a relation with nature. They produce only by working together in a specific manner and by reciprocally exchanging their activities. In order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations with one another, and only within these social connections and relations does their connection with nature, i.e., production, take place. Marx, Wage Labor and Capital, 1847b, Bottomore and Ruble, 155. The fact is, therefore, that definite individuals who are productively active in a definite way enter into these definite social and political relations. Empirical observation must in each separate instance bring out empirically, and without any mystification and speculation, the connection of the social and political structure with production. Marx and Engels, The German Ideology, 1846a, 36. The production of life, both of one's own in labor and of fresh life in procreation, now appears as a double relationship, on the one hand as a natural, on the other as a social relationship. By social we understand the cooperation of several individuals, no matter under what conditions, in what manner and to what end. It follows from this that a certain mode of production, or industrial stage, is always combined with a certain mode of cooperation, or social stage, and this mode of cooperation is itself a productive force. Marx and Engels, The German Ideology, 1846a, 41. Man himself is the basis of his material production, as of any other production that he carries on. All circumstances, therefore, which a restatement 157 affect man, the subject of production, more or less modify all his functions and activities, and therefore too his functions and activities as the creator of material wealth. In this respect it can in fact be shown that all human relations and functions, however and in whatever form they may appear, influence material production and have a more or less decisive influence on it. Marx, Capital, 4, Theories of Surplus Value, I, 1863a, 288. Capitalism. The specific economic form, in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of direct producers, determines the relationship of rulers and ruled, as it grows directly out of production itself and, in turn, reacts upon it as a determining element. Upon this, however, is founded the entire formation of the economic community which grows up out of the production relations themselves, thereby simultaneously its specific political form. It is always the direct relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the direct producers, a relation always naturally corresponding to a definite stage in the development of the methods of labor and thereby its social productivity, which reveals the innermost secret, the hidden basis of the entire social structure, and with it the political form of the relationship of sovereignty and dependence, in short, the corresponding specific form of the state. Marx, Capital, 3, 1865a, 791. Division of labor only becomes truly such from the moment when a division of material and mental labor appears. The greatest division of material and mental labor is the separation of town and country. It is quite immaterial what consciousness starts to do on its own, out of all such muck we get only the one inference that these three moments, the forces of production, the state of society and consciousness can and must come into contradiction with one another, because the division of labor implies the possibility, nay the fact that intellectual and material activity, enjoyment and labor, production and consumption, devolve on different individuals, and that the only possibility of their not coming into contradiction lies in the negation in I's turn of the division of labor. With the division of labor, in which all these contradictions are implicit, and which in its turn is based on the natural division of labor in the family and the separation of society into individual families opposed to one another, is given simultaneously the distribution, and indeed the unequal distribution, both quantitative and qualitative, of 158. Labor and its products, hence property, the nucleus, the first form, of which lies in the family, where wife and children are the slaves of the husband. This latent slavery in the family, though still very crude, is the first property, but even at this early stage it corresponds perfectly to the definition of modern economists who call it the power of disposing of the labor power of others. Division of labor and private property are, moreover, identical expressions. In the one the same thing is affirmed with reference to activity as is affirmed in the other with reference to the product of the activity. Further, the division of labor implies the contradiction between the interest of the separate individual or the individual family and the communal interest of all individuals who have intercourse with one another. And out of this very contradiction between the interest of the individual and that of the community, the latter takes an independent form as the state, divorced from the real interests of individual and community, and at the same time as an illusory communal life, always based, however, on the real ties existing in every family and tribal conglomeration such as flesh and blood, language, division of labor on a larger scale, and other interests, and especially on the classes, already determined by the division of labor, which in every such mass of men separate out, and of which one dominates all the others. Marx and Engels, The German Ideology, 1846a, 43, 65, 43-4, 45. Capital is not a thing, but rather a definite social production relation, belonging to a definite historical formation of society, which is manifested in a thing and lends this thing a specific social character. Capital is not the sum of the material and produced means of production. Capital is rather the means of production transformed into capital, which in themselves are no more capital than gold or silver in itself is money. It is the means of production monopolized by a certain section of society, confronting living labor power as products and working conditions rendered independent of this very labor power, which are personified through this antithesis in capital. It is not merely the products of laborers turned into independent powers, products as rulers and buyers of their producers, but rather also the social forces of their labor and socialized form of this labor, which confront the laborers as properties of their products. Marx, Capital, 3, 1865a, 814-15. How does this strange phenomenon arise, that we find on the market a set of buyers, possessed of land, machinery, raw material, and the means of subsistence, all of them, save land in its crude state, a restatement 159 products of labor, and on the other hand, a set of sellers who have nothing to sell except their laboring power, their working arms and brains. That the one set buys continually in order to make a profit and enrich themselves, while the other set continually sells in order to earn their livelihood. The inquiry into this question would be an inquiry into what the economists call previous, or original accumulation, but which ought to be called original expropriation. We should find that this so-called original accumulation means nothing but a series of historical processes, resulting in a decomposition of the original union existing between the laboring man and his instruments of labor. The separation between the man of labor and the instruments of labor once established, such a state of things will maintain itself and reproduce itself upon a constantly increasing scale until a new and fundamental revolution in the mode of production should again overturn it, and restore the original union in a new historical form. Marx, Wages, Price, and Profit, 1865b, 210. Socialism. It is the working millions of Great Britain who first have laid down the real basis of a new society, modern industry, which transformed the destructive agencies of nature into the productive power of man. The English working classes, with invincible energies, by the sweat of their brows and brains, have called into life the material means of ennobling labor itself, and of multiplying its fruits to such a degree as to make general abundance possible. By creating the inexhaustible productive powers of modern industry, they have fulfilled the first condition of the emancipation of labor. They have now to realize its other condition. They have to free those wealth-producing powers from the infamous shackles of monopoly and subject them to the joint control of the producers, who, till now, allowed the very products of their hands to turn against them and be transformed into as many instruments of their own subjugation. The laboring classes have conquered nature, they have now to conquer man. To succeed in this attempt they do not want strength but the organization of their common strength. Marx, Letter to the Labour Parliament, 1854, 417. After a 30 years' struggle, fought with most admirable perseverance, the English working classes succeeded in carrying the 10 Hours Bill. Which was not only a great practical success, it was the victory of a principle. It was the first time that in broad daylight the political economy of the middle class succumbed to the political economy of the working class. 160. But there was in store a still greater victory of the political economy of labor over the political economy of capital. We speak of the cooperative movement. The value of these great social experiments cannot be overrated. By deed, instead of by argument, they have shown that production on a large scale, and in accord with the behests of modern science, may be carried on without the existence of a class of masters employing a class of hands, that to bear fruit the means of labor need not be monopolized as a means of dominion over, and extortion against, the laboring man himself, and that, like slave labor, like serf labor, hired labor is but a transitory and inferior form, destined to disappear before associated labor, plying its toil with a willing hand, a ready mind, and a joyous heart. Marx, Inaugural Address of the International Working Men's Association, Street Martins Hall, Long Acre, London, September 28, 1864, 1864, 345-7. State power forms in fact the creation of the middle class, first a means to break down feudalism, then a means to crush the emancipatory aspirations of the producers, of the working class. All reactions and all revolutions had only served to transfer that organized power, that organized force of the slavery of labor, from one hand to the other, from one fraction of the ruling classes to the other. The Commune was, therefore, a revolution not against this or that, legitimate, constitutional, republican or imperialist form of state power. It was a revolution against the state itself, of this supernaturalist abortion of society, a resumption by the people for the people of its own social life. It was not a revolution to transfer it from one fraction of the ruling classes to the other, but a revolution to break down this horrid machinery of class domination itself. Such is the Commune, the political form of the social emancipation, of the liberation of labor from the usurpations, slave-holding, of the monopolists of the means of labor, created by the laborers themselves or forming the gift of nature. The Commune does not do away with the class struggles, through which the working classes strive to the abolition of all classes, and, therefore, of class rule, but it affords the rational medium in which that class struggle can run through its different phases in the most rational and humane way. It could start violent reactions and as violent revolutions. It begins the emancipation of labor, its great goal, by doing away with the unproductive and mischievous of the state parasites, by cutting away the springs which sacrifice an immense portion of the national produce to the feeding of the state monster on the one side, by doing, on the other, the real work of administration, local and national, for workingmen's wages. A restatement 161 begins therefore with an immense saving, with economical reform as well as political transformation. Marx, Civil War in France, First Draft, £187, 165 to 6, 171 to 2. From the conception of history we have sketched we obtain these further conclusions. 1. In the development of productive forces there comes a stage when productive forces and means of intercourse are brought into being, which, under the existing relationships, only cause mischief, and are no longer productive but destructive forces, machinery and money, and connected with this a class is called fourth, which has to bear all the burdens of society without enjoying its advantages, which, ousted from society, is forced into the most decided antagonism to all other classes, a class which forms the majority of all members of society, and from which emanates the consciousness of the necessity of a fundamental revolution, the communist consciousness, which may, of course, arise in the other classes too through the contemplation of the situation of this class. 2. The conditions under which definite productive forces can be applied, are the conditions of the rule of a definite class of society, whose social power, deriving from its property, has its practical idealistic expression in each case in the form of the state, and, therefore, every revolutionary struggle is directed against a class, which till then has been in power. 3. In all revolutions up till now the mode of activity always remained unscathed and it was only a question of a different distribution of this activity, a new distribution of labor to other persons, whilst the communist revolution is directed against the preceding mode of activity, does away with labor, and abolishes the rule of all classes with the classes themselves, because it is carried through by the class which no longer counts as a class in society, is not recognized as a class, and is in itself the expression of the dissolution of all classes, nationalities, etc., within present society, and, 4. Both for the production on a mass scale of this communist consciousness, and for the success of the cause itself, the alteration of men on a mass scale is necessary, an alteration which can only take place in a practical movement, a revolution. This revolution is necessary, therefore, not only because the ruling class cannot be overthrown in any other way, but also because the class overthrowing it can only in a revolution succeed in ridding itself of all the muck of ages and become fitted to found society anew. Marx and Engels, The German Ideology, 1846a, 86-7. What we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but, on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. 162. Between capitalist and communist society lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. Corresponding to this is, 11. So a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship oj the proletariat. Marx, Critique oj the Gotha Program, 1875, MESW, 323, 331. Our doctrine, said Engels, referring to himself and his famous friend, is not a dogma, but a guide to action. This classical statement stresses with remarkable force and expressiveness that aspect of Marxism which is constantly being lost sight of. And by losing sight of it, we turn Marxism into something one-sided, disfigured and lifeless, we deprive it of its living soul, we undermine its basic theoretical foundations, dialectics, the doctrine that historical development is all-embracing and full of contradictions, we sever its connection with the definite practical task of the epoch, which may change with every new turn of history. Lenin, Certain oj the historical development oj Marxism, 1910, 39.